and any
believe that this government, let me manage my life. It should rub off on the popularity, acceptability to be returned again on government. And therefore government should feel bad. Now, if the absence or the diminishing rule of law can get a government that kind of reaction from the citizenry, not show a sense of worry. I ask this question, Madaki, because when the citizen does not feel that law is of any use, when the citizen does not feel that his president is listening to him, his governors are listening to them, the ministers are listening to them, isn't it? Should government not look? It's not good enough. Let's address it.
Well, in a same society, that's what ought to exist. And I heard the earlier example about INEC, the Electoral Act and the timeline for elections and campaigns and all of that. Of course, for over 1 year now, the president's campaign billboards have been all over the country. You have not even governed for up to midterm.
No, but you are the president, so you should know.
You are campaigning already. I see the billboards all over the place. Him and his wife. Maybe the wife is going to. I see that some picture of him and his wife dancing, like ballet somewhere. You get the point. I said, what is the significance of this? You get the point. Well, you have a vice president. I thought he should be campaigning with his pictures also. I don't know. I'm not saying anything, but
I didn't hear
what it is. Now, yes, there should be timelines. When campaigns should start and stop, when this and that should happen. But everywhere billboards. But it's not about the billboards. Everybody, including the president, has that one vote. You get the point. Now, when a good, responsible government ought to gauge the feelings of the people. And that is why, opinion polls are taken in civilized countries and taken seriously. You get the point. But here, nobody cares. You do opinion poll and say the president has 2%, approval rating. So what? What can you do about it? The man is still president anyway. And also because they have this audacity to feel that, they can win, whether they win on the ballot or not. They have a way of now beginning to ignore the institutions of state that are supposed to organize free and fair elections. So you hear of all the endorsements. I know we're going to talk about it. You have endorsements and all that. But honestly, all those governors have no followers. They're just there. The governor defects to another party, and then you think that all the people in that state have defected with him. For what? They're waiting for you. At least they'll cast that their own vote against you to say, well, we don't support you. Because the governors don't do anything for them. All the governors are also there lining their own pockets, and doing as they please. Then you think that the people so love their governor that because the governor has changed from whatever party he was in and then joined, the ruling party at the center, that because of that everybody has moved to it. And I find it extremely laughable when they do these things on television and they do it with a broad, free chest, talking about it as if they actually believe it. But I know deep down they know that all of this is just for the optics. It's a joke. They will be taught a bitter lesson in this election that is coming. And they can't, what they ought to know is that they cannot rig this election. They can't. So we are waiting.
We're coming to that issue.
They can't rig it.
We're coming to that issue. I wanted to address something else before I ask you the question. If rule of law is not working, what does the government expect the citizen to do? Let me tell you why. Here, we are watching a local government chairman expressing frustration that his complaints to the appropriate authority are not listened to. Here in the studio. Here in the studio, a former local government chairman have been here to say, look, we are not getting the money. My colleagues are not getting the money that the Supreme Court has said is due us every month. We are not getting it. Here in this place, an opposition element has complained that when suits are filed, the government makes it impossible for papers to be served. If this is the template for government conduct, what does the government expect the citizen to do?
What else? If you don't have any outlet to ventilate your grievances, then you resort to anarchy. And that again takes us to the Okija Shrine summons. People genuinely, and I'm telling you this, you can investigate this. People are actually going for alternative dispute resolution because they have left the court. The time is going to come when the court will be completely empty. Nobody is filing suits anymore. But people are still living their lives on a daily basis. Nigerians are very ingenious. They always find a way to survive. I think that's why when the government ignores us and does absolutely nothing for the people with the annual budget, they can survive. They know that the Nigerians will survive anyway. And then government now begins to say, okay, but these people are not really showing as if anything is going on. Let's even make their life more difficult. Then they come up with so-called tax reforms. And say these people are not paying enough tax. You get the point? So let's try to take more from them, because I think if they're not comfortable, they should have been complaining. And then they come and say, okay, we are reforming the tax system, we need to collect more money. Collect more money from what? The economy has shrunk. The GDP of the country has drastically reduced from about $500 billion when, Jonathan was, when it was last rebased, under Jonathan's government, to about $199 billion now. That's a crash of more than 50%.
That's a crisis.
It is a crisis. And this government carries on as if it's not a big deal. And then when the thing grows from the $199 billion to maybe 199.2, they say the economy has grown by so percent. You crash the economy by more than 50% in GDP, and then you raise it by 0.1 or 0.3 and you celebrate. Or the exchange rate that you met at 460 on May 29th, 2023, when you took over, crashes to 1,600 naira per the same dollar. And then when it now rises from 1,600 to 1,595, it becomes naira has gained 5 naira. The naira has gained 5 naira, against the dollar. Gained how? You get the point. So it is this, orchestrated, deliberate falsehood, that has been the bane of being a citizen of the country. And I can tell you, it's very frustrating to just be an ordinary citizen whose voice means nothing. Because at the end of the day, when you complain, you're just like talking to the wall, to a concrete wall. And then they go and say, okay, then the A's have it, and the Nays still continue to have it.
Before the A's and the Nays have it in National Assembly without counting the number, just know who has it by audio. Is the judiciary hamstrung? Let me tell you why. If the government, somebody outside now, we say, after all, the judiciary is part of the government, but there's separation of powers. If judiciary is not getting its pronouncements obeyed, if decisions of the court at the highest level are not faithfully implemented, and if the rule of law is suffering this bashing, is there nothing the judiciary can do?
Well, I think the judiciary is genuinely hamstrung. I thought of it deeply, even yesterday. And, it's along the lines of the fact that by design, even constitutionally, the judiciary is the weakest link, in the art of governance. Because there is even, let it be a given that the electoral process is compromised and people don't have much faith in it. But members of the legislature are voted for directly by the people. Whether the votes are counted properly or not is another matter. But at least there's a semblance of democracy there, because people actually have a say in the way they are appointed or elected. You get the point. Now, the executive positions too are elective offices. You have to go back and do the ritual of every 4 years, ask people whether, and from the results, actually, a lot of people, incumbents, lose their seats and then they go away, So it's not actually as bad as it's made to appear. But the judiciary, for some funny reason, is the only arm of government which, though should be independent, all their offices to patronage of the executive. So the governor appoints the judges at his sole discretion. He can put his wife there, you complain to tomorrow is a joke. You know, it is what it is. Or his daughters, or his sons, because the boy is cronies. So the judiciary we have now is a judiciary that's already, you know, an appendage of the executive because they got the appointment. Who pays the piper dictate the tune, right? And if you see the kind of quackery, you know, the kind of lobbying that goes into appointing people judges these days. Yeah, you look at the list of the judges. You know, people like Professor Chidon Kalum, you know, have talked about it ad infinitum. That the judiciary is now something else, you know, because if you look at the list of any new set of judges, these names of prominent political wives and cronies, this is even try to confuse some of the names so that it doesn't become too obvious to the public. But if you have a discerning, active civil society, they will probe and say, this is the son of who, this is the daughter of who. And you see that honestly the political elite has captured the judiciary, so that a time is going to come, I think that time is even upon us, when the judges are no longer able to give judgments against, you know, people who are holding the executive position because they owe their appointment and their sustenance in those positions to them. You get the point, either in the executive branch or in the legislative branch. And that is how judges get removed. But interestingly, just yesterday, Mexico was conducting an election for all their judicial positions, all, from magistrates all the way to the Supreme Court.
Conducting elections.
Yes, people have to go and vote to say, is this man, this woman suitable to be a judge? You know what I mean? And I think that, you know, there is a lot of meaning in that. In America, there is some level of, you know, elective offices, you know, and all that, the attorney general, some positions, you have to vote for them, you know. But Mexico took a decision under the former president, Obrador, you know, to make all judicial positions elective. And they actually held the first of those elections yesterday. And I think that all these judges who feel so cozy and so comfortable because they feel that their jobs are, you know, secure and all of that, will sit up if they know that they have to go and campaign to the people to vote for them. Why shouldn't we vote for our magistrates? Why shouldn't we vote for our high court judges? You know, so it is that kind of thinking outside the box that makes sense. When they know that they have to contest the positions and they have to, you know, to compete, you know, among other equally qualified people who want to hold those positions, and the people then begin to take it and say, this man is a thief now. How can he become a judge? You know, he will jail everybody, he will steal all the money, he will collect bribe. You know what I mean? Then they know that their jobs are not as sacred as they are perceived to be. So to answer your question, yes, the judiciary is currently hamstrung. Hamstrung by the fact that their appointments are not based on anything else apart from patronage. And as long as we continue this process where some imperial governor or an imperial president does the appointments on the lame advice of a judicial service commission, which is not even independent, you know what I mean? Why is it that it's only the judiciary that happens to here? You get the point? Or appointments like INEC chairman, why shouldn't we vote for the INEC chairman? Why should we wait for the president to put his brother as INEC chairman and then he tells him, okay, fine, this is how the results should be written. And he just does it because he was the one that appointed him. You get the point? So a lot of things are structurally wrong with this country. And unless we are ready to eyeball the problem and deal with it, you know, we are going to be in a situation where on and on, we'll just be carrying our hands on our heads, looking at, you know, governance as they have done it again. And it should not be they have done it again, it is that we are involved in that process. But now, you know, we say...
But okay, there are many issues to converse on this morning. But if the judiciary is hamstrung, if the executive is impervious to public opinion, even in matters of rule of law, how will you categorize our democracy in the past 2 years?
Well, the past 2 years feels like 10 years. And I'm being very honest. You get the point. If you think back now, it looks like May 29, 2023 was such a long time ago. You get the point. Where the spelling of long is L-O, you know, with about 10 O's before you put the NG. You get the point. Well, you know, they do elections in America deliberately. as a way of gauging the people's feelings about, how governance has gone the last 2 years. You get the point? Honestly, I don't know for other Nigeria, but I feel as if this Tinubu government has been there for 10 years. You get the point? And we are just doing 2 years, on May 29th of this year. So that's one of the ways of measuring, whether the people are connected to governance or not. Nigeria just want these people to go away. That's the truth. And I'm being honest. At least I'm speaking for myself. I'm speaking for my immediate. I'm engaging the opinions of people who I interact with. Everybody is fed up. They feel people who keep prioritizing, and praising government are either tribalists who just want to keep the government there because their tribesman is the president. Or, maybe they're benefiting, but, you also see that there's no conviction in their, attempt to sell the government. You get the point?
Okay, Madaki, I'm going to abridge you because there'll be time for you to do the summary. Now, we have just finished rule of law. Take a good or take a bad? Just one simple answer.
Maybe like 10 bads. 10. I'm a lawyer, and I'm thinking like a lawyer who has been a lawyer for 36 years. These days, like I keep saying, I find myself embarrassed to introduce myself as a lawyer, so I choose not to identify as a herbalist. And I said this before on this program. I'm not
well, the first issue, rule of law, my guest says, for the past 2 years of Tinubu administration, he takes back
10 bads.
Yeah. 10 bads. Well, while I'm absorbing those bad takes, let me take a break and return shortly. And when we return, we'll be looking at defections and the threats of a one-party state. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, we've just ticked the first item, rule of law, bad. Welcome back as we discuss the second item. In how many months back now, the national conversation has been on the threat of the likelihood of the one-state Nigeria emerging under Tinubu. And why that? The horde of defectors, governors and entire cabinet defecting, even a former vice presidential candidate defecting, the entire National Assembly rising to sing, "On your mandate we stand," and the president telling them, all of you are re-elected. And some people say they can smell a rat. If Obasanjo attempted a third term, maybe Tinubu is attempting to collapse the entire country under one party. Madaki, did you have that foreboding that we're heading towards a one-party state?
No, not at all. Honestly, I don't share that fear. I've read about it in the media, copiously, but the fear is totally unfounded. The reason is that, yes, the rule of law is not operating here. We can't claim to be a country.
Just struck it down.
Now, and so ordinarily, most of the African countries that eventually end up being one-party states, start that way, But one thing I know is that the Nigerian public is very, very aware and very conscious of what's going on. I think Nigerians are the most vibrant when it comes to discussing issues that happen in their country. You get the point? So when you see the trend of defections, you also, if you analyze it properly, you discover that most of those defections are completely staged. Either the people are bribed behind, to come and defect, or they are defecting out of fear of probe. There are many of them that defect, and then because they have one EFCC problem hanging on their necks or the other. Ushomola said it openly one time, when he was chairman of APC, that if you have any problems, just join the party and then your problems are washed away. You get the point. I think you should actually have been a pastor. Maybe you should set up a church and be washing people's sins away. So, if political sins are washed away and you still have the trillions, like the former governor who's allowed to abuse 750 something houses. For God's sake, what are they going to do with all those houses? But you never know. That story might never go beyond where it is right now. After some time, Nigerians will become tired of it. And when they see the news in the media, as usual, they say, we are tired of this now. Let something new happen. Nothing shocks the average Nigerian anymore. But to go back to this issue of defections and the possibility of having a one party, it's never going to happen. There are core party men who will never leave their party, for any other party. You know the point. And, there's, of course, we have three prominent parties, hopefully the Labour Party will resolve their issues and then come into contention. Again, the only reason anybody ever mentioned the name of the Labour Party was because of Peter Obi. If Peter Obi had not joined the Labour Party, it would have been one of the many other parties that we don't even remember their names. You get the point. So nobody should ever denigrate the importance of Peter Obi in the scheme of political activity. It's not easy to come and contest for president in this country for the first time and then you win 6.3 million votes in an election where there was no transport money because the Naira was seized by Emefiele at the time. So there was no transport. I couldn't vote in that election because I couldn't even go to my village. There was no cash to buy fuel. Your car, everywhere there was first cash, the whole country was like almost, and the elections were held in that very complicated environment. The guy still got 6.3 million votes allocated, even though if they could, I'm sure they would have denied him all the votes. You know the point. Now, and if you look at the margins, even in respect of those declared votes, you discover that the current president is actually a minority president. Because if you combine the votes of the other people, more Nigerians rejected him than those who accepted for him to be president. With just 8.2 million votes or so, by which he was said to have won. You get the point. Imagine, if you combine Atiku's votes and with Peter Obi's votes, it's already more than 13 million votes. So whether you like it or not, you vote for a joke, compared to those who say we don't want you as president. You get the point. So that should mean something. And, the foreboding at this portent for 2027 is that, quite frankly, from the way this country is going right now, nobody can say that we are better off now than we were, 4 years ago or 8 years ago. You get the point. So anybody who didn't vote for Tinubu in 2023 will not vote for him now because he's doing well. And let's be blunt, that's the truth. No matter how much they want to deceive themselves, there are no new voters that will come into that put their votes in the ballot box for him. And then even those who voted for him, especially the northern voting bloc, who feel aggrieved, that their interests have not been taken care of and that they have been ignored. I have heard that up to 4 million of those 8.2 million votes will disappear because they will not vote for him in 2027. So forget all these campaigns, forget all these defections by renegade governors who don't even have support. You are a governor and then you think you own the votes of our people, of the whole citizens of your state. Just because you moved from one party to another, everybody will move and follow you. Haven't you seen what's happening in Akwa Ibom State? Yes. Where one of the officials will say, oh no, I'm not following you. And then in Delta, the other day I saw a video of where the former governor, Okowa, went to his community to explain to them why he had to move to APC. People were shouting at him. The women were booing him openly to say, you are on your own. No, but we are not leaving PDP. They have hardcore, party men who will not go anywhere, no matter the optics and the noise they are making, at campaign rallies. Let's just be blunt to ourselves. It's not going to be as easy as they think it will be. So, we will go back to the questions, to the question you asked. how is it looking like in terms of a one-party state? A one-party state is totally impossible.
Yeah, but you know why I worry, Madaki. By the way, before I tell Madaki why I worry, very shortly I'll throw the phone line open, because I did promise you from last week that we'll be making this program a little more interactive. I'll give you the number. I'll tell my producer to show you the number on the screen so that you can call into the program. Now, you know why I'm getting worried? You just mentioned Akwa Ibom. Delta is there. Go to the National Assembly and see the number of people defecting into APC. It looks like a flood is about to happen. And let me quote Ganduje, the chairman of APC. He said we should watch out. Many more. In fact, he was figure specific. He said we should watch out. 8 more governors will defect into PDP.
Into APC.
It's into APC. After that, some major stakeholders in the PDP began a proactive visit. They visited Mba of Enugu State. They have gone to look at the Akwa Ibom man. It tells me that Ganduje's statement was not an empty boast. And if that number defects to APC, that tells you clearly that a tsunami, a political tsunami, is about to happen. And even everybody, only but a few, into APC. Is it not a clear indication that these defections are towards a movement to one-party APC, or effective weakening? And by the way, Madaki, have you seen that there's crisis in PDP that seems that they cannot be resolved? There's crisis in Labour Party that seems that it cannot be resolved. The coalition talks, as at this morning, they said SDP, which was a special vehicle, or ADC, with the attempting to, both are not going to work. Their own statement. And then they say they might register a new party with fresh ideology, with a new structure that they can control. But INEC last week said it's not minded to register new political parties. Can't you read the writing on the wall?
Well, the writings may be there at Finjoku, but the point of it again is that, it all boils down to one vote. So don't worry, Nigerians are very sophisticated politically, these days. And politicians take the Nigerian electorate for granted only at their own direct peril. You get the point? So I have a proverb in my place that if you own the slave, you don't own his intestine.
No.
When you can't give him food, he refuses to eat the food. What will you do? You get the point? So you don't own the slave, the intestine of the slave. You get the point? So the political gladiators will be blinded by how much money they think they are making. And they think that everything is our money. Well, people will collect our money because it belongs to them. You have actually pauperized them. So if you increase the price of petrol from 197 naira, it was on 29th of May 2023, to 910 or 920 that it is now, in different places, in most places. And you have not increased salaries. You have not even implemented the 70,000 naira minimum wage that you promised almost a year ago. You get the point, and people are just looking at you. But you increase your own salaries, all the government budget actually goes into financing government officials. Are you aware that, the president's budget for feeding in his house last year alone was 9 billion naira? That's 24 million naira a day. What kind of food are you going to eat with 24 million naira on a daily basis? You get the point? Even if you're having a jamboree. And why should the citizens of this country He should use his salary to buy food for a family, for God's sake. Every other place in the world, in America, in the UK, everywhere, the prime minister or the president brings out money from his salary to feed the family. Here, everything that the president eats is free. Everything he drinks is free. All his cars are free. Everything about his life is free. And we are a poor country. The point? So,
let me just digress a little bit away from this. You see what you want to. Why Tinubu had the credential of being a progressive and a Democrat, a near revolutionary. But he seems comfortable sitting in the old order. You just raised something now. I thought Tinubu was the kind of person that will come and revolutionize things. After all, his wife did say they have not come to the presidency to get money. Well, just maybe, my first caller is if my producer is displaying the number on the phone, let me answer the first call. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, please. Who is speaking to us?
My name is Zakaria from Abuja.
Zakaria, please make your contribution.
This issue of defection is a very nice topic, and I enjoy the conversation that you're having with your guest this morning. And this defection of a thing, we are having coalition from different people from the Atiku camp and Peter Obi, and the APC are saying they are not trying to make Nigeria one-party system. But if you look at the coalition, from the look of things, it's like they don't have a focus yet, because the way they are working or the way they are doing their thing, it doesn't have any reason, or that they have the mind of Nigerians at hand. Because the way they are doing it, like they just want the best for themselves, but not for the Nigerian citizens. Look at it now. Nigerians are having a lot of serious challenges, insecurity, hunger in the land. The president just stopped 2 years in office, and still, Nigerians have not been enjoying the dividend of democracy that they voted for in 2023. So, come 2027, I believe that the citizens should wake up and make sure that they vote for the best candidate, that will make sure that at least the citizens will enjoy at the end of the day.
Thank you very much, Odion from Abuja. Thank you. Madaki, his opening comment ticked off something in me. He said the coalition seemed directionless, without focus. His own word, it's not focused. Just before he called in, I was talking about crisis in Labour Party, crisis in PDP. Now this gentleman has raised the matter of confusion within the coalition. An AP chieftain did admit that APC was responsible. He said, we are responsible for the crisis in Labour Party and in PDP.
Yeah.
And he said openly that it is their business to make sure they don't get focused and get together. That's manner of politics. And now the coalition can succeed with SDP. As our own statement yesterday, can succeed with ADC, African Democratic Congress. Now they want to begin to float their own party. And INEC says it's not minded to registering new parties. Do you see this as part of the political mechanism to make the other parties fail and leave one understanding?
Well, politicking and the political process is a competition. It's just like you have the same product and the other people also have the same product that they're selling. Nigeria, all the manifestos of all the political parties,
nearly the same thing.
We will give you roads, we'll give you houses, we'll provide schools.
What the hell?
Exactly. Well, this is the same thing we have been saying since before the independence. You get the point. So our politics has not evolved, to that level of sophistication where people will discuss ideology, and so on. The ideology we have in this country is still the ideology of hunger, of the stomach infrastructure. You get the point. Where will my bread be better buttered? If people win, who would like to give me an appointment? Those are the kind of cleavages that still drive our politics. So I heard the caller, and I thank him for his views. But I think that the whole of the coalition process is still evolving. But the earlier and the faster they are able to evolve, with a nationalistic spirit, the better. You get the point, because there isn't all the time in the world. But if you go back to 2014, when APC was trying to come on board, it was also the same story. When you have strange bedfellows, trying to lie on the same thing, it takes some time. It takes some friction. So those frictions are also part of politics. You should just be patient with that process. And then don't also forget that there is a PDP, which still remains, I think, the most grounded
political party in this country.
It's not even about, even if APC does not compare with the PDP at all in terms of organization, in terms of the passion that the members have for their party.
Even structure.
Exactly, and then in terms of structure, you go to every village as the PDP ESCO, even at the village level. I went home the other day, to Benue, in Adoka, where I come from. And then my partner in the office, Pohari Sobola, is the leader of politics in my district. You get the point. And so when he comes home, everybody goes to gather with him, and then we're exchanging we're drinking, we're eating, we're talking about the challenges of the community and all of that. And if you see the passion with which people are talking about being in the PDP, whether, come rain, come shine, you will discover that, all of the optics at the national level that they're talking about is just a joke. The average voter in the village, the people who actually turn out to vote, their minds are not with the
movements
and all the things that they see on television and all of that. So I think that the opposition will get it right. I believe, quite frankly, that whatever problems they have in PDP are clearly solvable. And now that they're planning the national convention, they've successfully held their zonal convention and put the leadership in place at those levels. So I think the problems in PDP are actually, more apparent than real. Deep down, the party has the mechanism to build up, and solve their problems. You get the point. So I think that when the PDP does organize a hitch-free national convention, which they have put the committee in place right now, under the chairmanship of Governor Fintri of Adamawa State, and aided by two other governors, I think, and then one other governor, once they are able to get their act together, honestly, and also, my sympathies lie with PDP. But I'm saying this from a very transparent, and nationalistic, view. I think that PDP has realized their errors, having lost power, to this current contraption that's not taking us anywhere. And at the end of the day, when they recalibrate and they come back, it might even be that the coalition will not happen because all the people who are aggrieved and want their own party might actually coalesce into the PDP. And then we'll have two strong parties, which is actually what we need in this country. And when we do that, honestly, before midday on election day, I can tell you that even before they start counting,
can announce
the election, we know that they have lost. And that's what I'm actually wishing.
Okay. Well, please, we're still looking at defections. And my position has been that it is like a gathering flood. But my guest, Madaki, says, I should just calm down. This may be a breeze that will turn to wind.
Exactly.
So I'm still putting the phone lines open. If my producer, please, can display the phone line once more, just call in. Do you think that these defections are healthy for our democracy under the Tinubu administration? And do you think that will have impact on what will happen in 2027? Don't forget, we're looking at Tinubu 2 years on. We have considered the rule of law. My guest here says, forget about it. They didn't do well. And now we're looking at the defections. Do you think they will change the coloration of politics as the weeks go, as the months go, up to 2027? Just call in. And now, Madaki, I'm looking at the time too, so that we don't miss anything in this conversation. Tinubu, as a president, has 48 ministers. 48, the largest cabinet in the history of this country. He's creating new agencies. At least we know that there are 6 new agencies, development commissions. Has appointed people into the 6 geopolitical zones. He's appointed people in those commissions. He's made other appointments, so that if you look at the Tinubu government today, it is one of the most bloated. I do not think any government in Nigeria is as bloated as the Tinubu government. And just last week, a number of new appointments were announced. I think on the whole 20-something of them were announced. Tinubu, an accountant. Tinubu, a successful governor. Tinubu, a frugal governor who applied public resources, so it was the campaign said, into remaking of Lagos. All of us expected that if he came into power, he would then apply the theory of prudence, frugality. And that frugality will extend to the size of his government. First question for you. Is it right that the president has this bloated cabinet? Do you think it is serving any visible purpose that you are feeling?
Thank you. Yet again, this is a very interesting question. 48 ministers, of course, clearly the most bloated government we have ever had in the history of Nigeria. I remember when I was in primary school, one of the things they used to teach us was, governors, states and their governors, then ministries and the ministers. You know the point. So if you go and start teaching that kind of course in the primary school now, you just be traumatizing the children for nothing. Who is the minister of this? They will just be looking at you. I don't know. How come you don't know? Who is the minister of that? Minister of state? Minister for state? Minister, all over the place. So if I name there are 48 names to cram, of ministers and their ministries. You get the point. So even for those of us who are, conscious of the public space, active on social media and all of that, it's almost impossible. There are some ministers, honestly, when they are reading news and they mention their name, I have never heard their names once. You get the point. Minister of whatever it is, sometime last week, when they were doing scorecard, there was a session where they were supposed to come and present what they have been doing and all of that. There are many of those ministers have not seen their face on television once. You know the point, and this is a country, where the ministers are supposed to be running ministries, are supposed to be delivering services.
Let me ask, have you ever seen the face of the new Minister of Science, Technology, Innovation? Do you know his name?
No, I don't know his name, but I saw, when I was coming for this program this morning, I put on the TV, it was one of the morning programs. You get the point. And he was saying something, the Minister of
Science,
Technology and Innovation or something like that.
Science, Technology and Innovation.
Exactly. I saw a face that I had never seen in life.
ENUGU. I heard the name for the first time 2 days ago.
I know I'm from the southeast, where you are from. So if you are hearing that name for the first time, and then what do you expect of me?
What I'm asking, what is he doing?
I don't know whether he's a new minister. Was he appointed with him at the initial time when ministers were appointed?
Because if you cannot remember a minister, I haven't heard of what he's doing, is that ministry function?
And we're talking of science and technology, which is a very important ministry. But not to pick on him. There are several of those kind of ministers. If you tell me now what's the name of the Minister of Agriculture, honestly, I don't know. But agriculture is about food. It's about the green economy, of making sure that we eat at least once a day. These days, nobody talks of eating 3 times a day anymore. You get the point. It's what you can eat, what you can scrape, and at least keep moving. So at the end of the day, quite frankly, when they come and then they are thumping their noses at us and telling us, that all the problems of Nigeria have been solved, they're dancing in public space like children. It amuses me because all this will not translate to votes. I'm telling you, the average Nigerian has already since made up their minds how they are going to vote. And they will vote with their feet, in a very brutal manner in 2027. And this election cannot be rigged. That's the point. I keep wanting to make this point. Nobody will be able to rig the 2027
Okay, because I told you that we are going to give you just 1 minute to do your final word. Now, why I'm looking at this bloated government is, if the government is so bloated, and many people have accused the president of using critical positions as political patronage. He looks at those that give him trouble, constituency that he thinks is not doing well, he appoints somebody there. How does it help effective governance? How does it help the governance that you want to feel and want to experience?
Well, I was hoping that when, with all the hype around, Tinubu's coming into governance, that he was going to surround himself with smart people who would be able to make a step change, in the administration of this country collectively. Since we're talking of, collective responsibility, they hold Federal Electric Council meetings on a weekly basis. They're supposed to at least brainstorm and come up with something that is in the national interest. You get the point? But, these past 2 years has been a joke. We haven't seen any innovation from this government. They come up with all manner of ideas, and they announce it up front. I read one that was quite laughable yesterday, Federal government wants to use AI to identify poor people in Nigeria and target the intervention schemes, at such people using AI. This AI is a new concept in this country. We have not even used the analog process. You see poverty on the face of everybody in this country. I want to use AI to identify
because I want to tidy up this conversation. Honestly, what is likely to happen is that their systems will crash because AI will identify all of us as hungry.
Yeah, we see the face of an average Nigerian who is not in a position office and not saying that this man is poor and hungry. When there's hunger, when I go to my village, honestly, I can't sleep because everybody is hungry, everybody is tired, everybody is despondent. And then you come and say you're using AI. Maybe they start doing facial recognition anyway.
But at least, please, you are going to have the last word. You are going to last.
Yes.
We have checked rule of law. We have checked defection.
Yeah, defection is not going to help anybody.
Bloated government. There's no pass mark here.
Yeah.
In these 3 items we have conversed on. What's your last word on the last 2 years of Tinubu administration?
Yeah, like I said, the last 2 years feels like the last 10 years. 10 long years, actually. And I don't mean this, no pun is intended in this. I'm just being factual. When, people, the days move faster when you see governance impacting your life on a daily basis. You get the point. But when a government, is just dragging everybody back, and doing absolutely nothing for the people, then it becomes like a long period. Every day is like 3 weeks or 5 weeks. You get the point? And then you just keep grinding from one point to another. You know what I mean? And so I think Nigerians have gone through a horrible period, these past 2 years. There's nothing to cheer about. We hear about, NEL fund, this and that. But at the end of the day, in real currency terms, what can the average Nigerian buy with whatever money they are able to eke out right now? And the government is not supporting people to even create wealth in any way. The wealth is just being generated among the political class, where they share whatever money is available, and they live large in an environment where everybody else is poor. Right. How do you govern like that? And then how do you sleep at night? When you go to bed in the night, then you actually have an honest sleep and wake up the next day and say you are going to work?
That's a question that I cannot answer. It's only a question that the president and his ministers and those in government can answer. Do you sleep? Are you happy? If you use AI, every face that we show will look hungry. Madaki, please let's not use AI so that the system doesn't crash. Well, that's the much we can take this Monday morning. We've been on for more than 1 hour. My guest, always a delight having him here, Madaki Ame, a lawyer and public interest defender, and we're considering 3 items in the 2 years of the Tinubu administration: rule of law, defections, and bloated government. All the 3, my guest marked down. We hope by next time, at least some of them will pass when we are doing 1 year before the next election. Madaki, thank you very much for coming.
Always a pleasure. Okay.
My name remains Mwabo Zenjoko. Can we, if all things work out well, we'll be concluding this conversation on 2 years of Tinubu with a guest tomorrow who will be looking at those 2 years from the prism of Wike's performance in the FCT. I hope things work out, and we'll have it tomorrow. Can I say good morning and have a great day? Bye-bye.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello and thanks for joining us. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo, and this is the Signature Show. My guest is Dr. Kole Shetima. Dr. Kole Shetima is a teacher, is a development expert, but I like to call him a change agent. Kole Shetima is the Director, African Office of MacArthur Foundation. Kole, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Not too long ago, the organization you lead in Africa and in Nigeria celebrated 30 years of being in Nigeria, which I'd like to describe as 30 years of supporting Nigeria. You've been here for 30 years. When you look back, was it worth your while? Was it worth the while of MacArthur Foundation spending 30 years in Nigeria?
I believe so. So first of all, let me just say that, the foundation, which has its headquarters in Chicago, I've been making grants into Nigeria to Nigerian organizations since 1986. And then in 1994, it decided to open an office, first of all in Ibadan in 94. And when the military exited Abuja, then we moved the office here to Abuja as show of our solidarity and support in our things. I think that first of all to say that it is worthwhile because the MacArthur Foundation believes in supporting Nigerians. So for example, when during the military period, when many organizations were running out of the country and closing or operating from outside of the country, actually that was the time that the MacArthur Foundation decided to open an office in Nigeria, because many people thought that there was no need for them to be around because of the atrocities of the authoritarianism of the military regime at that time. And I think that our investment over the years have been in various aspects of our work. When we started in '94, our program was primarily around population and reproductive health. And even in that one, we were only focusing on supporting individuals who are doing great work in their own communities and supporting them to do a better work. So that was really the work that we are doing. Then eventually, I think we moved on to having a program in the Niger Delta, which at that time, as we all know, was a hotbed of Nigeria because of all the activities of oil companies and the restive communities and a number of the exploitative activities happening in the Niger Delta at that time. So we started a program on the Niger Delta. From there, then, we had a full-blown human rights program, which was much more expanded in order to support all the human rights groups and organizations that have been working and campaigning for democracy in the country. And then we had a higher education program at some point, which is to support, Nigerian universities at that time. And that lasted for about 12, 13 years. And then we had a girls' secondary school education program also, which was also just supporting girls to go to school and others. But I think by 2015, I think the foundation decided to move on to another program, and that was the work we started doing around advancing accountability and reducing corruption in Nigeria. I will say that over the last 30 years plus of our physical presence in Nigeria, I think it has been a very, very productive and very, I think, worthwhile investment that the foundation has made on Nigeria, on Nigerians, in time to try to improve the quality of lives of Nigerians.
I think in 2015, MacArthur embarked on what he called the Big Bet. And the Big Bet on Nigeria, the On Nigeria project, which had 1.0 and On Nigeria 2.0, which, among other things, looked at marginalized communities, safeguard of civil, well, that was part of your thematic focus. But this time around, besides strengthening legal frameworks that promote justice and all that, you had a special program on accountability, bringing to Nigerians the danger that corruption is doing to development, empowering anti-corruption voices in different sectors of the country, and so many others. Why, at that time, did MacArthur think that the best place to put money and put support is on accountability?
Yeah, so what happened interestingly was that at that time, what we did was to do a public opinion poll and ask people, Nigerians, what is the most important thing that you think the foundation should do in Nigeria? Now, at that time, the first issue they said was insecurity in 2014, 2015. And if you remember, that was the height of Boko Haram atrocities across the country. It was not only limited to the northeast, but those of us who were in Abuja, we could remember not going to the mosques, not going to the church, not going into the offices and other things. So I could understand why people felt that fighting insecurity or supporting the fight against insecurity was the number one thing. But the number two thing they said was accountability. They said that, look, if we want to do anything in this country, we must fight corruption and we must advance accountability. So based on our own analysis of the situation, then we decided to take the second option that the Nigerian focused on, which was on anti-corruption and accountability. Now, when we say advancing accountability and reducing corruption, what does that mean really? So what we did in the first phase of the program, in the first phase of the program, were 7 things that we tried to do. One, we look at education sector. So we said, okay, in the education sector, one element of the work that we should do is how do we strengthen the UBEC fund? So you know that 2% of our funds actually goes to UBEC. It's our national budget, And that the aim was that, we can use that money in order to improve basic education in the country. So we thought that, okay, how can we strengthen government institutions like UBEC at the national level as well as at the state level to be able to deliver on the mandate that they have been given by the government. But at the same time, we also support civil society groups and organizations and saying that, look, UBEC, let's say Y state, has developed a work plan, and the work plan says that, we are going to build X number of schools, X number of this and that and that. Can you follow up and see whether those specifications are done or not? Or you go to a classroom, and the classroom is supposed to have X number of windows. This is the dimension of the windows. This is the ceiling and other things. Go and check whether the contractor, according to work, has complied with the work plan also. So we try to support both civil society organizations who do the monitoring of what is being done, as well as the UBEC system, so that the system can also deliver on its own. So our own assumption is not to say that, oh, government people are bad people, that they are just chopping the money and other things. No, the first assumption is that every one of us wants to do good thing. How can we support people to do the good thing that they want to do? Now we also look at electricity, because we know that power, energy is critical in this country. So we said, okay, why don't we also look at the private sector? So and see how is this deregulation that has happened with all the electricity distribution company, how are they pairing? How are they doing? How are they ensuring that consumers get the services that not consumers but customers get what they deserve, what they paid for? How are we ensuring safety and the protection of the public in terms of the electricity system that we provide? So these are three elements. Now, then there are the four elements that have continued in 2.0. One of them is around the criminal justice system. Now, all Nigerians know that our criminal system, our administration of criminal justice system has been dysfunctional for a long time. We have a system which I think have been rigged by the rich and the powerful in our society, whereby essentially they can get away with anything that they want to get away with. There's a lot of joke about people these days talking about, what kind of job do I want to do, or which kind of profession do I want to do? Some said, oh, I want to set up a high court or a federal court or whatever court, because the assumption that this is a place where you can do whatever you want and get away with it and nothing. So we thought, okay, how do we strengthen our administration criminal justice system so that it becomes a little bit more functional and better, so that we don't have this like 20 years of delay of cases that happened, so that we don't have a system whereby the rich people will hire 30, 40 sons, and then they'll come to a magistrate who have just graduated from university, and then they'll come and intimidate that person with all their wigs and other things. So how do we make our system much more fairer and better, so that justice is served on time to people and other things? But as of recent, one of the things that we have also been doing is really, how do we automate the justice, our judiciary, so that our judges, they write all these long hands, files and files and files and files, and then even so it's so difficult even for them to come and make any judgment, because it's so laborious, it's so manual and other things. How can we actually automate the system so that you have the recordings of all this system and make it possible for them just to have these recordings done, and the judges will have all their reports and other things done? So we have been thinking of the efficiency of the criminal justice system itself, so that it can serve justice to the people that they deserve and other things. Now, I think that complementing the criminal justice system is our behavior, behavioral change. We're also looking at, yes, people who are accused should have their day in the courts. But we as people, as Nigerians, what is our behavior? What is our attitude? How do we relate with each other in terms of our responsibilities and other things? So in doing the behavioral change work, we are working with two sets of people. One is, of course, the faith leaders, because all of us Nigerians claim that we are either Muslims or Christians, and maybe there are 2 or 3% who believe in other traditional religions, but majority of us are either Muslims or Christians. And you find that both Muslims and Christians, when it comes to time of prayers, we all rush. You know, if somebody delays us for 5 minutes, we think that the person is a Satan for delaying us. But how is it our behavior towards God that we do? We take it so seriously. How does it relate with our individuals, our responsibilities? I am a government official. I've been given responsibility. I swear with the Bible or the Quran and say that I'm going to do the right thing. But how is it translating into the day-to-day work that I am doing? So we are working with a number of faith leaders and challenging them and saying that you have congregations, people come to you, and of course, you know, they spend a lot of money in all those religious places, and people always claim to be pious or whatever it is. But how is this piety? How is it showing up? How does it translate
everyday life?
Everyday life, you know? The second element of behavioral change is our entertainment industry. So we think that, you know, what we show on our TV, what we show on what we talk about on our radio, what we print in our newspapers and others have important influence on people who follow those stories. So if all we are showing in other things are these big houses, big cars, with no visible means of income in others. So we are actually encouraging all these young people to follow the same path that people have followed. The short route, you know. And if we think that the only successful people in society are all these people with big titles and big money and other things, then obviously we are also encouraging all of these people to follow the same route. But we know that there are many ordinary people, ordinary Nigerians who are making significant difference in their own community. They may not make a national headline, they may not make a global headline, but they are making a lot of difference in their community. How do we, you know, showcase them? How do we talk about them? I mean, your work and others have also shown, for example, you know, the women who resisted taking bribe during elections and other things. We don't know them, but the only thing people that we talk are the people who have collected the bribe, you know, but the people who have not taken the bribe, no one talks about them. So I think that we need to also promote those people who are integrity people and other things as well.
Okay, so much areas to cover, and it's gratifying to note that this effort is led by a non-Nigerian foundation. But let's look at some of the small ways you've tried to address your project and your work. You brought in what you called gender equality and social inclusion, Jesse. You brought in what you also called the change or the theory of change. You also brought people, that your grantees, into what you called cohorts, you know, and emphasize the need for partnerships and collaborations in the work that these individual organizations do. Let's start with gender equality and social inclusion. How is that helping the accountability, the anti-corruption that you are addressing?
Yeah. So I think we are very interested with Jesse as an approach to the work we do. I think gender and social inclusion is very important and very critical, because what we want to do is also to bring into the conversation voices that we don't usually hear in these conversations. So for example, when we are looking at Jesse, one which pay a lot of issue around, there's a disability. You know, we know that there's a large disability community in our country. Some people say it's 29 million, but I believe that probably it's double the number of that number in terms of disabled people in the community. You know, we don't think of them as human beings. We just think of them as beggars. That's the way we think about them in our things. But we think that they have an important role to play in our society by doing work that, you know, advances them. Many of them are, you know, degree holders. Many of them are PhDs, and so they are, you know, we just see them as people on wheelchair and people that are maybe, you know, Babia Allah people who are, you know, begging people on the street. But this is a very important constituency that we think should be brought into the conversation itself. So part of the Jesse aim is, how do you bring marginalized voices, not only mainstream people who talk about these issues, but also marginalized voices. So that's why, for example, disability is critical and very important. We bring the voices of women in these conversations because demographically, 49% of our country is female. So, but you cannot have a conversation then without that demography being represented in the conversation that we are having in our things. We pay a lot of attention to geography also, because I think there is a tendency for a lot of us to think of Nigeria as, Abuja and Lagos, which are the major capitals, but the reality is that accountability issues are also all over the country. In terms of our 774 local governments, in terms of the 36 states plus one, Abuja. So there is a decentralized resources that is happening. So it doesn't make sense for all of us just to focus on Abuja, the only place that we are looking at, but we should also look at what are the other things happening in other parts of the world. So that's why, for example, if you look at the work that we are doing with the media, one of the things that we have tried to do is really to support media organizations in places that are not usually well covered. So yes, we support some of the major media organizations in the country, but our task is also how do we support small media organizations or organizations that focus on people that are not usually on the mainstream of our media. For example, Labour. For example, the Niger Delta. For example, Yerwa Online or Ikenga Online. These are places that, we don't usually hear their voices in national conversations, or if they are reported by the big media and maybe just one or two lines, but we also want to hear from the people in those places and other things. And that's why we support this work with about 10 Nigerian languages, because we think that that's important, that we don't just speak in English, which is our national language, but how do we give the opportunity for people to express themselves in other Nigerian languages. And we think that that part of the work is really also about reviving, and not reviving, but trying to flourish local languages, because there is always the danger that if those local languages are not used in other formal settings and forms of communication, those languages are going to go away. So JC is critical and very important because it brings up voices that are not usually heard about, or geographies that are usually marginalized in the national
community. In other words, to give a sense of belonging to every sector.
To every sector, to be part of that.
To be part of the conversation.
Yeah.
The other thing you did was use cohorts in managing your grantees. Why was that important to you? Why did you go that way?
Yeah, we thought about that because we think that there's energy, there is advantage, there is something good about working together to achieve something. So it's not about a single hero or single heroine that, oh, I did all these things. No. But how about if we group people together who have common goal, but ask them to work together to achieve that goal? I think there was this, there's this prior proverb about, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, go with other people. And there's this proverb talking about, it takes a village to raise a child. So you need the collaboration and energy of everyone working together. And in doing that, it's not about, not about attribution that, oh, this group is the one that did best, or no. But all of us, how have we come together in order to contribute towards certain good in our things? I think that the working in cohort also helps to amplify the work that all of us, or our partners are doing. It is important that, for example, on certain issues, all of them, or one group will do the investigation, the other one will amplify it, the other one will do advocacy about it, so that we have people who have different skills in other things. Or sometimes they may have one report that one of them have done, but 4 or 5 organizations are going to publish that report. In that case, no one will be stigmatized, no organization will be stigmatized, no one will be victimized. But if you want to victimize, then you have to victimize everybody in the group and other things. So that's why we think that the cohort approach is critical and very important. It's a working in which we are all trying to work together to achieve a bigger goal rather than individual glory, which is something that is something that will fade away very fast.
Let's look at your theory of change. Of course, if there is no change, there might not be development. If people stay the way they are, there might not be any development even as a nation. So how did you think that theory of change would help the focus on accountability and anti-corruption?
Yeah. So I think that, people say if you don't know where you are going, you can go everywhere or nowhere. So I think the theory of change really help us to begin to think of, what are the things that we need to do in order to achieve our goal. So in some ways, like our compass, our guide, our inner vision about what we want to do and how it is going to take us place. So that's why we developed this theory of change, and the part of it that we call it a sandwich approach, or the sandwich theory, in which whereby we believe that it is when government and civil society work, or when government, which is the duty bearer, work with civil society, that if they work together collaboratively, that change will happen. So we as civil society groups and organizations, we can do advocacy work. We can do the naming and we can do the shaming. We can show examples of models of things, how they have worked. But the only way that change will happen is when government acts on what we do. That's when the most important change will happen, because government has the resources, has the networks, it has the both material and human resources to make that happen. But we should not also allow government on its own to be saying that, oh, we are very good people, therefore we are going to do the right thing. Yes, I think doing the right thing, if they can do, is important, but it's very important that we have civil society groups and others who are checking them and reminding them about their commitments, telling them what they have done and what they have not done. So we think that it is, our theory of change is what we call the sandwich. That is, you have the duty bearers who are on top of here, and then you have the civil society advocates who are there. So you have like the demand people and the supply people. So by working together as a group, we believe that that is the way in which change will happen in our country.
You're watching The Signature Show, and our guest is Dr. Kole Shetima, who is the Director, African Office of MacArthur Foundation. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll dig more into the collaboration between MacArthur and the media. And we'll also talk about Dr. Kole Shetima. If you're just joining us, this is a Signature Show, and today we're looking at 30 years of MacArthur supporting Nigeria. Our guest is the Director, African Office of the MacArthur Foundation, Dr. Kole Shetima. Dr. Shetima, let's talk about your support for the media, which is also part of your On Nigeria 1.0 2.0. I've heard in places that people say that if not for the intervention of the MacArthur Foundation, that many media organizations in Nigeria that are standing today may not be standing. Why did the foundation think that working with the media, empowering the media, supporting the media would help the anti-corruption efforts?
Well, I think, being as you know, our own constitution recognized the role of the media at the fourth estate in our constitution, essentially saying that the media has a responsibility to hold government officials accountable, and therefore, if you are thinking about accountability and reducing corruption, we think that supporting investigative journalism is certainly one of the core areas of work that we should all focus on, because we believe that an independent media is critical and very important, not only for accountability, but also for democracy. So in terms of journalism in the service of democracy, I think that is critical and very important that we support independent media. We also realize, I think that historically that media organizations have always relied upon advertisements as the major primary source of income for them. But as we know, with the innovations and technology that has come on board, we know that many media organizations are really suffering from lack of advertisements. The advertisements have now moved in a different direction, so all these social influencers and others are the ones that are really now getting all the advertisements, and the advertisements is drying up on the part of the regular organizations and other things. And I think that COVID also have really created a major problem whereby, well, if the businesses are not there, obviously they cannot advertise. And therefore, COVID has also have a very major impact in terms of the private sector, and then the lack of advertisement in that sector and how that affects their media institutions as well. So that's why, we talk about the idea of news deserts, whereby there are so many places in our world that are not covered by the media. And so for the foundation, I think that we thought that, well, one of the things that we can do is that how can we support media organizations with some independent or more with independent resources so that they can do the work that they can do. Because we think that there's a correlation between editorial independence and financial independence. And therefore, what we can do is now, can we give additional support to the media houses so that they can have some form of editorial independence? So our job then is not to say that ours is the only source of income that they should have. In part, one of the things that we have been trying to do is trying to expose the media organizations into multiple income streams. So some of them will come to foundations as one source, others will go to advertisements as another source, others will do a subscription model as a source, others may even develop membership of the media organization as a source. So the whole idea is that do not rely on one source to be able to operate. So your own editorial independence will also depend on being able to have multiple income, so you do not depend on one institution or one organization. So, and of course, we also know that investigative journalism really costs money, because some of this investigation may take 3 months, weeks. In order to do that, it will involve travels, it may involve new equipment and other things. So it is not part of the normal regular thing. It's not like doing every today headline, and the headlines are almost predictable in terms of what you are really expecting and other things. But it's about real hardcore work that needs to be done in order to do very critical work and other things. So we thought that's why we thought that doing and supporting the independent media in our country is one of the ways in which we can also support the advancement of accountability, advancement of our democracy, and ensuring that accountability journalism is practiced in our society and other things. I think that one example that we can all remember, not very far, not in the long distance past, is the experience of Next 234 as a newspaper which started with the same kind of hardcore investigations, hardcore editorial stand, but it was dependent primarily on advertisement. And when the businesses saw that this is hardcore investigation they are doing, and government is implicated in many of those investigations, the business just stopped patronizing the newspaper, because they felt that maybe if they do that, they may be seen as anti-government, and therefore they just decided to do that one. So that's why Next 234 collapsed as an entity. And also we can see also situation whereby newspapers are awarding all kinds of awards to Governor of the Year award, local something of this award, this award, this company of the award, and other things. And sometimes I'm sure they do the good things, but many times you find you can be very suspicious as to where is this coming from. This is someone who probably have been in the negative news reporting, and then suddenly this person is being celebrated. But we think that some of these challenges that the media house faces in terms of being ability to sustain itself is probably leading to the kind of coverage and the kind of award that they are giving. And we thought that supporting independent funds and supporting them will help them maybe to be a bit more critical and to take a more independent stand on a number of the issues that is happening in the country.
Let's look at MacArthur and the government. You know, you support institutions. Some of them are critical of government. How has MacArthur over these years, you know, walked the thin line between empowering voices that will hold people in government accountable and still have some kind of relationship, cordial relationship with the government?
Well, as you said, you know, the foundation's work really, sometimes our grantees do all kind of things, say all kind of things and other things, and you know, there are people who are very upset and very angry about some of the things that we do because they feel it is not the correct thing to do and other things. I think our general approach is not to be, we try to work with our grantees not to be partisan on issues, to be factual in the work that they do, and not just to do or say things just out of emotions and other things. You must have your data correctly done. You must make sure that there's a fair process of doing things. If, for example, it's a newspaper that's reporting, I think the right thing to do is always to be professional in the work that you do. So if you are reporting on something, I think it's good to also give the other person an opportunity to respond to whatever you are saying, rather than just rushing and then accusing people of all kind of things and other things. So I think that what we try to push for is professionalism in the work that we do with government, with the civil society groups and organizations. And to make the point that I think that our integrity, all of us, are at stake, that we should not use the resources that we have, whether it is in the media or in terms of our organizations or whatever we do, in order to malign people or in order to discredit people. But we should be very fair, objective, non-partisan in the way that we do and other things. And I think we also try to explain to governments that, you know, we really don't tell people, our grantees, what to report and what not to report. I tell people that, look, I have seen reports that are negative about the foundation in the publications that we actually support, but we don't go over them and say that, you know, why are you reporting this or that? No. I think that if there is something that is not factual, that is not database and other things, I think we have the right to draw the attention that, look, what you are reporting is not correct. So I hope government also, officials and others, see that that the role of the media in such a way that they have also a responsibility to society, or the role of civil society is also they have a responsibility to society to do what they are doing. But I think that in doing what they are doing, I think that these organizations must also be conscious of being factual, non-partisan, database, so that we are not just ideologically oriented against government. Or, you know, because I always tell that, look, there are good people in government, there are bad people in government, there are good people in civil society, there are bad civil society. So no one of us has a monopoly of who is bad or who is good. But what is very important for us is that we should be factual in whatever we do. We should not be driven by some ideological orientation of what we are doing, but we should be fair and give the opportunity for everyone to be heard, and not just to rush to publish things just because we want to be to publish a headline, because that's what we want to do.
Okay, Dr. Kole Shettima, let's go to a topic you're not very excited about, talking about Kole Shettima. But a lot of people, I mean, when they see how influential the work you do has been, they were like, where is this man coming from? Who is he? Of course, I know you took a master's degree from the university, from ABU Zaria, and I also know you you got a PhD from the University of Toronto. What I know is almost what everyone knows. Tell us a little bit about
that is all that. This is what that.
Tell us a little bit about Kole Shetima. Where are you from? Where did you come from? How did you? What has your journey been like? That today you can be referred to as a colossus in the development sector.
Well, I'm not sure of that description, but. Yeah, I think that what you said is, I think, probably what most Nigerians should know in terms of my educational things. That is public record, and I think that is.
Yeah, because I heard you in the clip we play say that you've given 25 years to the Makato Foundation. And I know that before Makato Foundation, you had been in this industry close to 5-10 or more years.
Yes.
Of course, I also know you, at one time you were a teacher.
Yes.
So it would be nice to hear all this from you and the ones that we don't know.
Yeah, even now I'm a teacher.
Oh, you still teach?
Yeah, I still teach. I still take time to teach. I have many people that I mentor. I actually stopped formal teaching not too long ago. You know, when Boko Haram was horrifying everybody. One of the problems that we had in the universities in the Northeast was that, you know, people were not able to stay and teach. So people who were employed in those areas, you know, what they decided to do was just to leave because they are fearful of their life. They didn't know what to say. So I can understand why, you know, these universities were losing their teachers and professors and a thing. So one of the things that I did, especially during that period, was really to teach in order to maintain the accreditation of the departments, because you cannot award a degree without having some
good faculty,
and a thing. So I think that was certainly one of the things that I did, which I enjoyed doing at that time as well, because I think it was also rewarding to see. And many of them now, I run into them and they will tell me that, oh, I was your student in 2014 or something. I graduated and you are my teacher and everything. So teaching is part of my life. I think that I taught a primary school, first of all.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
After in your life?
I think after secondary school. After secondary school, I was posted as a teacher. I taught. Then after I started teaching, then I became a clerk. A storekeeper, actually. I think that was I was a storekeeper in the local government Ministry of Health. I think I was a storekeeper. Then went to the University of Maiduguri, where I did my remedial program. At that time, of course, I didn't make all the grade that I was supposed to make in order to go go to School of Basic Studies or go into this direct entry universities. So the good thing at that time was there were remedial programs. So I went to the remedial program, managed to pass the remedial program, and then went into the undergraduate program. But even when I was doing the undergraduate work, I started also teaching. So at that time, I was teaching adults. So, at that time, farmers will go to farm in the morning. Then
there'll be adult education later in the day.
Yes, they do adult education in the day. So I was really an adult education teacher at that time. So, at that time, as we know, I think we actually had like a real calendar, because we know that you have long vacation. And during the long vacation, what we were doing was just doing that, to go and teach during the the rainy season, during holidays and other things, you know. So, and then after finishing the degree at the University of Maiduguri, moved to Jos, went to do my National Youth Service. I remember going to the National Youth Service and I was telling my grandmother that, oh, I'm going to Jos for my NYC, and she was crying. Because for her, Jos is like
far away.
Too far. Because her own wall is probably 100 kilometers of radius. That's all that she knew, you know. So for her, you know, to go to Jos was something that she could never imagine that, you know, I should go there and other things. So she had her own stereotypes about, you know, Jos and the people in Jos, and tell people, you know, you cannot be allowed to go to Jos and other things, you know. So, you know, so I was very happy to go to Jos, and then I taught also at Government Science Secondary School Kuru. At that time, it was a science secondary school, very old, in Plateau State, a very old school set up, you know, by the missionaries, and it was a very good school. So after that, then I got to be employed as a graduate assistant at the University of Maiduguri. Well, first of all, the Borno State government, I think, hired me to be a teacher. But then at the same time, then the University of Maiduguri also gave me an employment opportunity to go and be a graduate assistant. So I was a graduate assistant at the University of Maiduguri, then went to my master's at the Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, and then I was very lucky and really, really privileged to get a fully paid, fully funded scholarship program at the University of Toronto, where I started teaching, where I went there for my PhD from 1991 to 1997, when I finished my PhD, and then taught at the university, I don't know whether for a year or so, then taught at Ohio University at some point, and then, so teaching has been consistent. I've been a consistent teacher myself, and it is part of the life that I have lived, and then it's joyful, very interesting to see how, you know, teachers are impacting on the lives of people, and I hope that, you know, teachers will get their reward in this world, not wait on heaven, so that, you know, they can also, you know, enjoy the good life that everyone, I think, deserves.
I was at the 30th anniversary celebration of MacArthur Foundation. And it was an array of scholars, practitioners, and people from all walks of life. And everyone had something nice to say about Kole Shetima. So,
at least in public.
You know, and the way I like to describe it was, on that day you were the tallest man in the room. Everyone had encountered you, and they had something really positive to talk about. And I said, if I have this opportunity, I will ask you, what is the magic? How do you, I mean, people that have the kind of influence you have because of your position, are likely to have gotten into trouble with a lot of people. But you have been able to manage. So what drives you? What is that silent philosophy that guides what you do?
So, you know, number of things I will say on this. You know, I come from a very, very rural place. I joke that, oh, it's only recently that our village came to the map in Nigeria. So we fought the fight that our village should be recognized and should be in the Nigerian map. So we have fought that fight. And so looking at that journey from there, and then ending up as the head of the MacArthur Foundation, but even just do go to even have a first degree was a major accomplishment, and for me and for the people
for a boy moving from that village,
to go to that one. Because I try to tell people that, look, our secondary school, when we went to secondary school, the first Form 1, your class is a thatch. This thatch houses. That is your classroom. Okay. Then you move to zinc, Form 2. Then you move to asbestos, Form 3. Then you go to a block. That is when you know that you have arrived. Then you go into that kind of place. That is when you know that you are there. You have now arrived in our things. So you start with you start with a chibalbal. I don't know what is that. This kerosene lamp.
Yes.
That's where you start with. Then you have a gas lamp. And then eventually when you come to this block, that's when you have electricity. So that is the life that we all I went through. So for me, I think I see my upbringing and see what I am. It's not because I am better than anybody or anything of that one, But the reality of the fact is that I've been opportune to get the grace of God, my community members, my family members, and be where I am. Not because I was the smartest person. Certainly I wasn't the smartest person. You remember I was talking during the celebration that all the people that came to the celebration from my school were prefects. I was never a prefect. You remember that?
I remember that part.
So it's not like I am something that is special, that I have become something. No. But, by the grace of God, by the hard work and other things, and thinking about the fact that I have been given that opportunity to be who I am, and I think that treating other people the same way that I've been treated, I think that's the fairest thing to do. In our faith tradition, it says that the best among you is the one who is of most beneficial to others. The best among you is the one who is most beneficial to others.
If I say, give me a sentence of what your guiding principle has been, what sentence would that be?
I think that I will say I am a human being who treats every other human being as a human being.
That's fair enough.
Yes.
But that makes it so simplistic.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you, besides whatever you are first a Nigerian. What should we do to achieve national unity?
Well, I think I would say that we should not preach national unity. Well, let me say that what we should not do. Preaching national unity probably is boring and tiresome. I think that talking about it without acting, I think is boring. I think that paying lip service to it when we are all talking about it is boring. So for us to achieve a national unity, in my view, also means how do we ensure that every Nigerian is seen as a citizen of this republic, who is protected, who is promoted by this republic. So, people talk about we are being alienated from our country and other things, which is true. But that is because if people don't feel that those in authority are protecting them and promoting them, they won't have that sense of allegiance to the country itself. But if our country beats its chest and says that every Nigerian, wherever they are, we will take their own responsibility, we feel about them, and will do everything that we do in order to protect them and promote them, then there's a reason why every one of us will feel comfortable about it.
Okay. 30 years of MacArthur Foundation, and we are almost ending our program. The foundation has done so much, empowered a lot of people, cared for the marginalized, safeguarded civil liberties, strengthened legal frameworks, created a new capacity for the media, and the project is ending. Two questions. How can what you have done be sustained in 2 minutes? And what next for MacArthur? Because a lot of us are crying.
And it's very understandable about what next for many people, because I tried to say that, you know, MacArthur probably the largest supporter of civil society groups and organizations in Nigeria. And I think that even in terms of the government agencies, I think we definitely play a major role in that one. So I think that, you know, when MacArthur's current program ends in December of this year, I think there's no doubt that there's going to be a vacuum that I think we all have to think about and worry about, and other things as well. So part of the thing that we have been doing over the years is thinking about sustainability of this work. How can we sustain these institutions and other things? And we have been doing that in different ways. For example, you know, the foundation is one of the very few organizations that gives like 29% of your grant, to anybody to spend it in many things. And I'm very happy to say that I've been to so many organizations that have built structures. They have their offices now because of the MacArthur Foundation. They have bought equipment because of the MacArthur Foundation. They have built the skills and knowledge of their staff as a result of MacArthur Foundation. And this is not going to go away. You know, the buildings, they don't have to be worrying about paying rent. The equipment they have, you know, purchased, instead of them hiring it, will still be with them. The people that they have trained in others, that knowledge and skills will still be there in other things. So that is one element of the, I think, that the sustainability that is there. But we have also tried to work with our grantees around, or our partners around geographical cohort, and also in terms of the thematic cohort, so that people who are in various cities and countries, they collaborate and work together. Yeah, exactly. And the same thing thematically, they also do together in other things. In terms of what is next, in terms of what we'll say, this is really a decision that is, you know, a decision that will be made by the board of the MacArthur Foundation. The process is that, you know, we start with doing a survey of staff to identify, you know, what are the most important things that we should do, just like the last time we did. Then I think the board itself, you know, there was going to be a process of, you know, also for them voting in terms of what they think, but it will also go to the general public in terms of asking the general public to think about what we do and what we don't do and other things. And then I think that, you know, by next year, I think that there will be some announcement about what the program will be. My hope is that whatever we are going to do will not be like, let's go to nuclear science, for example, which means you are leaving everything that you have done before and moving on to something else.
So there must be some kind of continuity.
Some form of continuity in certain ways might be there. I don't know, but all that depends upon what the board of the foundation says.
This sounds really very comforting for a lot of Nigerians, a lot of grantees, a lot of people that have associated themselves with the MacArthur Foundation. I'd like to thank you so much, Dr. Kole Shetima, for coming on the Signature Show, and to say that from what you have said, it doesn't look like we'll start missing you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And that's our program. Our guest has been Dr. Kole Shetima, the Director Africa Office of the MacArthur Foundation. I'm Vin Martin Obiora from Abuja in Nigeria, thanking you for being part of this program.
Signature TV News in
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, ENUGU lawmaker asked EFCC to return assets recovered from ex-governor Chimaroke Nnamani to state government. Nigeria and 13 other countries affected as Saudi Arabia suspends block work visa. Chile's Boric supports arms embargo on Israel in final address to Congress, and Canada credits global defense threats in recruitment win ahead of Golden Dome talks. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The member representing Iboeza's South State constituency at the ENUGU State House of Assembly, Harrison Ogara, wants the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to hand over all the forfeited and seized assets recovered from former governor of the state, Chimaroke Nnamani, to this ENUGU state government. In a letter to the EFCC chairman, Ogara faulted the handing over of the assets to the Asset Management Company of Nigeria, AMCON, telling the commission to reverse the action within 7 days or he would be forced to seek legal action to force compliance. He said that as a concerned citizen of ENUGU State and member of the ENUGU State House of Assembly, he had no option than to write the EFCC to correct the wrong immediately and to do the needful. The EFCC had handed over some forfeited property belonging to the former governor of ENUGU State, Dr. Chimaroke Nnamani, to Asset Management Company of Nigeria, AMCON. These property, according to the commission, include 1 bungalow, 1 warehouse, 3 duplexes, all located at the number 34 Pocket Estate, Independence Layout, Enugu. 12 rooms of 1-story semi-detached building located at number 35B, Babakariki Road, Enugu. 1 duplex of 6 rooms located at number 3A, Mount Street, Park Avenue, Enugu, and 1 duplex of 6 rooms located at 3C, Mount Street, Park Avenue, Enugu. Suspected armed headsmen on Saturday evening hijacked a Benue Links vehicle, a Benue State government-owned mass transit vehicle, and abducted several female passengers along the Owokpa-Orokam Road in Obadibo, local government area of Benue State. The attackers, suspected to be armed headsmen, reportedly ambushed the vehicle around 7 p.m. near the Oyipu community as the victims were traveling from Oba Market in Enugu to Owopa, abducting the female passengers, including the young and the adults. One of the victims, who sustained severe gunshot wounds during the attack, was left behind due to excessive bleeding that could have compromised the abductor's location. She is currently receiving treatment at the intensive care unit of St. Mary's Hospital in Opoga. Leader of the Owokpa vigilante group, Amos Agada, who confirmed the incident, said as of Sunday morning, the kidnappers had not contacted any of the victims' families. Meanwhile, youths of Owokpa in Obadibo, local government area of Benue State, on Monday stormed the streets to protest the recent abduction of traders in the area by armed men during the weekend. The angry youths who blocked the Orokam-Opoga roads are demanding action from the government to rescue the victims. Those traveling from ENUGU and neighboring communities are stranded as the youths insisted nobody should go out or come into the community. The situation has not changed as at the time of this report, leaving travelers around the corridor frustrated and stranded. No fewer than 25 persons have been confirmed dead following an attack by suspected herdsmen on Eduku Ankmali community in Apa local government area of Benue State. The assailants stormed the area around 6 p.m. opening fire on unsuspecting villagers. Sources also confirmed that several residents were abducted during the deadly assault. A resident of the village, identified as Vincent, told newsmen that the community was completely overrun by the armed attackers. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Catholic Diocesan Priests Association, Makurdi Diocese, has raised the alarm over continued deadly attacks by armed herdsmen in Benue State, revealing that more than 50 people have been killed and 15 Catholic parishes forced to shut down in just 1 month. Speaking at a press conference, the chairman of the Diocesan Priests Association, Reverend Father Joseph Beba, condemned the wave of violence, describing it as a calculated and coordinated effort to wipe out thief communities. Beba, who accused security forces, particularly the military stationed in the affected areas, of complicity and inaction, detailed series of recent attacks, including the shooting of Reverend Father Solomon Atongo, who was reportedly shot just 500 meters from a military checkpoint at Se Obiam, with no response from the station's personnel. The priest lamented the growing sense of abandonment, noting that neither the federal nor state government had visited the victims or shown solidarity, even as communities were displaced and religious leaders attacked. They called on Governor Jacinta Lear to act decisively against what they described as ethnic cleansing of thief people, while urging President Bola Tinubu to declare full-scale war on the terrorist elements identified as foreign invaders. 9 passengers have reportedly been killed after an improvised explosive device planted at a local bus stop detonated in Mairari village, Guzamala local government area of Borno State. The incidents, which occurred around 11 a.m. on Saturday, left many others injured at the scene. Confirming the incident, the Speaker of the Borno State House of Assembly, Abdul Karim Lawan, said those killed were passengers waiting to board vehicles. The lawmaker also extended condolences to the families of the deceased and those who sustained varying degrees of injuries. Lawan further appealed to the military and other security agencies to restore safety in Guzamala, especially in Gudumbali, the council headquarters in Mairari village, and surrounding areas which have been deserted and under Boko Haram control without civil authority for many years. Communities around the army detention facility in Maiduguri, the Borno State capital, have demanded the immediate relocation of the barracks out of the community. This came after an explosion that rocked the Army Armory at Giwa Barracks a month ago, leading to the disruption of the armory and other buildings within the area. According to the chairman of the Galtimari Consultative Forum, Zana Boguma, Giwa Barracks has been a target for Boko Haram terrorists who have continually attacked the facility in an attempt to free their members. He said the call was not political but driven by the need to protect lives, reduce civilian exposure to insurgent attacks, and allow the military to operate in a more controlled and secure environment. Known as Giwa Barracks, the facility is located in the Jere local government area of Borno State. Up ahead, Niger flood toll rises to 153. Tinubu orders emergency response. Gombe launches food supplements to curb child malnutrition. Details of these and more after the break. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The death toll from heavy floods in Mokwa, Niger State, has surged from 115 to 153, with President Bola Tinubu ordering urgent action to manage the crisis. The floods, which struck late Wednesday through Thursday, displaced about 3,000 residents, destroyed over 250 homes, and swept away 2 bridges. Bodies have been recovered up to 10 kilometers downstream, complicating efforts to determine an accurate death toll, according to NEMA spokesman Ibrahim Hussaini.
There are so many people in their houses sleeping. Some are still in the morning sleeping. So many people. In fact, we cannot count them unless we're able to see the body to count. If not, they are uncountable as at now. Even myself, I lost a brother.
According to our records and the number of bodies so far, we have about 111. But now talking to the head of the district, he's telling me that they're estimating over 200 bodies. To our own records, we have 111 bodies.
My house, I have about 11 rooms. All were destroyed. No food, everything. Although it did not, the life was escaped. Nothing about it. My properties all were being gone.
President Tinubu directed security agencies and federal bodies to work with NEMA and the Niger State government to provide relief materials
There are so many
and temporary shelters. The Federal Road Safety Corps has blamed fatigue and excessive speed for the tragic road crash that claimed the lives of 21 Kano State athletes and officials returning from the just concluded National Sports Festival in Abeokuta. The accident occurred on the Kano-Kaduna Highway at Gada, Yankifi, Garun Malam local government area when a Toyota Coaster bus owned by the Kano State government plunged into a breach at the Kura local government area. The vehicle was carrying 24 to 35 passengers, including athletes, journalists, medical personnel, and team administrators, out of which about 22 people were confirmed dead at the scene, including the driver, with 5 others injured and rushed to the Kura General Hospital for treatment. In a condolence message through his media aide, Bayo ENUGU, President Bola Tinubu expressed deep sorrow, calling the accident a devastating blow to the nation. He directed the activation of the National Emergency Response Center and mobilization of federal agencies, including NEMA, for relief and rescue efforts. Meanwhile, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has expressed deep sorrow over the tragic accident. In a statement issued by his special advisor on media and publicity, Musa Krishi, Abbas described the incident as a devastating loss, not only for the families of the deceased, but for the entire nation. The Speaker prayed for the repose of the souls of the fallen athletes and a speedy recovery for those injured. He called for the immortalization of the deceased, noting that they paid the supreme price in the line of duty. Abbas also urged the Kano State government and relevant authorities to implement measures to prevent such tragedies in the future. The Anglican Bishop of Oji River Diocese, Reverend Ikechukwu Ebonu, has stressed the need to elect persons with high moral standards into leadership positions in the country. Bishop Ebonu gave the charge at the 3rd session of the 9th Synod of the Anglican Diocese of Oji River, held at St. John's Church, Abadala, Achi, in Oji River local government area. Correspondent Ugonne Owal reports that one of the high points of the Synod was the conferment of knighthood on 4 persons, including Dr. Kingsley Eze, Group Chief Executive Officer of Tennessee Holdings Limited, which took place at the St. Paul's Cathedral, Oji River.
Right Reverend Ebon, who is holding his 2nd synod since he assumed office as Bishop of Oji River, anchored his sermon on the theme of the synod, which is Occupy Till I Come. He stressed the need for integrity, wisdom, and spiritual guardians in leadership.
We came to have synod here in the spiritual rate that we programmed the synod to come here today. If not, it will not come.
From St. John's Abadala, Achi, the event shifted to St. Paul's Cathedral, Oji River, where the bishop performed the investiture of 4 outstanding personalities, including Dr. Kingsley Eze, Rear Admiral Kennedy Ezete, Ifeoma Igboonu, and Eunice Uzoigwe, into the Order of the Knights of St. Paul. The bishop administered the oath on the new knights, highlighting the spiritual importance of their calling.
Dr. and hereby invest you into the order of the line of St. Paul. The same is true as a token of performance and blessings. And this sort of experience. And the Lord be with you, and yours, you are going out and you are coming from this time forth and forevermore.
Among those that were conferred with the knighthood was Dr. Kingsley Eze, the Group Chief Executive Officer of Tennessee Holdings Limited, a reputable conglomerate with interest in information, technology, real estate, manufacturing, and agriculture. Dr. Eze said he was humbled and honored to be made a knight in the Anglican Church, where he was brought up with a sound Christian principles.
The history of knighthood is a chronicle of ordinary men over the years who dedicated their life for the defense and promotion and development of the gospel of Jesus Christ. So for me, it's an honor for the recognition, but most importantly, it's also a burden. It's a burden understanding what is expected of me, and I can only pray that God helps me.
He pledged to continue using all he has in serving God and humanity to justify his new calling.
My promise to the church is that I will continue to be myself. I will continue to be a defender and a supporter of the gospel of Jesus Christ. I'll continue to do anything I can in my powers to make sure that the gospel of Jesus Christ is propagated and that the church is established the way Christ desired it. That's my commitment, and I can only pray that God helps me.
Mrs. Ifeoma Bono, wife of the bishop who was made a dame, the title for female knight, said her investiture will embolden her the more in her work of evangelism. She said that no sacrifice or effort is ever enough in spreading the gospel of salvation.
I feel taking a responsibility to God's call. And as I said earlier on, it's not about the title, it's all about the responsibility. If God has called you to be a partner with him in his vineyard, it is an honor. So I feel honored. I feel privileged. So I'm not taking it for granted. It's like God trusting you to entrust something into your hands.
The president of the Council of Knights of the Oji River Diocese, Amos Nwokoro, expressed joy at the investiture of the new knights and expressed the hope that they will help in pushing the various projects being initiated by Bishop Ebono in Oji River.
And we as council members, we are his backbone. There is no way we can go back. So we must follow him. He is actually in a 100 meters dash, and we are equal to the task as Council of Knights.
The work said by the diocese under the new bishop is no doubt numerous, and the pledge by the knights reflects their devotion and commitment to fostering spiritual growth and contributing to the church's mission. This is in line with the ancient order of knighthood rooted in the rich traditions of the Anglican Church, which requires members to embody the values of courage, compassion, and humility as they strive to serve Christ and their community with unwavering dedication. From Oji River, Ugonne Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
A 600mm standard cubic feet gas pipeline from Abo in Delta State to Oka, the Anambra State capital, is in the offing. The project is a joint venture between the Nigerian Gas Infrastructure Company, the Anambra State government, and some private investors. Speaking at the stakeholders' engagement on the project, the Anambra State Commissioner for Commerce and Industry, Christian Udechukwu, said the state government will provide a conducive atmosphere for the project and put in place some health and safety measures for all affected communities.
The master plan for Anambra Mixed-Use Industrial City. We have not only completed the master plan for that, we have a business plan in place, and we have a project implementation plan in place. We know what is going to cost us to have a square meter of that place, rented out, sold out, or other when it is ready. So everything is in place. And we want those entities, those companies that will come into the Anambra Mixed-Use Industrial City trade zone to do business. We want them to have a price point that is effective effectively competitive to what obtains in China and all the other economies. Why? Well, because things that are produced there are competing with our own, not just nationally but globally. And so we must have a price point for power that is factored into production, that enables what is produced in Anambra to be globally competitive. And it is for that reason that when we set up a regulatory market, the government has just signed a bill, and at the last Executive Council meeting, my colleague here, the Commissioner for Power, made a presentation of the next steps, which includes the appointment of a regulator, the establishment of a board, a regulatory board, and all the other structures that will follow. Now, the primary mandate that they will have is to ensure that we have effective competition. That effective competition will come from a multiplicity of suppliers of all forms of energy. And it will also be effective competition in the pricing models that exist.
The Commissioner for Petroleum and Mineral Resources, Tony Efai, revealed that the project represents a significant milestone in the state's urgent emergency or energy development.
Our ministry is also poised to partner with investors in the upstream, midstream and downstream sectors of the hydrocarbon value chain through our SPV, Anambra State Petroleum and Energy Resources Limited. So it's a company that will run.
One of the participants, Kunle Roberts, described the project as a trailblazer and a testament of the commitments to the development of gas infrastructure in Nigeria.
Through the bridge, available on the bridge, they come out and the target as Namibia City, the university at the end of the bridge. This is what we did is open our alignment to get the pipeline to align with it. So, Madam, I don't know if you can see something.
Participants were drawn from the chambers of commerce in Anambra State, the industrial sector, and other stakeholders. The Nobi community in Ndebele South local government area has drawn the attention of the Anambra State government to the havoc being caused by erosion and flooding following the ongoing dualization of the Mwango Agolo Nobi Newi Okija Road. The community is appealing to the government to take drastic action to save the impending loss of lives and the ongoing monumental loss of property are already being recorded in the area. In a statement made available to Signature TV, spokesman and community leader in the area, Ebubechukwu Etudo, said the prompt action by the government will avert the impending mass displacement of more residents and the famous Afonobi market. Etudo said that he had about 6 months ago alerted the government on the possible impact of the project after agents of the state government marked most properties on the Nobi axis of the state road for demolition in order to pave the way for the dualization project. He noted that the project did not follow due process such as environmental impact assessment, EIA, as prescribed by law, and that the landowners were not notified about or that their land was required for public purposes. Etudo said there was neither a prior survey or of the road, which according to him is a breach of the Federal Highway Act, nor a proper enumeration and valuation of affected properties in breach of the Land Use Act. The community leader appealed to the state government to suspend the project, evaluate it for compliance with extant laws, and complete the Nobi Ring Road, which appears to have been truncated. A human rights lawyer and senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, has accused African leaders who make up the authority of heads of state and government at the ECOWAS Community of West African States, ECOWAS, of failing to promote the rule of law. Falana also accused them of treating the decisions of the Community Court of Justice, ECOWAS Court, with disdain. The lawyer, in a statement titled "End Disobedience of ECOWAS Courts," said that the record of the court showed that 154 judgments had not been enforced by member states of the ECOWAS as of December 2024, with Nigeria having the highest with 44 judgments, followed by and Guinea, which have 7 and 15. The SAN said that under Article 4 of the ECOWAS Court, each member state is required to designate a competent national to handle the receipt and processing of the execution of the court's judgments. He called on President Bola Tinubu to direct the Attorney General and Minister of Justice to ensure that Nigeria complies with the decisions of the court without any further delay to end what he described as the unwarranted embarrassments. The Supreme Court and National Judicial Council, NJC, chapters of the Judicial Staff Union of Nigeria, JUSUN, have announced their withdrawal from the planned industrial action declared by the union. The national headquarters of the JUSUN had on Friday declared a strike action and directed its members to down tools beginning from midnight on Sunday. The union said the industrial action became necessary following what he described as unfruitful meetings held at the instance of the Minister of Labour and Employment over the demands of the workers. The statement listed the demands to include the payment of a wage award spanning 5 months, implementation of the 70,000 naira national minimum wage, as well as the 25 to 35% salary increase. However, the Supreme Court chapter, in a statement by its chairman, Danladi Nda, said it could not manage the short notice and decisions reached by the chapters at the lower courts, while the NJC chapter, in a statement signed by its public relations officer, Joel Ebiloma, said it was working to resolve all pending issues. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors have condemned the continued exclusion of its members from the receiving specialist allowances despite performing specialist functions in various health institutions across the country. The association also strongly criticized the persistent casualization and poor remuneration of its members by the chief executives of tertiary hospitals. President of the association, Dr. Osundara Tope, raised the concerns during a press conference where he read the communique issued at the conclusion of its ordinary general meetings and scientific conference held in ENUGU. Dr. Tope also lamented the failure of the federal government to pay the 2024 accoutrement allowance arrears and the persistent shortchanging of members over the past 16 years due to the absence of consequential adjustments to the conmen structure, which he noted breaches a 2009 collective bargaining agreement. Former Minister of Environment Mohammed Abdullahi has tendered his resignation from the All Progressives Congress, APC. Abdullahi, who served under the President Muhammadu Buhari, submitted his resignation letter on June 1st to the APC chairman in his Uke ward of Karu local government area in Nasarawa State. The letter, which was also copied to other party officials, cited personal reasons for his departure. A source close to the Samuel Akala, who confirmed the decisions to reporters in Lafia, suggested that Abdullahi may announce a new party affiliation soon with a view to contesting for the governorship of Nasarawa State in the 2027. Abdullahi has previously served as secretary to the state government under former Governor Tanko Almakura. Operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, have arrested 2 Saudi-bound pilgrims at the Malam Aminu Kano International Airport, Kano, after they were found to have ingested illicit substances. The NDLEA said the suspects were subsequently placed on excretion observation, during which they excreted 45 wraps of cocaine each, bringing the total for both to 90 pellets with a total weight of 1.04 kg. The agency also said it uncovered and dismantled the syndicate that sponsors Hajj pilgrims, who also serve as couriers to move cocaine to Saudi Arabia during pilgrimage, by nabbing leaders of the cartel in Kano. According to the statement, no fewer than 7 watch-listed containers were positioned for joint examination by NDLEA officers, men of the Customs Service, and other security agencies at the Port Harcourt Port Complex on a River State between Wednesday and Friday. During the operation, the NDLEA spokesman stated that 825,200 bottles of codeine bay syrup and tramadol worth 5.7 billion naira in street value were seized, while a total of 5.1 million pills of opioids, especially tapentadol, 225 mg worth 3.5 billion naira, were recovered. Saudi Arabia has temporarily suspended the issuance of block work visa quota to Nigerians and nationals from 6 other African countries, including Egypt, Algeria, Sudan, Ethiopia, Tunisia, and Morocco. The decision, which was announced by the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development, did not affect new and pending temporary work visa applications. Other countries, Iraq, Jordan, Yemen, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, block work visa allow employers in Saudi Arabia to hire a predetermined number of foreign workers, and that allows businesses to apply for visas for specific candidates. The policy is expected to remain in place until the end of June 2025, coinciding with the conclusion of the Hajj season. While no official season or reason has been given, the freeze coincides with increased efforts to offer higher employment to Saudi nationals in sectors such as tourism, with quotas set to rise between 2026 and 2028. President of Dangote Refinery, Aliko Dangote, says the price cut announced by his refinery has brought the price of petrol to 55% below what it is sold in other West African countries. Dangote disclosed this in a statement after a high-level delegation led by the President of the Economic Community of West African States, Dr. Omar Traore, visited his refinery. He said Nigerians are now enjoying the benefits of local of the price reduction compared to neighboring countries, and stressed the need for the region to drift away from fuel imports to embrace local production. Traore lauded Dangote for the trust reposed on the continent by building the refinery and his vision for Africa, which he said encouraged him to undertake the investment. The latest price reduction by Dangote Refinery in May 2025 brought down retail price to 875 naira and 895 naira per litre in Lagos and Abuja. The distribution of locally produced complementary food supplements has been launched by the Gombe State government to tackle child malnutrition in the state. Deputy Governor Dr. Manasseh Jatau, while launching the program, described the initiative as a sustainable and homegrown response to a critical health crisis. Jatau said that the state's stunting rate stands at 50.6%, with over 94,000 children severely malnourished. He noted that the certification of the supplement by NAFDAC marks a significant step in our human development capital agenda, and that over 1,000 students from selected schools have been trained to prepare nutritious meals. Jatau further explained that the project is a collaborative effort involving the Ministries of Education, Science, Technology and Innovation and the Accelerating Nutrition Results in Nigeria program. The Commissioner for Education, Dr. Aisha Tumegari, explained that over 200 women and 300 secondary school students have already been trained in the supplements production, positioning them as key players in ending child malnutrition in Gombe State. Still to come, Freedom Flotilla sets sail again on aid mission to Gaza. Silent march in Budapest protests bill targeting foreign-funded groups. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. Mexicans turned out to vote on Sunday in Mexico City in the country's first ever judicial elections, part of an overhaul of the nation's judiciary that critics warn could jeopardize the rule of law. The vote will elect 2,600 judges and magistrates, including all Supreme Court justices, and is part of a reform pushed by former President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador and his protege and successor, President Claudia Sheinbaum. Lopez Obrador and Sheinbaum say the election will root out corruption in a flawed judiciary dominated by an out-of-touch elite and instead allow people to decide who should be a judge.
I think it's excellent that we can also vote for our judges because justice until now has only been for people with money, and that's the truth. So, it's good that now also the poor have access to justice, and I think it's very important that they're not abandoned.
Opponents say the overhaul risks removing checks and balances on the ruling Morena party by appointing judges fairly to the cause and also allowing organized crime groups greater influence over the judicial system by running their own candidates.
I think it's a complicated process. there's no question that voting has been difficult. It took time to see all the names and other information, but I think every time we have the opportunity to participate and be consulted, it's a waste not to take it.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Well, we're tracking back to the Anambra State story we told you earlier. The Nobi community in Idemili South local government area has drawn the attention of the Anambra State government to the havoc being caused by the erosion and flooding following the ongoing dualization of the ENUGU Agulu Nobi Newi Okija Road. The community is asking to the government to take drastic action to save the impending loss of lives and the ongoing monumental loss of property already being recorded in the area. In a statement made available to Signature TV, spokesman and community leader in the area, Ebube Chukwuetudo, said the prompt action by the government will avert the impending mass displacement of more residents and the famous Afo Nobi market. Etudo said that he had about 6 months ago alerted the government on the possible impact of a project after agents of the state government marked most properties under Nobi access of the said road for demolition in order to pave the way for the dualization project. He noted that the project did not follow due process such as environmental impact assessment as prescribed by law and that the landowners were not notified that their land was required for public purposes. Etudo said there was neither a prior survey of the road, which according to him is a breach of the Federal Highway Act, nor a proper enumeration and valuation of affected properties in breach of the Land Use Act. The community leader appealed to the state's government to suspend the project, evaluate it for the compliance with extant laws, and complete the Nobi Ring Road, which appears to have been truncated. Anyways, we have our staff, apparently, who is from Nobi in Anambra State, who would give us an update. I'm aware that he have actually spoken to a few persons down that access to give us an insight into what exactly is going on. Chris Maduka, thank you for joining.
Thank you, Charles.
Right. Can you give us like an update of where this is in Anambra and how exactly the people there are feeling regarding this update?
This is exactly Nobi, the Ebenesi quarters in Nobi. Ebenesi is on the track, the quarter in Nobi, after from Nobi, going down to Newi. They are the people who occupied that area of Nobi until you enter Newi. So Ebenesi of Nobi, you know, they have this border, the border Newi community, and they're on that slope. Of course, you have the popular St. John's Anglican Church, very close to where this event you are watching on the video happened. And there were devastation of enormous logistic monumental capacity that we can talk about. People's lives are at risk, and we have to adjust evidence of what is going on. That's what is going on.
I understand that there's supposed to be a road being constructed. That place is almost done with its clearing, the first portion, and because of the construction of the road, that's why it's causing this particular.
Well, let's start with saluting the great work that the governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, is doing. There has been marked, you know, Agulu, you know, it's Adazienu, Adaziano, Nokwa, Nobi, Newi. When you get to Newi, we start heading towards Ozoblo, Kija. That particular major route, they call it Wagu Agulu, major square, down to Nobi. It's on a slope. There has been demolitions of marked, properties have been marked, and the demolition and the construction has started up to 40%. The drainages are being constructed. The only thing we are seeing here, the damage that is outcome of these because the rainy season just come. And some of these drainages that are still under constructions and some of those demolished portions, because it's almost like a flood track down to Newi from Waguagulu, that is that slope. That's the track of that road. Now, when these places are not properly done, I don't know how many contractors that are handling from Wagu down to Newi. So you find some places where some people have done their own, the sewages, I mean the gutters have been constructed. While you go down some, you said only clearance and they marked, and they are making an attempt to load up the skeletal works to study. So when this rain came, it swept off everything. If you move to where the very important personalities, we can use their houses as landmark. Go to the front of Anna, the late Anna house in Adazi. Move down to Water. You will see the devastation of this rain. Get to Adazi ENUGU, where you find, move down to Nokwa. There's a church and the filling station in Adazi, where they call the Oko Adazi angle of it. Just on moving down towards Nokwa, you will see the devastation of this rain and with the flood. So what are we saying? It was good work that the governor has started, that is, but the delay, and they took for granted that the rain is coming. And as we are now at the peak of rainy season, now some people have paid a great price when their houses were demolished. Some houses were cut into three-quarter. I know of a house, the Ezekoli family house in Afonobi, were cut, three-quarter of the house were cut off. Nobody is staying in that house. It's a 3-story building. And the house was just cut into two, and then one half has been done with the road. This erosion at Afonobi cleared even those portions that were cut. All the skeletal civil works that have been done to lay the road, we have been swept all by the road and taken down. And then the major portion we are using this because we went down and collected the video we are showing here now. Happened live at Benesi, the family, the man wake up and his family, in fact, everything he has ended his life were swept away. And just because they are staying near the road. So this flood, when it come, started pushing down houses, walls, because it has left some of the drainages, because they have not been laid through. And they carried, a lot of, things and waste. When they are blocked, the water will surge and go into the farmlands. Half of the farmlands, these people are planted here and already counting down for September for the Nobi people to think about Ayol when they harvest the yams. All the yams in some of the farms have been swept off. The government of Anambra State need to go down. What we are saying is that why we are handling it this way is to draw attention. Draw attention of Anambra State government. You started a good work. And this, because of delay, maybe the contractors, there has to be a way to sort out this quickly.
But what is the way out? Because again, you can't ask the state government to stop the road construction, because the construction is actually on the way. And it does look like if you stop it, it will even be worse, because the rains just started.
Okay. Way,
so what can be done?
That the people, let's tell you, the people supported at great pains, despite the community leaders who had made written statements to the governor, even when the work was started. He said, do a thorough environmental impact assessment of what this will, let the people see. It was not done. If government did it, they felt they can do it without letting the people know. The community leader talked about it in your news, and we was quoted. Then the second time these erosions came, he said, I called the attention of the government that if this thing is not done, it will lead to what we have seen now. Now it has come. Nobody resisted the government from doing the road. They did the markings, marked out the places and gave people the short notice to evacuate, and they disposed and accumulated the properties of the people. And then because they are government, people allowed them to. Now, how do you count the pains? If you get to a point in Nobi where you have Nobi Welfare Organization Hall, very near the man who represented the Idemili North and South at the Federal House, Odedo, near his house, there are a family in those places, ENUGU, quarters of Nobi, as you are coming down from Nokwa, the whole entire area was devastated. The families,
Right.
There are people there, the Okongu family people that have their houses on the track.
We have to go.
All were and then that's what we're saying. So we are saying the government should go back, find a way of compensating the people because they are not stopping them from doing the work,
Absolutely.
and then mandate the contractors to expedite action. Because we know the campaign is on, and if nothing is done, government attention might be diverted to campaign.
Absolutely.
But the people, the rain is still here, and it's going to do more damages.
All right, we'll have to leave it there. Chris, many thanks. I'm sure that the government will do something quite quickly so as to avert this pending doom, because the rainy season is still, very far off. We still have July, August, September, October. Sometimes it even gets to December. But we're back shortly after this break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
In sports, French President Emmanuel Macron held a reception for Paris Saint-Germain PSG at the LC Palace on Sunday after they won the Champions League for the first time in their history. PSG coach Luis Enrique, along with the whole squad and the club's owner Nasser Al-Khelaifi, were welcomed to cheers and applause as they put the trophy on the stage before Macron made a speech. The self-proclaimed Olympic Marseille fan congratulated PSG on becoming only the second French team to win the European Cup.
In any case, this is Paris, PSG slogan. And I want to add, this is Paris at last. More than what everyone was doing on the pitch yesterday, what was brilliant, and we all felt it, there were goals scored, and it's true that PSG goalkeeper Gianluigi Donnarumma had to work less than before, but above all there was a generosity.
Macron also strongly condemned the clashes of the previous day in which more than 500 people were arrested by police during the celebrations and 2 people were reported dead and 192 injured. Earlier on Sunday, PSG held an open-top bus parade with thousands of fans lining the champs LCs to celebrate with the team. And as the news is hour, I'm Charles Pius. Thanks for watching. Up next is E-Vibes with Uchechi Mukunta.
Since 1960, when we got independence, under the leadership of Zik and Awolowo, Sardauna, Sokoto, Iwa, things were in order. I was a very young person that time. Independence was something that we celebrated in a very big way during that time. After some years, we went to the military regime. Are you getting the point? Yes, there things begin to wobble from one year to another, the rest of it all. Since then, I don't think there is any improvement. Yes, there is no improvement. Yeah, we enjoy. At least after 10 years of independence, or if not 20 years, see then, nothing has changed. Nothing. We have not even, in fact, we are not be able to get, say we are now Nigerians that got independence, 1st of October, 1960. Nothing to show for it. Nothing practically to show for it. Hunger, poverty, sickness. Hospitals, no drugs. Talk about electricity, that one is 0/100. Are you getting the point? Potable water to drink is out of the game. Look at the oil subsidy that they removed. See where he plunged Nigerians into. No food, nothing. You hold 10,000 naira, you only buy have penta or gari. Where are we? We say that we are the giant of Africa. Where is the giant of Africa? Where we don't have anything to show for it. Our economy in Shabo is finished, it's dried.
For me, I'm not feeling anything for the celebration because Nigeria is really, really messed up. As it stands now, there is nothing good in Nigeria, especially in the leadership system. Everything is falling. Look at the fuel price and the commodities in the market. It's very expensive. Celebrating, what's there to celebrate Nigeria independence when the poor masses can barely afford or to meet up their end living? So for me, the 64th independence Nigeria is celebrating is nothing to write home about. I'm not feeling excited because the country is already messed up already.
Nobody is enjoying the country anymore. The politicians, they are not after the poor masses. They are just enjoying doing their thing, only them alone. Even us boys now, we don't have work, no work in the streets. How will you? I don't have much to tell you about Nigeria anymore because I'm tired of Nigeria to be a Nigerian self.
We have a lot of issues about the economy in the country, and I don't see it befitting, to celebrate Independence Day. Because they're talking about the light issue. I think that they promised to exist at 24 hours light, but definitely we are not seeing it at all. Okay, like in my era right now, we don't have light. So we kind of we plead, so that they will kind of treat the masses well, and we should have good government in this country. Because apart, like what I've seen in the past years until now, we have been suffering a lot, So I want the government to really improve.
A man that is up to 64 years. No, I'm not up to 64. I'm not even up to 60. But I know if I am a man and I'm getting to 64 or being 64, I must have achieved a lot. Because from that 64, I will be, by now I have started preparing myself because I will achieve a lot. But Nigeria, honestly, telling you, I cannot say that I'm proud of what is going on now in Nigeria. By now, we must have gone so far in the sense that we cannot be rating Nigeria as one of the ugliest or poorest country by now. Because I remember when I was in primary school, my mom used to go to market with small money and she would buy a lot of things. But now, I will go to market with 50,000 naira At times when I come back, I'll be looking as if I'll be thinking, I start to calculate myself, oh, is there anything happened? Did I lose money? Did anybody put hand in my pockets to collect the money? But at the end of the day, after calculating, nobody touched my bag. Nigeria is deteriorating seriously, in the sense that I'm even afraid of our children. How are they going to cope because of the things that are happening now? Instead of trying to make things work well, things are getting worse every day, every day, every day. Look at our boys, look at our youth, jobless. They don't have work. Our job, they don't have no, and there's not even provision of, no even hope of getting that work. Look at medical department. Somebody will struggle and train a child to be a medical doctor, a pharmacist, or this thing. For you to do your housemanship, you are going to pay money for somebody to do housemanship, which means in no distant time we should be paying money for our children to go for youth service.
We need to really work hard to tackle insecurity. My insecurity is just the major problem. I feel like when insecurity is tackled, I think less of the problem, like all this fraud and all this kind of shit, like any other thing, will be reduced. But my prayer for Nigeria is get better and keep growing more, because I see us as a very rich country.
Good afternoon, welcome to another edition of E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Before I forget, we are in the 6th month of 2025, 2nd of June. So many people are beginning to wonder, all my New Year goals, I've not ticked anyone. But don't fret, don't bother, don't worry. We still have 6 months remaining. Don't be surprised, everything might even happen in this month of June. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Mokonta. We'll be doing this show together today. I have so many stories that have been making rounds on social media, things that trended during the weekend, and of course, things that have been making rounds recently. So let's delve into the stories of the day. Stephen Nana, popularly known as Steve Nato, has broken his silence on why he and singer Ashake went their separate ways. Steve Nato, who managed Ashake from 2022 to 2024, revealed in a recent viral interview circulating on social media that their professional relationship ended when the singer's career skyrocketed beyond what he could handle. He candidly admitted that Ashake became too big for him to manage effectively. Despite the split, Steve Nato expressed his gratitude to Olamide and the head of YBNL Records for giving him the opportunity to work with Ashake during such a pivotal time in the artist's career. All right, I actually smirked and laughed at that point where he said the singer became bigger than him. But yeah, that's part of it. He also had to emphasize that he got married, he had a family, and he loves his family. So, you know, blending the two, and of course we know that Ashake has grown big. He's now that big star that goes from one country to another, going for tours and going for concerts, going for events and all that. So he balancing family and being a manager was becoming very, very chaotic for him. So he had to pick one. But that doesn't mean that they are not friends or they are enemies of some sort. They're still in good terms, but he had to pick his family. Because I mean, I tend to wonder most times, how do they do these things? You have a family and you're a manager or someone's producer or someone, you know, a big star, working with a big star, it's most times not that easy. So I don't know how they do it, but he found out that he couldn't handle it, especially with the fact that Ashake is a Grammy nominee. Right? So it's something that he couldn't handle. He had to make a choice to follow his family, stay with his family, love his family, and groom his family. So that's just it, because we're all worried why they had to split ways and all that. All right, let's move forward. Film producer Ifeoluwa Fatogun has been thrust into the spotlight as one of the emerging voices in Africa's cinema following her win in the Best Documentary category at the 11th African Magic Viewers' Choice Award. Fatogun was recognized for her work as the producer of Dundun, a critically acclaimed documentary directed by Ebi Atawodi. Dundun delves into the cultural, spiritual, and historical importance of the talking drum in Yoruba culture, striking a chord with audiences across the continent. In a statement to Saturday's Beats, Fatogun reflected on her wins, calling it a defining moment in her career. African filmmaker is evolving. We are finally telling our stories in a way that are honest, rooted, and visually compelling. The world is watching us, but more importantly, we are watching ourselves with new eyes, she said. With a background spanning music videos, commercials on various documentary projects, Fatogun noted that the AMVCA recognition marks the beginning of a new chapter in her creative journey, one that will see her delve deeper into film production and African storytelling. The documentary is also set to reach a wider audience with screenings planned at International Film Festival later this year. So let's not forget that if there's an event I'm so proud of and I always speak about, is AMVCA. In fact, it's one of my favorite awards because it is our own. It is our own. Like, you should get what I mean, actually. So when she say that the world is seeing us and we are seeing ourselves, most importantly, I had to pick that word because it is the truth. African magic is making rounds. I know, you know, we had Jide Kene sometime last month when he was, you know, differentiating between the past Nollywood and the present one. I was trying to make him, you know, I was trying to convince him to say Nollywood before is better than now, but he had to stand his ground that no, we have evolved. We are trying new things, new technology, new mechanism, new facilities and all, and people are beginning to watch her movies. It was sometime last week too that I had to review a movie that is trending in the diaspora of two brothers that made a story of, you know, a lifestyle that happened in Africa. You know, the whole life of a father and his sons, a family and all. It told a very, very dynamic story. So it's not just because it's AMVCA and it's just we that is watching ourselves. It's the fact that we are making rounds, and not just in the music category. We're making rounds in movie category. So it's something that we should clap ourselves for. You know, I'm actually waiting for the point whereby we'll make rounds in arts, we'll make rounds in crafts, and all that, but I know we're getting there, by the way. All right, let's move to more juicy stories. 50 Cent has revealed that he plans to have a conversation with former President Donald Trump regarding Sean Diddy Combs' but not a lobby against a potential presidential pardon. The rapper recently posted about Trump's comments in a new interview where the former president said he would consider pardoning Diddy if he's convicted in his ongoing federal sex trafficking case. In response, 50 Cent wrote on social media. He said some really bad things about Trump. It's not okay. I'm going to reach out so he knows how I feel about this guy. That message sparked speculation that 50 was planning to personally ensure Diddy doesn't get any leniency, but the rapper quickly pushed back, saying his comments were being taken out of context. According to 50, he simply wants to express his personal views about Diddy directly to Trump and make him aware of certain alleged past remarks Diddy has made about the former president. He made it clear that he's not trying to influence Trump's decision on a possible pardon. Sorry, I'll take that. He's not trying to influence Trump's decision on a possible pardon either way. 50 Cent has frequently mocked Diddy online, especially following the music mogul's arrest in September 2023. Most recently, he posted an AI-generated image of himself wearing a Free Diddy t-shirt, a jab that quickly went viral. Now, as Diddy faces serious charges with a former assistant using a pseudonym Mia, recently testifying against him, Trump, who just pardoned reality TV star Todd and Julie Chrissy, had not ruled out a future pardon for the music executive. But if that happens, it sounds like 50 wants his voice heard first. Now, let's not forget that Diddy is still in a hot seat, and 50 is just trying to air his view. He wants to say something. I think he has a whole lot to say, aside the comments he made on socials. So, Diddy made a statement concerning Trump, something not really good, something bad, as he say, in quotes. So it's more like Trump made a statement that he would help Diddy to get out of this, allegedly. So 50 Cent is more like he doesn't deserve it because this young man has said some literally bad things about you. So it's like you're trying to help your enemy or something. You're trying to help someone that doesn't rate you. You get, that's what 50 Cent is trying to do. So he's pleading that they give him the chance for him to speak up, which I wouldn't mind to listen to that. I wouldn't mind to know what the whole gist is all about. And trust me, I'll always bring that drama to you. So the truth is, as the day goes by, cases concerning Diddy comes up. It comes up every single time. But the problem now is 50 Cent has never, ever, ever said anything good about Diddy. So people are more like, we're not surprised. What's new that you're going to come up with? But this particular one is a very serious case that we all really need to look into, especially netizens like you and I. Let's move forward. Sean Diddy Combs and Harvey Weinstein have more than one time in common. They are being sued for alleged sexual assault by the same model. Not only are Diddy and Weinstein currently on trial for sex crime in unrelated trials, but Crystal McKinney has filed lawsuits against them in a New York federal court. In the latest suit filed Friday, McKinney, through her attorney Michelle Ciola, accuses Weinstein of raping her and her friend in a Manhattan hotel room in 2003. McKinney says she wanted to break into the film industry, so she arranged to meet with Weinstein, the co-founder of Miramax Films, to chat about business opportunities. According to McKinney, the meeting was set up by a modeling company executive who made a crack about her not having sex with Weinstein until he put her in a movie. Now, McKinney claims she was bothered by the comments but went to the meeting anyways. because she hadn't heard about Winston's alleged predatory behavior. She says she brought along her roommate, another model looking for movie roles, and they met Winston at a noisy nightclub. McKinney alleged Winston claimed he was having trouble hearing them because of all the noise, so he invited them to his room at the Ritz-Carlton Battery Park Hotel. That's where, according to McKinney, Winston got them drunk and booze and forced the two women to have sex with each other before he raped them. Previously, McKinney sued Diddy in 2024, accusing the music mogul of sexually assaulting her at his NYC studio after the two met at a men's fashion week event. McKinney says Diddy forced her to give him oral sex in a bathroom after she was plied with booze and given a joint laced with a narcotic. Diddy responded to the suit, asking the court to toss it because the alleged action were time barred, meaning the statute of limitations ran out years ago. Diddy has also denied all allegations of wrongdoing as he fights criminal charges of sex trafficking and racketeering at his federal trial. As of Winston, he's currently being retired on rape and sexual assault charges after an appeal court overturned his conviction, ruling that the prosecutors in his case allowed women to testify who weren't pertinent to the charges he was facing. Well, that's the story, actually. That's the story. You both have something in common, and that's very, 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 I don't know what to call it, you know. And the fact that Diddy he has never agreed that he did any of these things they brought to his table. Never. He has never. He has never pleaded guilty. Never. Even if there are evidence, CCTV evidence, the young man said, no, I didn't do that. But I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Who would want to go to prison? Who would want to stay in jail? Nobody. But there should be one thing that you agree that you did, at least. You can't be innocent for all allegations. You can't be that innocent. And as for Winston, that was so brutal. Why? You wanted to work with these people for a movie scene, so what's with the whole, I can't hear you because of the noise, let's move over to the hotel, and I'm sure some people will say, oh, don't they have common sense to know that it's a setup or whatever. You're trying to feature in the movie, and maybe it's one of your biggest gig. Most people want to, okay, whatever that will make you comfortable, let's go there, not knowing that this was what has been planned. Let's move over to the foreign scene. Thousands gathered in West Hollywood on Sunday for the annual Pride Parade, showcasing vibrant costumes, colorful floats, and passionate advocacy. Among the voice of the participants, HIV healthcare advocate A.I. Ballesteros emphasized the urgent need for HIV prevention funding, criticizing the policies of U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and warning that withholding support could lead to 143,000 new infections in 5 years. In the most important to be loud and proud and not let anyone be silenced or erased, because we are here, we are here, we are proud, declared cosplayer Amber Martin, capturing the festive spirit of the event. Take a look. I don't know why it's coming
Because of the cuts they're doing in the House, and they approved them in the House already. Now they're going to approve them in the Senate. So we need to stop that because millions of Americans are going to lose their lives. And so we're here to just show our support for Medicaid because we support Medicaid. We want everybody to have access to health care. It's very important.
Well, it's pretty clear the Secretary is not releasing HIV prevention funding. That's for everybody across the United States. It's not just Los Angeles. So our message here today is we can't allow that to happen. If that happens and he continues to hold this up, we're going to have 143,000 new HIV infections in 5 years.
We have a lot going on in our current events, and it's the most important to be loud and proud and not let anyone be silenced or erased, because we are here, we are queer, and we are proud. Happy Pride!
So for Pride Month, I think a big focus is being a part of the community and being able to watch for each other and be more collective in our thinking, not just think more of ourselves individually, but how we can incorporate values in order to better the world around us.
It's just to let people know that we're here, to see other people, to know we're a community that's strong and can come together in the hardest of times. Thanks so much.
I will say that to be united, to make sure that we all like each other. Like you see, everybody's pretty cool over here. So the only thing is like to be happy. Let's be happy, not fight. That's it.
My message this Pride Month is let us all stick together because it's really tough out there, so no matter who we are, let love be first.
So it's the whole pride, as they call it, for me, and the whole placards, Trump must go, you are enough, yadi 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 thing for me. Even a dog is wearing the flag of LGBTQ. Okay. Shakira's performance at the World Pride Welcome Concert was being cancelled. National Park announced on its website, according to the Washington Post. Shakira was set to perform at the baseball stadium on Saturday night as part of the opening festivities for World Pride, the largest LGBTQ+ festival in the world. The Washington Post reported the cancellation was due to complication with the previous show in Boston, according to the National Park statement. Shakira's full tour production cannot be transported to Washington in time for the performance on Saturday, the Post reported. Take a look at that.
Blocker!
Shakira!
Shakira, usher to the left, usher! Shakira, one step over. Come on. No. There you go. Shakira, that gorgeous Shakira, looking left. Usher. Shakira, left.
Shakira, left.
Shakira, left. I think we're good. Come on with her. Take her with us. Come on, right here.
Come on, Shakira, right here.
Shakira. Oh. One sec.
Come on, Shakira.
Shakira.
Second.
No. Right there. Keep coming up the steps. Don't stop there. Keep coming up a few more steps. Stop there, Bravo. Stop. Hello.
Elliot Grossetko, Ingmar Sigurdsson, Viola Wild, Rich Moore, and Jared Bush.
No, they didn't get it.
Blocker!
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, we'll review our social trends to you, so stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is our social trend segment where we tend to bring you, stories that have been making rounds on social media, especially during the weekend. So a heartwarming love story is making waves on social media as beloved actress Ruby Ojiako officially tied the knots with her fellow actor husband in a beautiful wedding ceremony held on Saturday. The star-studded event, which was attended by close friends, families, and industry colleagues, came just a few months after the couple's traditional wedding. which had already captured fans' attention and admiration. While the identities of the couple were kept relatively private leading up to the big day, photos and videos from the ceremony have since surfaced online, showing the newlyweds beaming with joy and sharing emotional moments during their vows. Take a look.
On the plane of leather, baby. Rocking your pensionaries. What you say? This one a good night. Let me prophesy. Poor man protects the vanity upon vanity. This is why we do this in the people lifestyle. Show you know this is my regular.
To be doing this with the spelling of love. Shift back before I push you. Shift back. Shift back.
Alright, we're going to cut the cake.
We're going to be cutting. Please shift back before I push you. Shift this back. Cake. Mama, the cake is spelling of love. Shift back, please. So when I say give me an L, please let's respond. Let's do this together. Let's go, guys. Somebody give me an L.
L.
Thank you. Give me an O.
O.
Give me a V.
V.
And an excellent E.
E.
Take one look at you, you're taking me out.
I'm sure I'm not the only one that heard that I'm going to push you, leave this place and all that. I wish I could actually review the comment sections, but let's move forward. So we've all known Ruby as a showstopper, but she's also a lover of God. She brings the whole drama, especially when she hears Christian music or a live performance and all. So take a look at her in this video.
Destiny, what's going on now? What's the energy tonight? Destiny for governor 2027. Who be sheriff? Make it get out. Now only Destiny defeat APC like this. Destiny, you don't need to contest and to rig your election. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a friend of Ruby, a sister to Ruby. She came all the way to surprise Ruby to make her happy today. Are you ready? Asaba, are you ready? Make some noise for one of the most outstanding, one of the most beautiful. I call her the queen of guns. You call her the legit queen. Asaba, stand up. Make some noise. Set the place. Stand up everywhere. For Angela Ogoye.
Did you see her facial expression when the hype man said she came all the way from Asaba? She was like, for real? Alright, so a few moments later, Angela Okore made a grand entrance at the venue to surprise the newlyweds too. So take a look.
Angela Okore in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
all that serere, joy, happiness, jumping, dancing, and all, take a look at the moment, the emotional moment when Madu, Ruby's husband, burst into tears while giving his speech in church.
Don't cry, man, don't cry.
I want to get me this.
Did you see when his sister told Ruby, please take care of my brother? Oh, it's giving crybaby vibes. All right, so you know one surprising thing? Ruby has been a gospel artist even before venturing into movie, even before getting into the spotlight. And some of these songs were even making rounds then. You know those those songs our mothers used to waking us up, those Christian music that our mothers used to waking us up every Sunday morning. I never knew that Ruby was one of the artists to one of those songs. But let's take a look at that. Drama thing of Ruby, you know, people have been saying she's so dramatic, she's so this, she overdo things, she's always extra and all. It didn't even start today. It did not start today. You can see the whole expression when she's singing, the whole body language, hand gestures, facial expression, head movements and all. So it's not something that she just started. It's just more like it's you know, when you grow, things just increase, you know, the drama just increase, you know, the love just increase. And you tend to see this anytime she is, you know, singing Christian music. Because I was even wondering why they keep saying Ruby is always extra, she's so dramatic. Do you know another surprising thing? Ruby was even part of one of Chinyere Udoma's music. I was shocked too. I was shocked, honestly. So there's this whole little beginning for every every single person. There's nobody that just got to the limelight like that. There's always a little beginning. There's always little steps to move. I mean, it's more like a child. When you give birth to a child, at first they learn how to sit, they learn how to crawl, then they learn how to make some steps, they learn how to walk, they learn how to run. You know, even when it comes to feeding, you don't just start feeding them solid food. So that's the cycle of life. That's how things work. You can't just wake up and you're in the spotlight. No, it's not like that. There was one thing Jide Kene said that I always take home. I asked him, when you got that AMVCA award, what was it like to you? How did you feel? He said it just dawned on him that he needs to do more. You know, I asked, were you not happy or something? He said he was happy, but it's more like you have to do more because you won an award. People are now looking at you. You will start getting a whole lot of gigs. People will start, you know, bringing contracts, want you to influence their products and all, which means you need to double your game in whatever you are doing. So sometimes when you see people come up on socials and, you know, make some certain statements about people, especially in comment section, I'm part of the comment section, actually. I'm not going to lie. But you sometimes need to dig deep. And Nigerians, we are very good in this whole, what do they call them now? I'll remember. But we are so good. We have to dig deep. We have to dig deep to like get past of people. How do we do it? I wonder most times, how do we do these things? How do you guys go so far to bring out things like this? That's why they say whatever you post on social media, you should be very, very careful because internet do not lie. You'll be so shocked when they will bring it in the next 10 to 20 years. You will be so shocked. Anyways, I'm sure I must have entertained you a whole lot these few minutes. And I'm sure you would want to join us same time tomorrow to enjoy more interesting stories, things that make heroes of social media, entertainment industries, and all. Follow us on all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course, enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Okunta.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
When you rob Peter to pay Paul, if the system is that of robbing Peter to pay Paul, then they should only expect patriotism from Paul, not from Peter. So if this country will experience peace and stability, then we must ensure social justice and equity. These teamy young people who are sitting down, we don't know. This is a keg of gunpowder. This is a time bomb for our country. If you think that because you have 4 or 5 children that you have educated well, and then you don't care. But those are your children, which country are they going to live in? They're still going to live in this country here.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Since 1960, when we got independence, under the leadership of Zik and Awolowo, Sardauna Sokoto, Tafawa Balewa, things were in order. I was a very young person that time.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barikumo Ado. In the headlines, Polish Election Commission declares Naroki official winner in presidential race. Zelensky arrives at NATO Eastern Flank Summit as Ukraine-Russia talks to start in Istanbul. And UK to expand submarine fleet as Defence Review calls for war-fighting readiness. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nationalist opposition candidate Karol Nawrocki narrowly won Poland's presidential election. Results showed on Monday, delivering a major blow to the centrist government's efforts to cement Warsaw's pro-European orientation. In a victory for European conservatives inspired by US President Donald Trump, Nawrocki secured 50.89% of the vote. Election Commission data showed an outcome that presages more political gridlock, as it's likely to use its presidential veto to thwart Prime Minister Donald Tusk's liberal policy agenda. Tusk's government has been seeking to reverse judicial reforms made by the previous Nationalist Law and Justice PIS government, but current President Andrzej Duda, PIS ally, has blocked his efforts, a pattern Nawrocki is likely to continue. Nawrocki's rival, Rafał Trzaskowski, the Liberal Warsaw mayor who was standing for Tusk's ruling Civil Coalition, got 49.11%, data showed. Both candidates had declared victory immediately after the publication of an exit poll late on Sunday that showed the result would be very close. Turnout was 71.31%. The Electoral Commission said a record for the second round of a presidential election.
Individual candidates received the following numbers of valid votes. First, Nawrocki, Karol Nawrocki Tadeusz -10,606,877 votes. This is 50.89% of valid votes. Rafał Kazimierz Trzaskowski's 10,237,286 votes. This is 49.11% of valid votes. The National Electoral Commission determined that, in the runoff vote of June 1, 2025, of the two candidates for President of the Republic of Poland, he received more votes, and in accordance with Article 126, Paragraph 6 of the Constitution of the Republic of Poland and Article 292, Paragraph 4 of the Electoral Code, Karol Tadeusz Nawrocki was elected President of the Republic of Poland.
Hungary's foreign minister congratulated Poland's president-elect Karol Nawrocki on a great patriotic victory on Monday after the Eurosceptic nationalist candidate won Poland's tightly fought presidential race. Foreign Minister Peter Szijjarto said a win offered an opportunity to restore Polish-Hungarian relations. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban is a close ally of Poland's Law and Justice Party, which backs Nawrocki. Orban earlier hailed a fantastic victory. The result could lend momentum to the Czech Republic's Eurocentric opposition leader, former Prime Minister Andrej Babiš, who leads opinion polls ahead of an October election. Babiš offered warm congratulations on X. Szijjarto said a Babiš win on the heels of Nawrocki's victory could bolster the Visegrad group of the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia.
First of all, there was a great patriotic victory in the presidential election in Poland.
This victory provides a new opportunity to return the Hungarian-Polish interstate relations, which were deliberately destroyed by the Polish government, to their old course. However, with this Polish presidential election result, we get hope to revive Visegrad cooperation, which I believe brings benefits to all the countries, and if ex-Czech President, Babiš can also win in the Czech Republic in September or during the autumn, then I hope to revive the Visegrad cooperation into one of the closest and best functioning internal alliances of the European Union. So congratulations to the patriotic candidate who won the Polish election.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky arrived at a NATO meeting of Nordic, Baltic and Eastern European leaders in Vilnius on Monday, as Ukraine-Russia talks were set to start in Istanbul. Ukraine and Russia are set to hold their second round of direct peace talks since 2022, but the two sides are still far apart on how to end the war in Ukraine, and the fighting is stepping up. In Vilnius, leaders from NATO's eastern flank met ahead of a military alliance's full summit in The Hague later in June.
In parallel, in Istanbul this hour, there is our team. I had conversation with my Minister of Defense in the early morning, so they are preparing for meeting. I'm not sure that Russians will be ready for some productive meetings, but we always have to count on some decisions. For us, very important is ceasefire, unconditional, of course, ceasefire, and humanitarian issues as to bring back adopted children, and of course, exchange of warriors, and to do everything for other prisoners, civilian prisoners, and journalists, political prisoners. So it's very important to get them all whole.
The thing is, of course, to rearm Europe. Russia is a threat to all of us, and therefore we need to strengthen our eastern flank. We need to help Ukraine as much as possible. And what we see now is Putin and Russia talking about peace during daytime, and at night they're still bumping in Kiev. So, of course, we have to push for a ceasefire still, but at the same time, we have to do what is needed on the battlefield in Ukraine so they can actually win this war. So a lot of important things on the table. I think they are, I mean, they have.
Meanwhile, security was tight along Istanbul's Sirigan Palace on Monday morning, where peace talks between Russian and Ukrainian officials are set to take place. Police presence was observed at the venue, as well as along the Bosphorus Strait, which is next to the palace. Russia and Ukraine are to hold their second round of direct peace talks since 2022, but they're still far apart on how to end the war. Fighting is stepping up. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky congratulated newly elected Polish President Karol Nawrocki during a meeting of Nordic, Baltic and Eastern European leaders in the capital of Lithuania on Monday. Alongside Zelensky, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte also said he was looking forward to working with the new president after final results confirmed Nawrocki's win on Monday, delivering a major blow to the central government's efforts to cement Warsaw's pro-European orientation.
My congratulations to the president, new president of Poland, and I already congratulated by messaging. But I think that I hope that in the closest time we will have opportunity to speak. And Poland is our big friend and strong neighbor, and we respect the voting and of course voting of Polish people. And my congratulations to the new president and to all the Polish people. Thank you so much.
Outgoing Polish President Andrzej Duda said an election of Nawrocki reflected Polish support for continuing its policies of strengthening ties with the US, enhancing national security and promoting regional development.
Of course, I followed the presidential elections. It seems there is now a result, an official result, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, I want to congratulate the winner. And I look very much forward to working together on all these issues and making sure that with Poland, NATO becomes even stronger than it is today.
Also, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Monday that a meeting with his Russian and U.S. counterparts could resolve key issues of ongoing war. Zelensky made his remarks in Vilnius as Russian and Ukrainian officials are due to sit down in Istanbul for their second round of direct peace talks since 2022, with no sign they are any closer to an agreement. One day after Kiev struck some of Moscow's nuclear-capable bombers, Zelensky said that the attack will push Russia towards diplomacy.
Surely the starting point should be a ceasefire and humanitarian actions, the release of prisoners and the return of abducted children. And all key issues can be resolved at the level of leaders. And if Russia undermines even this initial agenda, and if the Istanbul meeting brings nothing, that clearly means strong new sanctions are urgently needed. Specifically, the strongest sanctions President Trump promised. Sanctions should hit Russian energy, especially oil and tankers, price caps, of course, and also Russian banks and the financial sector overall. This is a special moment. On the one hand, Russia has launched its summer offensive, but on the other hand, they are being forced to engage in diplomacy. And this is both a challenge and a real opportunity for us all.
The two sides are expected to discuss their respective ideas for what a full ceasefire and a longer-term path to peace should look like. Amid stark disagreements and pressure from U.S. President Donald Trump, was threatened to walk away from the talks. Up ahead, UK Defence Minister says Britain must prepare for war to secure peace. Canada credits global defence threats in recruitment win ahead of Golden Dome talks. These and more after the break.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Mexicans turned out to vote on Sunday in Mexico City at the country's first ever judicial elections, part of an overhaul of the nation's judiciary that critics warn could jeopardize the rule of law. The vote will elect 2,600 judges and magistrates, including all Supreme Court justices, and is part of a reform pushed by former President Andrés Manuel López Obrador and his protege and successor, President Claudia Sheinbaum. López Obrador and Sheinbaum say the election will root out corruption and a flawed judiciary dominated by an out-of-touch elite, and instead allow people to decide who should be a judge.
I think it's excellent that we can also vote for our judges because justice until now has only been for people with money, and that's the truth. So, it's good that now also the poor have access to justice, and I think it's very important that they're not abandoned.
Opponents say the overhaul risk removing checks and balances on the ruling Morena party by appointing judges friendly to their cause and also allowing organized crime groups greater influence over the judicial system by running their own candidates.
I think it's a complicated process. There's no question that voting has been difficult. It took time to see all the names and other information, but I think every time we have the opportunity to participate and be consulted, it's a waste not to take it.
Britain would increase the size of its nuclear-powered attack submarine fleet. The government announced on Monday ahead of a defense review expected to say the country must invest billions to be ready and equipped to fight a modern war. Prime Minister Keir Starmer, like other leaders across Europe, is racing to rebuild his country's defense capabilities after US President Donald Trump told the continent it needed to take more responsibility for its own security. Strategic Defence Review would call for Britain's armed forces to move to a state of war-fighting readiness, spelling out changing security threats and which defence technologies are needed to counter them. The new submarines will be a model jointly developed by the UK, US and Australia under the security partnership known as AUKUS. Meanwhile, Britain's Defence Minister John Healey announced a new munitions investment programme on Sunday, describing it as a message to Moscow, as well as a way to stimulate the country's sluggish economy. The factories are part of a major review of Britain's defence capabilities, the government said on Saturday. The £1.5 billion investment will be included in a strategic defence review, a 10-year plan for military equipment and services. The SDR is expected to be published on Monday. The Ministry of Defence added that they plan to procure up to 7,000 long-range weapons built in Britain. Together, the measures announced on Saturday will create around 1,800 jobs.
If you're strong enough to defeat an enemy, you deter them from attacking in the first place. That's what has made NATO the most successful defensive alliance in history. For over 70 years, it's helped keep the peace and the stability in Europe. And so it's the same principle now. Faced with greater conflicts, faced with greater uncertainties, we have to be more ready to fight in order to avoid the wars we do not want to fight. And this is enough to deliver the vision of the SDR, a vision that will see a transformation of our armed forces, where we combine the power of innovation and tech and autonomy alongside the heavy metal of tanks, artillery and planes, a plan in which we see a defence dividend, the extra money we put into defence, bringing new jobs, new tech, new businesses right across the country, and above all, putting defence people right at the heart of our defence plans with better pay and better housing.
The extra investment will mean Britain will spend around £6 billion on munitions in the current Parliament. Canadian Chief of Defence Staff Jenny Carrignam said on Sunday that Trump's new Golden Dome missile proposition will be in discussion over the coming months in an interview with Reuters at the final leg of Shangri-La Dialogue's Security Summit in Singapore. Carrignam also credited Canada's recent success in military recruitment for a low spell to military visibility perpetuated by recent global ongoings.
Yes, so this is all under discussion at the moment, and again for us it will be about working closely with my counterpart, Commander NORAD. So at the moment we have a very integrated defense of the continent between US and us. We are already engaged in modernizing our capabilities and equipment as part of NORAD modernization projects. So a lot of that work is already ongoing in terms of modernization. So now for the more specific Golden Dome aspect, that will be up for discussion and development over the next few months.
US President Donald Trump said in a Truth Social post on Tuesday that a proposed Golden Dome missile defense shield that, as previously said Canada wanted to be part of, would cost the tower $61 billion. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said last week that the country is looking at potential investments in the proposed $175 billion project. Shangri-La Dialogue, which attracts top defense officials, senior military officers, diplomats, weapons makers, and security analysts from around the globe, is taking place from Friday to Sunday in Singapore. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said on Sunday that China is slow-rolling a trade deal with the United States as the Trump administration works to negotiate new agreements with several major trade partners. President Donald Trump had accused China of violating an agreement with the U.S. to mutually roll back tariffs and trade restrictions for critical minerals, but said it will soon speak to Chinese President Xi Jinping to discuss trade and other issues. More trade talks between the U.S. and the EU are scheduled for next week on the sidelines of the OECD Ministerial Council meeting in Paris on 3rd and 4th June. The EU officials said a U.S. court's ruling validated the EU view that the sweeping reciprocal tariffs imposed on all goods from the EU and many other countries around the world on April 2 were unjustified. They also said that while U.S. courts did not question Washington's 25% tariffs imposed on European steel, aluminium and cars, the rulings could also play a role in the EU's efforts to get those tariffs lowered or removed.
All right, so the president said he was going to put a 50% tariff on the EU. And as I said, not only does he have this authority under IEEPA, but he has many, many other authorities. The European Union sent in after this their first offer. So they are at the table. They are negotiating. You can't listen to silly people making silly comments. All of the countries that are negotiating with us understand the power of Donald Trump and his ability to protect the American worker. And so what they're doing is they're negotiating with us. Everybody's talking to us. You're going to see over the next couple of weeks really first-class deals for the American worker, opening their markets and setting on tariffs to make sure that we are treated fairly around the world. I think what happened is Secretary Bessent and Ambassador Greer went to Geneva. They made a deal with the Chinese, and really the right way to say it is they're just slow rolling the deal. So I think slow rolling is the right way to say it, and I think Donald Trump is on it. We are taking certain actions to show them what it feels like on the other side of that equation. But my view is Donald Trump and President Xi, you know, our president understands what to do. He's going to go work it out, and I am confident that this is going to work out either way. So I think I love having all of this power in the president's hands. He knows how to wield it correctly for the benefit of the American worker.
Iran's foreign ministry said on Monday it would have to see if there are changes in the U.S. position on sanctions as the two countries negotiate a deal to resolve a decades-long dispute over Iran's nuclear ambitions.
We have stated that we are prepared to take confidence-building and transparency measures under the supervision of the relevant international institution, namely the International Atomic Energy Agency. What is important for us in this equation is ensuring the termination of the sanctions that have been imposed on the Iranian nation for decades and, unfortunately, I must say that the American side has not yet been willing to provide clarity on this matter.
What? Hamas Foreign Minister Saeed Bad Abu Saeed, who has been mediating between Iran and the Trump administration, presented elements of a U.S. proposal for a nuclear deal between Tehran and Washington during a short visit to Tehran on Saturday. Iranian and U.S. delegations wrapped up a fifth round of talks in Rome last month. And while signs of some limited progress emerge, there are many points of disagreement that are hard to breach, notably the issue of Iran's uranium enrichment. The Philippines and the European Union agreed on Monday to start a dialogue on security and defense in order to tackle emerging threats like cyber attacks and foreign interference. Philippine Foreign Minister Enrique Manalo made the announcement at a joint news conference with EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas on Monday. Kallas is in Manila for meetings with Manalo, as well as a courtesy call with Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Kallas said a new dialogue will be a dedicated platform in which the regional bloc and the Philippines can deepen defense cooperation, share expertise on security matters, and explore joint initiatives.
The European Union is a firm believer in international law. And in the international law, we have agreed certain principles. We have the UNCLOS, we have the maritime security arrangements and the rules there. So we reject any unilateral changes to the status quo, including use of coercion.
We hope
that through the security and defense dialogue, we will remain proactive and united in addressing emerging security threats and challenges that transcend borders. Cyber attacks and foreign interference and manipulation of information.
China claims sovereignty over nearly all the South China Sea, including parts of exclusive economic zones of Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. Around 1,000 people participated in a silent march across Budapest's Liberty Bridge on Sunday, many with their mouths taped up in protest against a proposed bill aimed at restricting foreign-funded media and rights groups. Demonstrators were seen taping their mouths shut to protest against the proposed legislation, a step critics say is meant to stifle criticism of the government. Legislation expected to be voted on by June 10 is backed by Prime Minister Viktor Orban's nationalist Fidesz party and drafts a list of entities that get foreign funding and curb or even shut them down if the government decides to threaten Hungary and its culture. The legislation has been widely criticized by Hungarian news outlets, think tanks and rights groups, saying it appears aimed at muffling political dissent. Several street protests have also taken place in recent weeks. Orban pledged to crack down on foreign funding of independent media, opposition politicians and NGOs back in March, stepping up his campaign ahead of elections due in 2026, where he's expected to face an unprecedented challenge from a new opposition party.
This law is part of a process. Since March, a process has been going on which gradually makes us leave the Western type of constitutional state and makes us enter an Eastern type autocratic world order. This means that they will start to limit our basic democratic rights such as the right of assembly, freedom of speech, electoral rights, and so on. It is our duty and responsibility to stand up against it.
We are seeing that the aim of the law to intimidate or scare us, and the problem is that some civil groups are already considering closing down, because without foreign funding and the 1% tax support from civilians, they will not be able to survive.
This law will push us into a corner, taking away our freedoms, and it will try to control us. It is like Orwell's 1984, we are seeing it becoming a reality in 2025.
Orban's Fidesz party currently holds the absolute majority in the Hungarian parliament. An environmentalist activist on Monday climbed a tree near the National Assembly in Paris and put up banners to express his opposition to controversial highway construction in the southwest of France, which some groups say will destroy forests in the region. French lawmakers are said to discuss on Monday a bill that, if voted, would allow the government to push through with the construction of the A69 highway linking Castres and Toulouse. The project has drawn protests in recent years, with environmental groups saying it would destroy 2,500 trees and surrounding humid habitats in the area.
This morning, we took over trees in front of the National Assembly to put up banners in relation to this project, to say that we are against this validation bill, and that we are against the state forcing a bill through, by politicians who are pro-highways. This highway will destroy 400 hectares of agricultural land and forests, in a context in which we currently have a massive loss of biodiversity, a destruction of biodiversity and ecology in general, and an increase in temperatures and natural disaster and climate change. We can no longer afford to cut down trees, which are our sources of oxygen, which maintains the soil, prevents flooding, and other things, to destroy all that and put up more asphalt.
With a length of 57 kilometers, the highway would save between 20 and 40 minutes of travel, according to estimates, and reduce traffic on a national road which crosses villages. Work has begun to implement the plans, which date back to 2006. Still to come, police detain person believed to be involved in Colorado attack, which injured 8 people. South Korea hosts World Environment Day 2025, targeting plastic pollution. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Demonstrators held a rally in support of high school student Marcelo Gomez da Silva, who was reportedly detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE agents in Milford, Massachusetts. Dozens of people gathered at the Milford Town Hall holding signs and decrying efforts by ICE. President Donald Trump, a Republican, aims to deport record numbers of immigrants in the U.S. illegally, but has complained that U.S. courts and existing laws have slowed the effort. ICE guidance issued earlier this year directed officers to consider all immigrants previously released for expedited removal if they had not affirmatively applied for asylum. The operation showcases a new strategy to speed up deportations and bypass lengthier immigration processes. A senior U.S. Department of Homeland Security official said the efforts aim to deport immigrants allowed to enter the U.S. under former President Joe Biden, a Democrat. Police in Boulder, Colorado, detained one person on Sunday after an attack in which 8 people were injured when a man yelled "Free Palestine" and threw incendiary devices into a crowd. Still photographs from an eyewitness showed a shirtless person being detained by police. Eyewitness also captured video that showed security personnel carrying a stretcher away. Authorities named the suspect as Mohammed Soleiman, who was hospitalized shortly after the attack. The Chilean President Gabriel Boric backed an arms embargo on Israel in his address to the Congress on Sunday, the last of his term before the November presidential elections. During his account of his government's international policy, 39-year-old leader took on Israel for what he called a genocide in Gaza and backed Spain's proposal to suspend arms shipment to that country. As he has maintained throughout his term, the left-wing president distanced himself from some other leftist governments in the region by condemning the Venezuelan and Nicaraguan dictatorships and denouncing El Salvador's authoritarian drift. Boric also addressed the issue of abortion in a South American nation after his government filed a bill on Wednesday to legalize abortion up to 14 weeks of pregnancy. International NGO Freedom Flotilla Coalition, FFC, left the Italian port of Catania on Sunday to travel to Gaza to deliver humanitarian aid after a previous attempt failed due to a drone attack on a ship in the Mediterranean. The crew of volunteers, which includes climate activist Greta Thunberg, set sail on the Madeleine carrying what the group called limited amounts, though symbolic, relief supplies, whilst Thunberg told reporters before sailing that the mission was aiming to protect human rights in Gaza. This is the FCC's second attempt to reach Gaza. The United Nations said the weekend that the situation in Gaza is worse since the war between Israel and Hamas militants began 19 months ago, despite a resumption of limited aid deliveries in the Palestinian enclave where famine looms. Under growing global pressure, Israel ended an 11-week-long blockade on Gaza, whose 2 million population is squeezed into an ever-narrowing area on the coast and around the southern city of Khan Yunis, allowing limited aid UN-led operations to resume.
A month after our latest attempt to go on with this mission, the boat was bombed twice. All evidence suggests Israel. And we are doing this because we have to keep our promise to the Palestinians to do everything in our power to protest against the genocide and to try to open up a humanitarian corridor.
But we are also very nervous about what the IDF and the Tel Aviv regime will do when they arrive. This boat contains equipment that the Israelis will not allow into Gaza: crutches, baby formula, painkillers, antibiotics. It's a humanitarian mission doing what the rest of the world should be doing, including the EU, the European community where I'm from. and we are trying to break the siege that under international law the EU should be doing, and they're not. They're shirking their responsibilities, and their time will come.
Displaced Palestinian and father of five, Ayad Adwan, laments his inability to travel outside the enclave to perform Hajj, as millions of Muslims around the world arrive to the holy city of Mecca in Saudi Arabia for the 2025 season. Having successfully registered for 2024, his hopes of making the pilgrimage were shattered due to the war.
We have been destined for displacement, closure, siege, and the tragedy that we are in. Of course, our psychological state is bad because we are not used to the situation that we are in. God has decreed, and whatever He wills, He does. What can we do? We are helpless. I had hoped to engage in these spiritual practices and these virtuous days that every Muslim wishes for. We registered like other citizens to go on Hajj to the sacred house of God, me and my wife, in 2022 and 2023, but unfortunately, because of the war, we did not get the chance. As the war continues, the circumstances continue to be bad, and we could not go to Hajj because of the closure of the border crossing and the circumstances that we are living in. Instead of engaging in the spiritual practices and fulfilling a pillar of the pillars of Islam, which is Hajj, it was replaced with rockets, firing, the presence of bodies, those killed, martyrs everywhere, in the streets. There is horror, there are situations which we are not used to and which we have not lived through before. We live in the middle of a very bad atmosphere, situation, due to the ongoing war and ongoing siege. The tragedy that we are living in, from famine and the difficult atmosphere, situation, we hope from everyone who can work on this.
Hajj is an annual pilgrimage that draws millions of Muslims to the holy city of Mecca, where they carry out a series of sacred rituals first practiced by the Prophet Muhammad over 1,400 years ago. As the fifth pillar of Islam, Hajj is a religious duty required once in a lifetime for every physically and financially able Muslim. It represents the highest expression of Islamic faith, devotion, and global unity. Tesla does not want to produce cars in India, Federal Minister said on Monday, as the government finalizes its electric vehicle policy, with the EV giant's plans currently focused on importing cars into the country. India will significantly cut import taxes for foreign automakers that pledge to invest in domestic EV production lines. The policy, which has been in the works for a year, was originally designed to attract Tesla to set up manufacturing in the country. But CEO Elon Musk put his investment plans for India on hold last year. Tesla's immediate plan is to import cars into India, even though Musk has repeatedly said that the country's tariffs on imported vehicles are too high. Tesla did not immediately respond to an email seeking comment outside of U.S. business hours. Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, Hyundai, and Kia have however shown interest in India's EV manufacturing policy. Minister for Heavy Industries H.D. Kumaraswamy told reporters. Companies will be allowed to import a limited number of electric cars at a reduced duty of 15% versus the current 70% if they commit to investing around $500 million to build EVs in the country. The Ministry of Heavy Industries said in a statement. Domestic players like Tata Motors and Mahindra and Hyundai have invested millions of dollars in local EV manufacturing, with more to come, and lobbied against duty cuts. India's EV sales, dominated by Tata Motors, accounted for just 2.5% of total car sales of 4.3 million in 2024. The government wants to increase this to 30% by 2030. South Korea is set to host World Environment Day 2025 on June 5, shining a spotlight on ending global plastic pollution, according to the UN Environment Program, UNEP. World Environment Day, conceived in 1972, is the United Nations' principal day to mark global green issues and aims to give a human face to environmental problems and solutions. The Republic of Korea is hosting World Environment Day for the second time spearheading initiatives to cut plastic pollution with a comprehensive life cycle strategy involving government, businesses, and consumers. A seated Magnus Carlsen slammed his fist into a table after suffering his first defeat to world champion Gusek Domarajo in a classical game on Sunday in Stavanger. Carlsen had his opponent on the ropes for much of a match in the Norway Chess 2025 tournament, but his composure cracked under the pressure of a ticking clock, committed a blunder that handed India's Gusek a decisive advantage. Carlsen slammed his fist on the table after the defeat before exchanging a quick handshake with Gusek, apologizing for his outburst and storming off. Carlsen remained top of his standings after the defeat. The head of Paris police said on Monday looting and vandalism that broke out after Paris Saint-Germain won the Champions League final over the weekend was a kind of failure on the part of the police. Police Prefect Laurent Nunez said while he did not think it was fair to characterize what happened as a security failure, it is a kind of failure that was looting of businesses. However, he said that actions taken by the police, such as shutting shops along the Champs-Élysées Avenue, had ensured that the situation did not get much worse.
There were courageous police officers from the police headquarters with 2 mobile gendarmerie squadrons that we had in reserve, who intervened, who made numerous arrests, who prevented looting and vandalism. So, words have meaning. We can't talk about security failure. I'm not happy, obviously. I consider it wrong, and it's a kind of failure that there was looting of businesses, especially on the night of Saturday to Sunday. My goal, and at the police headquarters, the person responsible is the police chief. I'm the boss, I'm the one who decides, I'm the one who is responsible. We said there shouldn't be any looting of businesses, and there was some anyway, so obviously there's a kind of failure. I had all the businesses on the perimeter closed. We had all the businesses closed, we cut off traffic, and we took protective measures in front of most of the businesses on the Champs-Élysées and the roads crossing it.
On the Champs-Élysées, bus shelters were smashed up and projectiles hurled at riot police on Saturday, who fired tear gas and water cannons to push back surging crowds as thousands of supporters descended on a boutique-lined boulevard. More than 500 people were arrested by police during the final celebrations in France, where 2 people were reported dead and 192 injured, Interior Ministry said. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron held a reception for Paris Saint-Germain PSG at the LSE Palace on Sunday, after they won the Champions League for the first time in their history. PSG coach Luis Enrique, along with the whole squad and the club's owner Nasser Al-Khalifafi, were welcomed with cheers and applause as they put a trophy on the stage before Macron made a speech. Self-proclaimed Olympic Marseille fan congratulated PSG on becoming only the 2nd French team to win the European Cup.
In any case, this is Paris, PSG slogan. And I want to add, this is Paris at last. More than what everyone was doing on the pitch yesterday, what was brilliant, and we all felt it, there were goals scored, and it's true that PSG goalkeeper Gianluigi Donnarumma had to work less than before, but above all there was a generosity. I said a moment ago, what was brilliant in this match was even 4-0 up, they didn't let a single ball pass. They chased after everything which crossed the pitch, and they didn't let them breathe. And that team yesterday showed something, the fruits of those high standards. You were hungry, you wanted it, and you did it. Thanks to all of its players, all of its bosses, all of its staff, PSG has been an adventure, it still is, and it will stay that way. It will stay that way because it's a club which when it loses, loses a lot, but when it wins a lot. PSG doesn't do anything by halves, and in that respect it's extraordinarily French. Nothing justifies what's happened in recent hours in the capital and in the country. Nothing. The violent clashes which took place are unacceptable, with a serious toll. 2 people have died, some 30 police officers and several firefighters were wounded. My thoughts also go to the police officer who is as we speak in a coma and who had come from Rennes to support some of their colleagues. So the nation is in mourning, and of course my thoughts go to the families who were meant to live a moment of joy but who lived a moment of tragedy. The government's response will rise to this moment, will prosecute, will punish, will be intransigent. Football is not this. No matter what. Long live PSG, long live the Republic, and long live France. It was a project, but the project doesn't stop here. We always said that this trophy was a goal, but it wasn't an obsession. Today we succeeded and we're all happy and we're energized. When we see the kids with eyes full of joy, I think we've inspired a whole generation who will go on from here, future champions. It's really joyful to be able to come here, and it's a dream for me. We come here when we've done something special, and this is really something special.
Macron also strongly condemned the clashes of a previous day, with more than 500 people were arrested by the police during the celebrations, and 2 people were reported dead and 192 injured. Early on Sunday, PSG held an open-top bus parade with thousands of fans lining the Champs-Élysées to celebrate with the team. Simon Yates of Visma a bike won the 2025 Giro d'Italia on Sunday to claim his second Grand Tour victory, having effectively sealed the title a day earlier when he sniped the pink jersey from Isaac Del Toro. Yates and other riders received lessons from Pope Leo at the Vatican before the Briton cruised to the finish in Rome on the final stage, which was won by teammate Olaf Koch in a sprint finish. After riding 3,300 kilometers through Italy, Albania and Slovenia, final stage was a 143 kilometers ride, starting and finishing in Rome, including 8 laps of 9.5 kilometers long circuit in the Eternal City. As the riders circled past Rome's landmarks like Colosseum, a 6-man breakaway went 24 seconds ahead of a pink jersey group with less than 50 kilometers to go. Visma a bike wanted a perfect finish and executed it to perfection when Wout van Aert led the sprint out a final kilometer before Koch surged ahead to take the victory, his second after winning stage 12. Koch finished ahead of Cardin Groves and Matteo Mochetti.
I think it's really still sinking in. What a huge moment in my career, probably the defining moment maybe, and just incredibly proud of the whole team over the 3 weeks, and of course Olaf just finished it off. So amazing 3 weeks.
Tommy Paul's rods may be gathering dust back home in Florida with the prime fishing season underway, but the 12 seed reeled in one of his biggest catches when it blasted past Australia's Alexei Popyrin at the French Open 4th round on Sunday. Paul, an enthusiastic amateur fisherman, admitted the rod and reel sport was sometimes on his mind, even during baseline rallies at the world's biggest tennis stages. He did bag a whopper himself, though with a 6-3, 6-3, 6-3 win over Popyrin, becoming the first American male player to reach the last 8 in Paris in 22 years.
For me, it's just like a getaway. I don't. When I'm fishing, I'm not thinking about tennis. Sometimes when I'm playing tennis, I'm thinking about fishing. But yeah, when I'm out there, it's like a complete separation from my job, from tennis, and I think that's really healthy. Anything right now is like the prime time season in South Florida for fishing, so I'm seeing a lot of great fish get caught while I'm away, and it's kind of breaking my heart, but at least some people are catching them, right?
Yeah, it means a lot. I think I needed that kind of win to feel these feelings that I'm able to win under pressure, and even if it's not going the right way, still turn the match around to win it. And for sure, it's a great confirmation for me. And I for sure wanted to have a match like that. Obviously, it's great to also have full control over the match, but against great players, it's not always going to be possible. And I'm happy that I fought, and I also problem solved on court.
It is true I won the gold medal last year, but I don't consider myself as a defending champion in Roland Garros because it's Swiatek who won Roland Garros last year. I mean, still, it's different because Grand Slam, we need to play 7 matches. On the Olympic Games, it's 6 matches to get a gold medal. Of course, I beat her last time, so I had a lot of confidence on clay court.
Paul also became the only active American player to reach the last 8 on 3 surfaces after his 2023 Australian Open semi-final and 2024 Wimbledon quarter-final runs. Paul can land another trophy, cash in the last 8, where we'll face either defending champion Carlos Alcaraz or fellow American world number 13, Ben Shelton. That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumado. Thank you very much for watching.
Since 1960, when we got independence, under the leadership of Zik and Awolowo, Sardauna Sokoto, Tafawa Balewa, things were in order. I was a very young person that time. Independence was something that we celebrated in a very big way during that time. After some years, we went to the military regime. Are you getting the point? Yes. There things begin to wobble from one year to another, the rest of it all. Since then, I don't think there is any improvement. Yes, there is no improvement. Yeah, we enjoy. At least after 10 years of independence, or if not 20 years, since then, nothing has changed. Nothing. We have not even. In fact, we are not be able to say we are now Nigerians that got independence, 1st of October, 1960. Nothing to show for it. Nothing practically to show for it. Hunger, poverty, sickness. Hospitals, no drugs. Talk about electricity, that one is 0/100. Are you getting the point? Potable water to drink is out of the game. Look at the oil subsidy that they removed. See where he plunged Nigerians into. No food, nothing. You hold 10,000 naira, you only buy have penta or gari. Where are we? We say that we are the giant of Africa. Where is the giant of Africa? Where we don't have anything to show for it. Our economy in Shabo is finished, it's dried.
For me, I'm not feeling anything for the celebration because Nigeria is really, really messed up as it stands now. There is nothing good in Nigeria, especially in the leadership system. Everything is falling. Look at the fuel price and the commodities in the market. It's very expensive. Celebrating, what's there to celebrate Nigeria independence when the poor masses can barely afford or to meet up their ends living? So for me, the 64th independence Nigeria is celebrating is nothing to write home about. I'm not feeling excited because the country is already messed up already.
Nobody is enjoying the country anymore. The politicians, they are not after the poor masses. They are just enjoying doing their thing, only them alone. Even us boys now, we don't have work, no work in the streets. How will you? I don't have much to tell you about Nigeria anymore because I'm tired of Nigeria to be a Nigerian self.
We have a lot of issues about the economy in the country, and I don't see it profiting, to celebrate Independence Day. Because they're talking about the light issue. I think that they promised to exist at 24 hours light, but definitely we are not seeing it at all. Okay, like in my era right now, we don't have light. So we kind of we plead, so that they will kind of treat the masses well, and we should have good government in this country. Because like what I've seen in the past years until now, we have been suffering a lot, So I want the government to really improve.
A man that is up to 64 years. No, I'm not up to 64. I'm not even up to 60. But I know If I am a man and I'm getting to 64 or being 64, I must have achieved a lot. Because from that 64, I will be, by now I have started preparing myself because I will achieve a lot. But Nigeria, honestly, telling you, I cannot say that I'm proud of what is going on now in Nigeria. By now, we must have gone so far in the sense that we cannot be rating Nigeria as one of the ugliest or poorest country by now. Because I remember when I was in primary school, my mom used to go to market with small money and she would buy a lot of things. But now, I will go to market with 50,000 naira. At times when I come back, I'll be looking as if I'll be thinking, I start to calculate myself, oh, is there anything happened? Did I lose money? Did anybody put hand in my pockets to collect the money? But at the end of the day, after calculating, nobody touched my bag. Nigeria is deteriorating seriously, in the sense that I'm even afraid of our children. How are they going to cope because of the things that are happening now? Instead of trying to make things work well, things are getting worse every day. Look at our boys, look at our youths, jobless. They don't have work. Our job, they don't have no, and there's not even provision of, no even hope of getting that work. Look at medical department. Somebody will struggle and train a child to be a medical doctor, a pharmacist, or this thing. For you to do your housemanship, you are going to pay money for somebody to do housemanship, which means in no distant time we should be paying money for our children to go for youth service.
We need to really work hard to tackle insecurity. My insecurity is just the major problem. I feel like when insecurity is tackled, I think less of the problem, like all this fraud and all this kind of shit, like any other thing, will be reduced. But my prayer for Nigeria is get better and keep growing more, because I see us as a very rich country.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to another day on Signature Television News. This is where we talk and think, or we think and talk. In Nigeria, anything can happen, so bear with us, tolerate me. In this place, while I'm musing, I will try to think before I talk. But if it happens the other way around, what are friends for? To tell others things I do right, but try to tell only me what I've done wrong. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your friend, or you are those unwanted guests, one of those unwanted guests you find you are in your sitting rooms at times like this. You will be forcing to think and talk. Whatever is the case, I am pleading with you to tolerate me. I want you to be my friend. In this program, we normally do not have a particular way we go. It's just music. And we ask God for wisdom and let our creative muse be something like flowing and liquid, always. Well, let's think. Today, there's this sad note we start. Flooding. Some newspapers call it a flood of fury. Has taken the life of over 111 Nigerians in Mokwa, in Niger State, Nigeria. As we are talking right now, more than 100 people cannot be accounted for, and more than 70 corpses have been buried. And these are, figures. And those figures that the government allowed to be released and talked about so that we remain politically correct. There are certain figures that will become embarrassing even to the people talking about it. So the life of Nigerians have been reduced to figures. And it's a sad incident. It's a sad situation that the lives of Nigerians who did this to us, we keep asking. But we find ourselves, we are doing this to ourselves. I will tell you an instance. I will lead you in. In this same country, the Nigerian, the NIMET, they call it Nigerian Meteorological Agency, the ones that predict weather. If it's going to rain, they'll tell you. If it's going to be tornado, if it's going to be storms and winds, they will tell you 1 year ahead of time and said, these people came up with records. At least if nothing happens, they vindicated themselves. And they warned Nigerians and said, flooding will come up in more than, I think they were about 29 or 32 Nigerian states. In some other platforms I talked about it, I was saying, how many are left? It's not like the flood is going to ravage throughout the country. It calls for emergency. Well, the emergency we had, even after NIMET released their warnings, was emergency rule over River State. That's one of the emergencies. Government are free to release emergencies. But when they release emergencies as they feel, and no emergencies that count with what the people will feel later, it becomes suspicious. That's, how can we be warned that there will be storm in Nigeria and that many countries, many states in Nigeria will be affected, and nothing happened? Nothing happened. It is not fair. It is not fair. It is not fair to everybody concerned. And now, instead of the people to come up and tell us that over 200 and some people are just gone, they have to break it down. About 110 died, and then 100 missing, 70 buried already, and put it together. You know that the unofficial figure of the people of Mokwa, if they are giving voice to say and count the loss of people who have died in Mokwa flood, you will be wondering. You will shudder how many lives have been lost in Mokwa just in one flooding situation. And the painful thing is that the NIMET warned the Nigerian establishment ahead of time. It is not fair.
When they carry the corpse of another man, it sounds like log of wood. And now the government situation in the newspaper, the president of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu Jagaban, has actually given orders that Nigeria, people should go and investigate, provide succor and relief for the families of affected. How do you provide succor for a family of one man that has lost 17 members of the family in one incident? So calculate that. How Nigerian establishment play with our lives. If the state government had assembled all the necessary people when this warning was released and said, tell us part of this state where these floods are likely to be affected more. Let's think about some things that can be done. If it had happened now, what you find people saying is that, the government tried. The people in government, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Special Duties, anything, all these establishment, PAs on this, commissioners, everybody will sit down one place eating kola nut and guru. I mean granite and all the things that go with it and pepper fruits. And when you ask them, they will want to point at one man, the presidency, or call his name, the Tinubu. Everybody want to call Tinubu, even for their own errors. So in Mokwa now, who do we blame? The government, the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria? Well, the buck stops on his desk, so they say, uneasy lies the head. Beard the crown. I don't know what the Nigerian head crown is wearing, because I know it's in UK that the queen wear crown. Here, Nigeria even Nigeria, you have money. NMPCL can buy the crown that the president can wear, because they control our life with oil and gas. The sad and painful situation is that Nigerian lives have been reduced to numbers. We count it, and then in a few days it's over. Some people are still saying the rains are just starting. Will this sound as warning to other states that were mentioned by Nimet that the floods are coming? Even when Noah in the Bible warned the people about the flood, it still took them by surprise. In his own case, he made effort to provide an escape route for the people. It was the people that did. Let the government begin now. All the government of the states that have been warned about flooding by Nimet, begin to do something. Let it be that the people refuse to adhere to the rules. Because the buck stops at the table of government establishment in Nigeria. The government are the people who do and take care of every situation. That is the situation we are. And that is the problem. Well, our soul, our heart goes to the families and the people who are fellow Nigerian citizens who have lost their life in Mokwa, that flood that Punch newspaper has described as flood of fury. May it never repeat itself in Nigeria. Oh God, hear our prayer. Because what are we dealing with? Nigeria, we're fighting so many wars at different fronts. Hunger and hardship, terror and banditry, some other things that happen that threaten the life of Nigerians. Then they said that to be forewarned is to be forearmed. Well, in Nigeria, I think they need to revisit that word. It's not true when you put Nigeria in it. Because we were forewarned about the flood in Nigeria. It came, and still we did not do anything. It swept and killed a lot of Nigerians. Nigerians need to fly our flag at low mast because we have failed the people. We failed ourselves. Let's look at the other things that we need to talk about and think about. There is this rising incident of ritual killers in Nigeria. Ritual killers in a place near where I am. I'm not safe because the place near where I am, to be precise, in Ezagu local government of Enugu State. Some issues have been on. It started making waves in the virtual online video. We thought it was a joke until Signature Television sent our reporters to Ezagu, and it was confirmed. The Ezagu youth took their destiny into their hands to rid their community of some undesirable elements that are trying to bring bad name to their community. What a wonderful move. I think Nigerian youth should do this, and they will say, I am calling for youth violence. No. My people say, there's this masquerade they call Opanga. Certain groups of villages in my place normally come up. They are popular with Opanga masquerade. But the funny thing about Opanga masquerade is that if you do not dance it like a mad person, you will not make an impression. Nobody will know you are dancing Opanga. So the people of Ezagu and the youth of Ezagu, the noble youth of Ezagu, who took up the dancing of Opanga with all that vigor of prime energy of youth, that have exposed a lot of things. Well, the latest video making viral, making waves in the virtual I've seen, is that all the okites that are obtainable from Ezagu are now in the bushes. For some of you who are farmers, if you are going to the farm in Ezagu now, you have to be careful about the herdsmen. You have to be careful about the okite, the legendary okite, which some people have concocted, we don't know. But recently we now find out what they do. Human lives, children, innocent children, are people will for what they want to achieve in this life. We kill. The Christians have fulfilled the book. They say principalities and powers, wickedness in high and low places. This wickedness in Ezagu now, do we say is in high or low place? Because when you leave all the people, when they leave that sin, they will start pointing fingers to Tinubu. Who did this to the Ezagu people? Tinubu. Will you, because that there is hunger and hardship in town, and say that Isinnegi, your mother's head, is the head of a cocoyam? God forbid. That people, because of what they want to gain in this life, are killing their fellow human beings in these useless ventures of ritual killing. But they say when the bigger goat is eating at the folders, the smaller ones are watching their mouth. What has happened? Are the people who are leading us are leaders from the traditional level of communities to the government levels to the highest levels? Have they shown us examples? Have they taken leadership and leading by example? Are we sure some of them are not patrons of the Okite makers and Ibobo native doctors and SMIs? God forbid. There's nothing. They say the gate man GM, he will not see at the gate. You know, there's nothing that is new in this Nigeria. I'm bringing it back home. And then the issue is still on. If it's in court situation, they say it's sub judice. The government, the man who is the center of character, has been arrested by the Nigerian Immigration Service. Kudos to NIS. Once in a while, we find, one of the good things to say. They have and handed over to police. All searchlights are now looking at the police. The victim is running away. There is virtual video of his interview where he was claiming that, let's leave that to the police to sort out. But he claimed that there is a next of kin. I will tell you the level of education of people who are perpetuating this. But when we have refused to take care of all this wretched of the earth, we keep them there and move up to Abuja and they sit down there without Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, or segregation of religion, Christianity, Muslim, and we get corrupt and chop Nigerian money. and we build mansions in Abuja and live our communities, this is the kind of thing we get. If you see a chicken in a broad daylight, bright and early, scattering human feces by the roadside with its legs, pursue that chicken. You don't know who will eat the legs when it's cooked for supper. You will stop eventually saying, this chicken is doing, and you walk into the next mama put in the next few hours and say, mama put, I want to eat ofaku and white rice. I say, give me the chicken legs. Whose chicken leg, which chicken leg are you asking for to be eaten? That's a proverb of bone and silence. For you who do not feel that we should join hands together to clean up this society. It doesn't concern me, no concern me, no concern me. Now, make monkey go market, no return. And so, we find ourselves throwing stone in the marketplace. If you don't touch your mama, extended to nuclear, just like in government, how you get PA to PA, SA to SA. Those kind of things exist in our lives. That's what they call extended relations. But people are so wicked that love has grown cold, as the Bible says. We take decisions, don't care who else is God, just for our immediate benefit. Because we find ourselves in, and those positions are supposed to be held in trust. I don't have anything against you. The person who wears clothes and is taking his bath should know himself. I mean, I don't know. That is proverb of bone and silence. As we keep moving, let's go. It will not be fair if I do not wish my dear President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, one of the Africa's largest populated country, one of the president of a country where you have the largest deposit of Igbo black man, black man in the world. A country that hosts almost 1/3 of the population of Africa. That is Nigeria. So, my dear president, the Jagaban himself, I doff my filara, sir. With all respect, sir, 2 years in office, and we are here as your people, we review. So I plead your indulgence to tell you that I will not be reviewing from the point of view of members of your party. They are APC, you know. They are party men, and their party men must be party men. But me, I'm reviewing as a journalist, public analyst who talk about so that I can walk the street. I can walk the street safe. At least if safe enough on the hand of ordinary Nigerians, not safe from politicians who are always telling you, sir, everything is okay, sir, president, sir. In my place, they say, sometimes you have to wear basket over the head to talk to an elder. My dear president, your last 2 years in office has been tedious, painful. It's filled with hardship and hunger, and the skyrocketing of inflation and prices of food, the basic necessary things we survive in Nigeria. At the higher level where you operate, sir, we know that the view is clearer. You are seeing from where you operate, the view is clear. You are seeing what I'm not seeing. But you cannot beat a child and say, you shouldn't cry, my dear president. I know you were a very honest man. You were a very caring president. So allow me to cry because it's paining me. We do not have fuel. We cannot afford fuel to drive our Tokumbo cars. The prices of food in the market, the mudu of gari, or mudu of penta of gari or rice or beans, our most staple food, are no more affordable. I can't even go and talk about haribo and the lafu and no. Those things you mentioned when you are telling us it will be easily affordable, you know, we can't even see it. So, my dear president, 2 years after, half time, 702 years, where is your government of hope? There's this traditional ruler in one community in Igbo land. He was telling a sole administrator then, he said, "Ne check, Mr. Dear President, ne check. Is he okay? If he's okay, all the more, we are suffering. And it's only we that can tell you, sir. Because those people who can scramble and eat at the table, they won't be making noise. They will observe table manners. But we that can't even get close, we can't get 10 kilometers to Asorok not to talk about anything. We can't. Because I have tried one time to trek. They can't even allow you. So those ones who can get close enough can pick up the crumbs from under the table of, you are not a master, you are a leader. And a lot of people have acclaimed you as a very intelligent politician. Look into the masses, we are dying, sir. For how long can you look at Nigeria this way? I know you are already planning for a return because you love Nigeria, you want to be building, you want second. But let me ask you, my dear President, a lot of people who have failed, the state governors that have failed all over everywhere, are hiding under you by providing you support. They say, we support you, we adopt you. That's it. Now, so we go the day. Now, this leg, now I go take rich my dear President. I'm telling you on behalf of our people, look our way, sir. One, try and make it a little easier for us so that we'll be alive now until 2027 to vote you back. Abi? Not the person when they're alive, they go to the polling booth to vote. You get to a point that nobody there. And then you have to also pay people who will even carry the ballot box, even if they have to read. But it would have been cheaper if you take half of the money that they will use to pay thugs and agents to make us happier. You don't need to bother. They will vote you back. My dear President, I am making this compassionate appeal to you. It's not always every time we will talk. Hunger don't take too much. We don't even have energy. Dear President, yes, I double, my cap not there, my head. But look into our situation, sir, because I know you are caring president. You will look into our situation and get back to us. We're talking on your behalf to the president. I hope you guys will see me. Nothing goes for nothing. I've sat here quietly talking to the president, and all of you are looking at my mouth so that when I misfire, the president will say, who is that man? And you won't be there when he'll be asking, how Jagaban talks. He will go, Rufai, who is that man? Who is talking that? What did he say our government did? Your government is doing well, only that you make price of peace, Ewa and Agbado. Let it come down. That's all we're asking for. And then you go on your Escalade and your presidential jet and refurbished and repainted and all. You enjoy your 209 cars convoy. I mean, Mr. President, that's a status. Make we no die. That's all we are begging, sir. May God no blame himself for allowing you come to be our president. You want God to regret. Let it not be when you read in the Bible say, and God will regret. God forbid that God will regret making Jagaban our president. God will always smile at you because you will be a fulfillment of God's dream. Oh, well, the next thing we are looking at, this is another sad thing. It's the boy who lost his life in a Lagos building collapse scored 320 in UTME, Universal Guinea Matriculation Exam, UTME. Oh, and the father, who is a driver, said so. The boy who scored 320 in the legendary and the JAMB, UTME exam. He died because the house they are living in Lagos collapsed, and that house would have killed the boy. That's how a dream of a young Nigerian was wasted because Nigerians do not care. If most of the buildings in Lagos, because of the high water level of Lagos environment, if most of the buildings are, whose job it is to look at buildings and suitability. We used to have VIO, the vehicle inspection officers, on the road, and they will be marking some cars off road. This car is no more good to be on the road when the car becomes rickety and all. But who does that? Who does that for our houses that we're living in some cities like Port Harcourt, Lagos, and where we have a very high water level, where water must have eaten into the foundation of the houses, and some of the houses are like cabin biscuits soaked in water that will collapse any moment from now. A life of a young Nigerian who scored 320 with dream. Something's happened the other day. Police killed the one going to sit for senior examination, senior WAEC in Ibadan. That's a young man. What will the spirit of these boys be talking about Nigeria when in the land of the dead? Will that spirit, their spirit? As some religious people will say, let the spirit of the saint pray for us. And when we are killing the saints, we even when we kill them, and we're expecting Jesus to be interceding for us. We have only one Jesus. The saints of young Nigerians we kill because of our recklessness, unavoidable death that young Nigerians are dying. Their souls will not pray for us. Maybe part of why we are suffering here, we are confused. We don't even know what they do. The soul of and the blood of many innocent Nigerians who have wasted crying. Look at Mokwa. How many that die? How many of them are young people who are with prime energy dreams that will wake up and they wasted? Nigeria, may God help us. In as much as we are willing to help ourselves, because only God helps those who help themselves. Because we keep God has given Nigeria everything it takes to us to help ourselves, but we kept quiet and waiting for God to come down from heaven and do some extraordinary things. It will not work. This is where I've been told that I mused enough so that I won't begin to cry if I muse further. Thank you, my dear producer, for calling me back. I don't want to get emotional. God bless Nigeria. My name is Christian Chibuzo-Maduka, your anchor on Muse. Let's keep musing, thinking and talking, or talking and thinking. Anyone that works for you. In Nigeria, a lot of people talk before they think. But I'm a preacher of thinking before talking. God bless Nigeria. Stay tuned for the rest of the program on Signature TV, on channel SLTV channel 265, and all social media handles. And then, if you have any issue, drop it there. I will tackle it. Thank you, and God bless you.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Propagated, and that the church is established the way Christ desired it. That's my commitment, and I can only pray that God helps me.
Mrs. Ifeoma Igboonu, wife of the bishop who was made a dame, the title for female knight, said her investiture will embolden her the more in her work of evangelism. She said that no sacrifice or effort is ever enough in spreading the gospel of salvation.
I feel taking a responsibility to God's call. And as I said earlier on, it's not about the title, it's all about the responsibility. If God has called you to be a partner with Him in this vineyard. It is an honor, so I feel honored and I feel privileged. So I'm not taking it for granted. It's like God trusting you to entrust something into your hands.
The president of the Council of Knights of the Oji River Diocese, Amos Nwokoro, expressed joy at the investiture of the new knights and expressed the hope that they will help in pushing the various projects being initiated by Bishop Egbono in Oji River.
And we as council members, we are his backbone. There is no way we can go back. So we must follow him. He is actually in a 100 meters dash, and we are equal to the task as Council of Knights.
The work said by the diocese under the new bishop is no doubt numerous, and the pledge by the knights reflects their devotion and commitment to fostering spiritual growth and contributing to the church's mission. This is in line with the ancient order of knighthood rooted in the rich traditions of the Anglican Church, which requires members to embody the values of courage, compassion, and humility as they strive to serve Christ and their community with unwavering dedication. From Oji River, Ugonne Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
If you think that because you have 4 or 5 children that you have educated well and then you don't care. But those are your children, which country are they going to live in? They're still going to live in this country here.
Welcome to Teens Should Know, the TSK show on Signature TV, where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the tools to guide them, because when teenagers know better, they do better. My name is Ifoma the Prof Wato, and I am your host on today's show. Today we are diving into a topic that every teen faces at some point and that is the peer pressure. It's not just about being a teenager. It's not just about school, friends, or trying to figure out the future. It's about learning how to deal and handle pressures, saying no without feeling awkward. Today, I have a teenager who is right here in the studio with me. He's still in the middle of his teen's life. He will share his personal experience with us. I will introduce him after a short break. Stay tuned.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
You're welcome back to TSK Show on Signature TV. And with me on the show for today's episode of Teen Should Know is Victor Chukwu Ebuka Rollins. Victor, welcome to Teen Should Know.
Thank you, Ma. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
How are you today?
I'm feeling a bit nervous, but I'm fine. I'm
Just
doing very
chill.
nice.
You don't need to be nervous, okay?
Thank you, Ma.
All right.
Thank
Welcome
you.
to the show once again.
Thank you.
First of all, we are going to look at what actually is peer pressure. And what does it feel like or look like for a teenager of today? You're a teenager yourself. So
Yes.
what, in your own words, what do you think peer pressure is?
Okay, thank you for having me. Okay, based on my understanding, I would say that peer pressure is the indirect or direct influence on a teenager to adopt a certain kind of value or belief or indulge in similar activities that has been influenced by his or her peers.
Okay, so what you're trying to say is that peer pressure can be direct or indirect.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's fine. Now, a lot of people think that peer pressure is about the big stuffs like maybe wanting to do drugs, the quick money syndrome, joining a cult, or doing some of those big things that teenagers of today do, wanting to drive cars, wanting to be a superstar and all of that. So do you think that there are other ways, little ways that peer pressure shows up in the life of a teenager?
Yes.
Okay.
I can give an example of, let me say for the guys now, our own peer pressure is sporty betting, sporty bets, bingo, all those things now. The rush to get money at such a young age is a pressure. It means some of us don't even know what we're going to use and do.
Okay,
but
you don't even know what you want.
You just want
to get
But the girls
money.
now, the trend of fashion, all these trending fashions, what they wear. So that are little ways that peer pressure can show up.
Oh, I see. So it's not just about wanting this money. Sometimes you don't even know what to do with this money, just to feel along, just to be like, oh, I do betting and I have this certain amount of money in my account. I see. So we know peer pressure shows up online, you know, most what people say online, what people post online. Do you think it affects the teenager, what people post online, like the social media?
Yes, 100%, because that's where they get their fashion ideas from.
Okay, looking at you now, Chukwu Ebuka, I want to ask you, has there been any time you were under pressure maybe to dress in a particular way, join a particular trend, or even sing a song that is trending?
Oh yes, I'll say my own kind of peer pressure is dancing.
Dancing.
Trending dance, yeah.
Trending dance.
Dance that trend online, yes. And I also love gist a lot. So when they say something like, okay, do you hear what Davido did, or do you hear what this person did? I'm like, I want to be current with the gist. So when they are talking, I'll be, I'll be flowing.
Okay, but the dance you talked about, do you really dance?
Yes, I have passion for dancing.
You have
I
passion
love
for
dancing.
You love dancing. Yes. So if you are given the opportunity, you go into dancing.
Yes.
Is it as a hobby or
just a hobby.
Career?
No, just a hobby.
Just a hobby. That's fine. Okay, let's go deeper now. I want to get a little personal with you. Have you personally experienced peer pressure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Will you be open to share with us what this pressure was, and at the end, what happened? How did it make you feel?
Okay, I won't go in details. I'm a kind of shy person, so I'll just I I once had a peer pressure to get a phone when I was in SS1.
Wow.
Yes, and all my classmates had phone. Most of them were whining, but you know, they'll just show up like I have phone. They talk about stuff, and me, I'll just get lost in the conversation.
Okay.
So I had to start using my mom's phone to get indulged in whatever they are doing in school.
Okay.
But at a point, I got addicted to the phone. Okay. And it wasn't my phone, my mom's phone.
Okay.
And it affected my academic performance to the point that I repeated SS1,
wow.
a particular session.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
And it was that serious. Let me not say it was that bad. Yes. It was that serious.
Yes. And the painful part is those people that introduced me to that distraction, they are 1 year ahead of me.
Oh, they left you behind?
Yes. They didn't repeat with me. I was like literally the only one.
Oh,
so
that's a sad one.
It was a very huge lesson for me.
A huge lesson.
A very, very huge one.
Not wanting to be like others.
Yes.
And because sometimes, like in your own case, these people actually were having phones, but they were not actually addicted to it.
Yes.
They moved on while you were the one who was left behind. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to ask you another question. Sometimes when we talk about this peer pressure, it's not even like somebody is coming to tell you, you must do this thing.
Yes, yes.
So sometimes it's just you wanting to do something.
Yes.
So can you differentiate actually between what influence and peer pressure is?
Influence and peer pressure. Okay, I'm going to give us an example. Okay, to help us understand the concept between influence and peer pressure. Influence now, for example, when you're being enrolled into a school as a student, the influence that school has on you is you have to wear the school uniform. Okay. You have to come for assembly. You have to do this, you have to do that. Now, it's the normal influence that the school has on you. But when it comes to pressure, you enrolled into the school, you are a student now, you are in class. You find out that all your classmates, literally all of them have bandana. My teenagers, we can relate. Bandana, yes.
Okay, bandana.
They have bandana, yes. And maybe it's a particular color, maybe just red. Everybody's like, you know, it's trending. Well, and then you now feel this desire to have it. They didn't ask you to get it though. You came down, you observed by yourself. You say, on this thing fresh, oh.
It's fresh,
it's fresh. So you now come like, let me just get myself one. You don't have money, you can't start pressurizing your parents, and that's just the difference between pressure and influence.
Oh, that's beautiful. Chukwebuka Victor Rollins.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been sharing your ideas and your knowledge with us, and even your personal experiences, and that is very beautiful. I guess teenagers at home are learning, and parents are also learning. Let's flip it around a little. Okay. Have you ever stood your ground, like in that place where, you know, teenagers will say they want to whine me? I no panic, I maintain my steez, and my composure was intact. Has there been any situation where you stood your ground and you say no? I know it might not be easy anyway, it's always tough somehow, but were you able to say no? And after saying no, did you feel awkward? Were you feeling guilty? How did you feel afterwards?
Okay, I'll share an experience with you guys again. The second one is
you say you don't say you like gist.
I love gist. I love gist. Okay, so the second one is back in school. After I repeated that SS1, I went to a federal school, and in that school we have our trend, and that trend is flying on your shirt, sagging your trouser. Some of them do wear their tie, tie it on their head after school over.
Okay, tie that was meant to be on the neck, on the head.
Yeah, I see. So, but me, I came from a very good home by the grace of God, and they brought me up in such a way that there's how you have to dress if you want people to address you. So I normally do 6 to 6. My shirt, I'll button all the way up, and my tie will be all my neck, like, you know, a hair.
Like a civil servant.
Yes, exactly. My belt will be all the way, you know, tight and fit, and I was literally like, we were literally few that dressed that way. So sometimes they'll be like, this guy is a nerd, or he's weird, or he's trying to show that he can't be pressurized. So that was a point that actually stood my ground. The way I dress, I don't want to look at people flying out their shirts. I want to maintain the way I dress, and that's how I maintain my own steez and composure. So looking different is one of the ways I stand out.
You felt good afterwards.
Yeah, I felt confident, and now most of them are like, wow, you are strong. So you still kept up with this dressing up until now.
Okay.
Okay. They are like, you kept up with these things. So you see, at the end of the day, they'll still love you the way you are.
Oh, that's
they will
beautiful.
love you and accept you the way you are.
Oh, that's beautiful. Chukwuebuka, I love that for you. I love the fact that you stood your ground. So I think this has to do because you mentioned something about the home where you're coming from.
Yes.
So you held onto your family values
yes, standards,
and principles,
yes,
and standard. Okay, if I want to ask you now, like I would want to bring it into the real life. If a teenager said, I have tried, you know, like in your case where everybody is flying out their shirts, sagging their trousers, but you still maintain, you said is your, what did you call it? Your 66, okay. And maybe a teenager says, I've tried to be disciplined, but I keep missing it. You know, once in a while, today you're doing it, the next day you're off. And how will you encourage that person without making the person feel like, oh, you're a failure?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll start off by saying that for the fact that you're trying, you are a strong person.
Okay.
You are strong. And for those that don't try at all, you are better than them.
Okay.
Because you are making efforts to maintain your family values, where you came from, the standards you were brought up with. You are trying your best to maintain it. So you are better than those who just sat there, and when they were exposed to the world, they just accepted whatever the world threw at them.
Succumb to the
just
pressure.
Succumb, but you are better. So my advice to you is keep trying.
Oh, wow.
Never give up, because if you don't give up, your chances of winning are not slim, but very big, very huge. Your chances of winning are very huge. Okay, so that's my advice to them. Never give up. Keep trying.
Never give up.
Yes.
Keep trying. This has been so interesting, and I love that you're standing up for yourself. It's tough, but it's powerful, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. Teenagers watching right now who might be stuck in a situation where they feel constant pressure. I hope you're learning one or two things from our conversation on this show. We'll go on a short break now, and we will get back. We'll continue in this informative and insightful conversation.
Yes.
Thank you.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by before.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
to Southeast News on Signature TV. I am Barikumo Ado. It's a beautiful day here in ENUGU. I hope you're having the same wherever you are. The headline: Bishop Ebonu tells Nigerians to elect leaders with strong moral character. This story and more will certainly come your way. Stay with us. The Anglican Bishop of Oji River Diocese, Right Reverend Ikechukwu Ebonu, has stressed the need to elect persons with high moral standards into leadership positions in the country. Bishop Ebonu gave the charge at the third Liaise Group Chief Executive Officer of Tennessee Holdings Limited, which took place at St. Paul's Cathedral, Oji River.
Right Reverend Ebonu, who is holding his second synod since he assumed office as Bishop of Oji River, anchored his sermon on the theme of the synod, which is Occupy Until I Come. He stressed the need for integrity, wisdom, and spiritual guidance in leadership.
We came to have synod here in the spiritual realm that we programmed the synod to come here today. If not, it will not come.
From St. John's Abada Alachi, the event shifted to St. Paul's Cathedral, Oji River, where the bishop performed the investiture of 4 outstanding personalities, including Dr. Kingsley Eze, Rear Admiral Kennedy Ezete, Ifeoma Ebonu, and Eunice Uzoigwe, into the Order of the Knight of St. Paul. The bishop administered the oath on the new knights, highlighting the spiritual importance of their calling.
I admit him as member and hereby invest you into the order of the Knight of St. Paul. The same is true as a token of authority and pledges, and this sword experience. And may the Lord be with you and yours. You are going out and you are coming from this time forth and forevermore.
Among those that were conferred with the knighthood was Dr. Kingsley Eze, the Group Chief Executive Officer of Tenants Holdings Limited, a reputable conglomerate with interest in information, technology, real estate, manufacturing, and agriculture. Dr. Eze said he was humbled and honored to be made a knight in the Anglican Church, where he was brought up with a sound Christian principles.
The history of knighthood is a chronicle of ordinary men over the years who dedicated their life for the defense and promotion and development of the gospel of Jesus Christ. So for me, it's an honor for the recognition, but most importantly, it's also a burden. It's a burden understanding what is expected of me, and I can only pray that God helps me.
He pled to continue using all he has in serving God and humanity to justify his new calling.
My promise to the church is that I will continue to be myself. I will continue to be a defender and a supporter of the gospel of Jesus Christ. I'll continue to do anything I can in my powers to make sure that the gospel of Jesus Christ is propagated and that the church is established the way Christ desired it. That's my commitment, and I can only pray that God helps me.
Mrs. Ifeoma Ebonu, wife of the bishop who was made a dame, the title for female knight, said her investiture will embolden her the more in her work of evangelism. She said that no sacrifice or effort are ever enough in spreading the gospel of salvation.
I feel taking a responsibility to God's call. And as I said earlier on, it's not about the title, it's all about the responsibility. If God has called you to be a partner with him in his vineyard, it is an honor. So I feel honored and I feel privileged. So I'm not taking it for granted. It's like God trusting you to entrust something into your hands.
The president of the Council of Knights of the Oji River Diocese, Amos Nwokoro, expressed joy at the investiture of the new knights and expressed the hope that they will help in pushing the various projects being initiated by Bishop Ebono in Oji River.
And we as council members, we are his backbone. There is no way we can go back. So we must follow him. He is actually in a 100 meters dash, and we are equal to the task as Council of Knights.
The work set by the diocese under the new bishop is no doubt numerous, and the pledge by the knights reflects their devotion and commitment to fostering spiritual growth and contributing to the church's mission. This is in line with the ancient order of knighthood rooted in the rich traditions of the Anglican Church, which requires members to embody the values of courage, compassion, and humility as they strive to serve Christ and their community with unwavering dedication. From Oji River, Ugonne Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
From Oji River in Enugu State, we move over to Umuahia, where the Catholic Bishop of Umuahia Diocese, Right Reverend Michael Okpong, has urged journalists to be objective in their reportage. Bishop Okpong stated this during a church service to mark this year's World Communication Day with the theme, Share with Gentleness, the hope that is in your hearts. He advised media professionals to always ensure they carry out their duty efficiently, diligently, and without fear or favor. The bishop used the occasion to commend media professionals for the effective roles they are playing as a watchdog of the society. Diocesan Director of Communication, Catholic Diocese Umuahia, Reverend Father Leonard Ehiemere, stated that the World Communication Day reflects on the opportunities and challenges that modern means of social communication affords the Church to communicate the gospel to the people. Now, back to Enugu from Umuahia, where a member representing Wales South State constituency at the State House of Assembly, Harrison Ogara, wants the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to hand over all the forfeited and seized assets recovered from former governor of the state, Chimaruke Namani, to Enugu State government. In a letter to the EFCC, Chairman Ogara faulted the handing over of the asset to the Asset Management Company of Nigeria, AMCON, telling the Commission to reverse the action within 7 days or be forced to seek legal action to force compliance. Said that as a concerned citizen of Enugu State and member of the Enugu State House of Assembly, he had no option than to write the EFCC to correct the wrong immediately and do the needful. The EFCC had handed over some forfeited property belonging to the former governor of Enugu State, Chimaruke, to Asset Management Company of Nigeria, AMCON. The property, according to the Commission, include 1 bungalow, 1 warehouse, and 3 duplexes, all located at number 3 and 4 Pocket Estate, Independence Layout, Enugu. 12 rooms, 1-story semi-detached building located at number 35B, Abakaliki Road, Enugu. 1 duplex of 6 rooms located at number 3A, Mount Street, Park Avenue, Enugu. And 1 duplex of 6 rooms located at 3C, Mount Street, Park Avenue, Enugu. And now, let's go to Anambra State, where the Nnobi community in the Idemili South local government area has drawn the attention of the Anambra State government to the havoc being caused by erosion and flooding following the ongoing realization of the Wangwagodo Nnobi Newi Okija Road. Community is appealing to the government to take drastic action to save the impending loss of lives and ongoing monumental loss of property already being recorded in the area. In a statement made available to Signature TV, spokesman and community leader in the area, Ebubechukwu Etudo, said the prompt action by the government would avert the impending mass displacement of more residents at the famous Afo-Nnobi market. Etudo said that he had about 6 months ago alerted the government on the possible impact of the project after agents of the state government marked most property on the Nnobi axis of the said road for demolition in order to pave the way for the dualization project. It should be noted that the project did not follow due process, such as Environmental Impact Assessment, EIA, as described by law, and that the landowners were not notified that the land was required for public purposes. He said there was neither a prior survey of the road, which according to him is a breach of the Federal Highway Act, nor a proper enumeration and valuation of affected property in breach of the Land Use Act. He appealed to the state government to suspend the project, evaluate it for compliance with extant laws, and complete the ENUGU Ring Road, which appears to have been truncated. Earlier, my colleague Charles Pius spoke with Chris Maduka, who is from ENUGU.
The government area has drawn the attention of the Anambra State government to the havoc being caused by the erosion and flooding following the ongoing dualization of the Nwagwu-Agulu-Nnobi-Nnewi-Okija Road. The community is appealing to the government to take drastic action to save the impending loss of lives and the ongoing monumental loss of property already being recorded in the area. In a statement made available to Signature TV, spokesman and community leader in the area, Ebubechukwu Etulo, said the prompt action by the government will avert the impending mass displacement of more residents and the famous Afo Nnobi market. Etulo said that he had about 6 months ago alerted the government on the possible impact of the project after agents of the state government marked most properties on the Nnobi axis of the said road for demolition in order to pave the way for the dualization project. He noted that the project did not follow due process such as environmental impact assessment as prescribed by law, and that the landowners were not notified that their land was required for public purposes. Etulo said there was neither a prior survey of the road, which according to him is a breach of the Federal Highway Act.
So Beneshi of Nnobi, they have this border, the border Nnewi community, and they're on that slope. Of course, you have the popular St. John's Anglican Church, very close to where this event you are watching on the video happened. And there were devastation of enormous logistic monumental capacity that we can talk about. People's lives are at risk, and we have to adjust evident of what is going on. That's what's going on.
I understand that there's supposed to be a road being constructed. That place is almost done with its clearing, the first portion, and because of the construction of the road, that's why it's causing this particular.
Well, let's start with saluting the great work that the governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, is doing. There has been marked, Agulu, is Adazienu, Adaziano, Nokwa, Nobi, Nnewi. When you get to Nnewi, we start heading towards Ozoblo, Okija. That particular major route, they call it Nwagwu Agulu, major square, down to Nnobi. It's on a slope. There has been demolitions of marked, properties have been marked, and the demolition and the construction has started up to 40%. The drainages are being constructed. The only thing we are seeing here, the damage that is outcome of these, because the rainy season just come, and some of these drainages that are still under constructions and some of those demolished portions, because it's almost like a flood track down to Nnewi from Nwagwu, that is that slope. That's the track of that road. Now, when these places are not properly done, I don't know how many contractors that are handling from Nwagwu down to Nnewi. So you find some places where some people have done their own the sewages, the gutters have been constructed. While you go down some, he said only clearance and they're marked, and they are making an attempt to load up the skeletal works to study. So when this rain came, it swept off everything. If you move to where the very important personalities, we can use their houses as landmark. Go to the front of Anna, the late Anna house in Adazi. Move down to Water. You will see the devastation of this rain. Get to Adazi Nuku, where you find, move down to Nokwa. There's a church And the filling station in Adadazi, where they call the Oko Adazi angle of it, just on moving down towards Nnokwanu, you will see the devastation of this rain and with the flood. So what are we saying? It was good work that the governor has started, that is, but the delay, and they took for granted that the rain is coming. And as we are now at the peak of rainy season, now some people have paid a great price when their houses were demolished. Some houses were cut into three-quarter. I know of a house, the Ezekoli family house in Afonobi, were cut, three-quarter of the house were cut off. Nobody is staying in that house. It's a 3-story building. And the house was just cut into 2, and then one half has been done with the road. This erosion at Afonobi cleared even those portions that were cut. All the skeletal civil works that have been done to lay the road, we have been swept all by the road and taken down. And then the major portion we are using this because we went down and collected the video we are showing here now. Happened live at Benesi. The family, the man wake up and his family, in fact, everything he has ended his life were swept away. And just because they are staying near the road. So this flood, when it come, started pushing down houses, walls, because it has left some of the drainages, because they have not been laid through. And they carried, a lot of, things and waste. When they are blocked, the water will surge and go into the farmlands. Half of the farmlands, these people are planted here and already counting down for September for the Nobi people to think about Ayol when they harvest the yams. All the yams in some of the farms have been swept off. The government of Anambra State need to go down. What we are saying is that why we are handling it this way is to draw attention of Anambra State government. You started a good work. And this, because of delay, maybe the contractors, there has to be a way to sort out this quickly.
But what is the way out? Because again, you can't ask the state government to stop the road construction, because the construction is actually on the way. And it does look like if you stop it, it will even be worse, because the rains just started.
Okay. Way,
so what can be done?
That the people, let's tell you, the people supported at great pains. Despite the community leaders who had made written statements to the governor, even when the work was started, he said, do a thorough environmental impact assessment of what this will, let the people see. It was not done. If government did it, they felt they can do it without letting the people know. The community leader talked about it in your news, and it was quoted. Then the second time these erosions came, he said, I called the attention of the government that if this thing is not done, it will lead to what we have seen now. Now it has come. Nobody resisted the government from doing the road. They did the markings, marked out the places and gave people the short notice to evacuate, and they disposed and accumulated the properties of the people. And then because they are government, people allowed them to that. Now, how do you count the it? If you get to a point in Nobi where you have Nobi Welfare Organization Hall, very near the man who represented the Idemili North and South at the federal house, Odedo, near his house, there are a family in those places, in quarters of Nobi, as you are coming down from Nokwa, the whole entire areas were devastated. The families, right. There are people there, the Okongu family, people that have their houses on the track.
We have to go.
All we are, and then that's what we are saying. So we are saying the government should go back, find a way of compensating the people because they are now stopping them from doing the work. Absolutely. And then mandate the contractors to expedite action. Because we know the campaign is on, and if nothing is done, government attention might be diverted to campaign.
Absolutely.
But the people, the rain is still here and it's going to do more damages.
All right, we'll have to leave it there. Chris, many thanks. I'm sure that the government will do something quite quickly so as to avert this pending doom, because the rainy season are still very far off. We still have July, August, September, October, sometimes it even gets to December. But we're back shortly after this break. Do stay with us.
And that's the news for now. When we return, we'll have a conversation. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
It's time for the conversation. And today we're looking at, yes, that's what we're looking at, something that's everywhere. Yet sometimes it does appear as if we don't see it. I know you know what it is, but sometimes it is like a puzzle. You hear somebody complain and you think, this one to complain self. Or sometimes you hear somebody talk about how difficult it is for them to get their rights, or get people to fight for their rights, or get people to even understand what they are going through. You got it right. Human rights. When you talk about human rights, you talk about the United Nations Convention, you talk about every country in the world signing up to it. But after that, what happens to you, or myself even, when our rights are abused? How do we get redress? What do we do? If we look at the statistics, it's not a good sign, because the number of people that get abused almost each day, the figure seems to be humongous by the time you calculate year in, year out. And then at the end of the day, you will discover that the number of cases where you have people intervene and get results or solutions for are just a tiny little bit compared to those who have even forgotten that they had no issue before they were thrown into detention and other places. Anyway, the conversation is not about me, it's about us. And with me is Onyedika Abo. He's a human rights activist, and you're welcome, Onyeka. Welcome to Southeast News.
Thank you very much, Barry.
Onyeka, I don't need to tell you how you do your job.
Okay.
And given the situation in present-day Nigeria, where there are various forms of rights abuses, how can one be opportune to approach, let's say, an organization that said they cater for people whose rights have been abused? Let's start with that.
Okay, in the cases of approaching organizations or individuals, as the case may be, for interventions in cases of human rights, it has to do with how much knowledge the person has, because in most cases there are jamboree and disco light display by a lot of people who speak long English and do videos and try to make people these make-believe videos, and if you're not careful, you would readily think, okay, this person means well. When I talk about knowledge, it is a case of if you have heard a case of human rights being reported, it doesn't have to be you at first. Following up to be sure that this case was actually resolved, because there are so many cases that will receive media attention. Some of them will trend. You'll see people saying, okay, I will get involved. Some people will even promise money. I'll make sure we take the young care of this. After a long while, not many people would have this attitude of saying, come on, what eventually happened to this person. Because I believe very strongly that most of the cases of human rights abuse we see on the news, and the ones that are unreported, are cases that can be solved even before they happen. If you have a proactive government, you would have foreseen that, okay, in case a person does this, this is how to be quick on arresting the situation, in case a person does this. But because we don't have it, if you are, in my personal experience, when I encourage people who get involved in cases of abuse or violation, that you can actually come for training. We have free ones, we have slightly paid, not organized by me, but because of some of the organizations I know, and I know that the quality of what they give is whatever a person would pay. You hear excuses of, when people are in their situation, they are willing to take 12 classes a day. But once the problem is solved, you'll be begging the person, you need to get acquainted. That's why I gave the emphasis on knowledge. It's very important. If, any person can be emotional or sentimental about things, but if you have this basic knowledge of your basic and fundamental rights, knowledge of how to go about it, knowledge of what to do if the police is confronting you in an undeserving manner, knowledge of how to seek for redress, knowledge of all these things. And like in your question of people who are really sincerely doing this, because a lot of people will claim it, will play around it, because we know that Nigerians flow with whatsoever is trending. So a lot of people want to identify, and then before you know it, not many people will remember that there are cases that came up in the news that we're not hearing anything about again. So if you have these knowledges, and then you now know where exactly to go. In my own suggestion or recommendation, I would say not giving up also, because I've been involved in a lot of cases where even the victim will be the one begging you, let's just leave it to God. And that's one of the most annoying lines I've heard around this part of the world. Leaving it to God is the reason why there are reputation of abuses, violation, infringement, and what have you. So if you know where to go, not just because the person or the people sound well, but because there are records of proven cases of human rights redress, that's the best approach to it. Because if not, a lot of people have gone to report their cases and become even more victimized.
I was just going to ask you that, because you did say knowledge, and knowledge is all encompassing. We started with knowledge of where to go to.
Okay.
But there is also the knowledge of, are you even told the truth? You have reached out and the person says, oh, we can handle this case. After 6 months, probably you were even given the impression this matter is a week. In a week, it's done and dusted. After 6 months, the person doesn't even have money, probably not livelihood. And then every day you tell him, you need to bring transportation for A, B, C, or D. And at the end, what do you think he will do? He will succumb by saying, let's leave this matter. Because the pressures are so much. So how can we begin to easily, through knowledge again, identify those who are actually ready to assist victims of human rights abuses and those who just want to trend?
Okay, in the case of a person who will be delaying the intervention, asking for money and what have you, I have been in the arena of human rights intervention, mediation, and prosecution of those who abuse rights for at least more than a decade and a half now. There are challenges of who the person who wants to take up this case, if he's an activist, an advocate, or just a sympathizer, how much how much is he self-empowered? How much independent is he? Is he working in an organization where he's paid? Or some of these organizations, I know of organizations that will take up these cases for free. But in most cases, they are not as efficient as those who would say, register with a token, pay a certain amount that will cover the transportation. If the organization needs to write people who are who is the suspect and all that. I will advocate here that it's important to know that you need resources to run around for some of these things. So if it's an independent person who is just doing it willingly, he is using his or her own resource, money or what have you, but he will do it at his leisure. If he has a business and have an intervention, he won't leave the business and go for the intervention because he needs money to continue to offer this help and then take care of himself. In cases of the reference you made, where from 1 week it gets to 6 weeks, sometimes even 6 months, and the person will now start saying, leaving it to God, what would be best brought into consideration here is how much of a support. I know a human rights organization in ENUGU here that has refused to write for donors fund, refused to apply for even community support from people around, reason being that they are being careful of infiltration. Or because you're giving us money, you're not telling us what, or maybe a person brings a case against you tomorrow, you're expecting that, of course, if these people, I fund them, they won't do anything. Now, for them to be self-sustaining, they need to do other things to raise this money. We need to start being a proactive society in terms of human rights. The best, with the way I rate people, whether you are the wealthiest or the most biggest philanthropist, the way I rate governments also, the way I rate organizations, including churches, is what percentage of your earnings or what you have is mapped out for human rights intervention and enlightenment. Because there are cases where people, if I see a situation that will end up being a human rights violation and abuse, I will know. And in so many cases, if I wade into it and arrest it before it happens, it doesn't carry so much weight like when you have allowed it to happen. Somebody was telling me not very long ago that the best thing is to allow these things happen, that people appreciate it more. There's a saying in my local language that when you want to help a kingsman of people who are dragging him, maybe because he's owing them or for anything, do not bring that intervention before they drag him out of his father's compound. Because if you do that, he will not appreciate it. It's a common saying, but in most cases, I also think that that's equally where knowledge has another role to play. Because there are a few people, they might be very small in number, who will appreciate even if you've come at the verge of the people trying to hold him. It doesn't even need to have been dragging. But most people who are swayed by frivolities would say, even if you didn't come, these people wouldn't even have taken me beyond the boundaries of my father's compound. But when they have taken him out and he's now openly shouting for help, then you can now intervene. It is very unfortunate, but we ought to, even if not for any other thing, for the benefit of this program, ought to be a proactive society in terms of human rights, protection of human rights, because there are so many people who will be feeling, I'm not the one involved. You know, a lot of people are very comfortable. I've been with some very, very wealthy friends when I would receive calls of, like there was a situation of even a life-threatening situation. They were calling me. There are about 4 people attacking this boy. He's lying in the pool of his blood. I told some of these very comfortable friends, let's go. They were all, you and all this, they left it. It was last year, last 2 years. From that time till now, I can tell you that about 3 or 4 of them has gotten into very dicey situation, and they're equally expecting me. So if you feel that it is not you today, okay, they can, when they are done with the people that are available for them to abuse their rights, they look around, maybe you, but it might be the next person. In practical life experience, I've had cases where I begged people, first, know what you ought to do when these things happen, and they feel very busy. They feel, oh, what's the need, you know, who will even, until it happens to them, they'll be like, I can't believe that. Sometimes it might be the police. I can't believe that there will be a time in this country, but it happens. So let us be a society that are equipped with all the knowledge, and then have network of people who, because of them, you will not abuse the right of any person around where they are. It will help to solve this problem. It will be fun. They happen because they say to be forewarned is to be forearmed.
Now, well done. But I like the idea of knowledge. But I keep thinking, as you were talking, I keep asking, this knowledge, where do we start to impact it? From what age or what level? You know, you gave an example of something in your dialect, talking about when to help a kinsman. Now, if we go back to your community or any other community in the Southeast, you'll discover that the average person in each of these communities has limited knowledge when it comes to what to do when your rights are being abused. They even find it difficult to begin to call for help immediately, because the first thing that comes to their mind is, these people want to disgrace me. They want to put me to shame. And it's not looking at addressing his rights that are being abused. So at what point do we begin to tell ourselves that knowledge, to use the old saying, which is still relevant, is power?
Okay, for individuals, self-purpose, there's no time that is very early. At any point in time, you have a thought of it. For the upcoming generation, if you have children, if you have access to, or you're part of a community, you're part of a church, is to start early enough. Because most of the times when I talk about this knowledge, because I lay emphasis on this knowledge a lot, because without knowledge, the scriptures say the people perish. And they say, in knowing, you shall be set free. You shall know the truth. So it's very important that we know. And when I emphasize about knowledge most of the time, people will be asking me the questions similar to the ones you ask. So if you don't know, where do you get it from? And all that. Nobody, I didn't study human rights as a course. Nobody had the pleasure of begging me. The first thing that took me off the ignorance was when I stumbled into a case of a minor and an adult, and what the parents of the minor suffered. I was still a teenager then. After that experience, I said, no. I started asking questions. I was doing everything I could in the little knowledge I had then to bring justice to the poor parents of the minor. It was in the course of doing that somebody said, this thing you're doing is the work. You're acting as if you're acting like a human rights activist. Maybe because of my background, it was new to me. So I said, okay, what is that? Who is that person supposed to be? After he threw more lights on it for me, I said I will stop at nothing. And from that teenage days till now, but I've never really had, not sure I've had complete 2 weeks. Maybe once in a while I'll get 1 week of no reports, no disturbances. But I can't remember any time I've had 2 weeks. Sometimes it will even be in days. Sometimes in a day you have 2 cases. And it's disheartening, because if we have a lot of people who the general public know that, okay, if Wanyedeka is not available, if this other person is that we need to make it a point of duty. You can look at beyond government, you can look at societies where the minorities, where the weak is factored into priorities. It's societies where everybody is surviving by the survival of the fittest. It's not, of course, if you're sincere to yourself, you won't take those societies as those that mean well. But we can use every opportunity we have. I'm so grateful. This is the first time I'm hearing. I think it has flipped past my signature TV. In fact, when I was invited, I was asking, is it an online, is it a blog, you know? So, but finding out that such a new television station is giving attention to discussions and topics like human rights will make me, for me, because this is the way I rate organizations and people. We are using this platform to educate the people. At every given time you have the opportunity, please lay emphasis on it, because if we have a society or a government that pays attention to the rights of its citizens, definitely it will do well in other places. So this knowledge is all-encompassing. This knowledge is very important. And in case any person who is watching the television is just getting to see this level of engagement for the first time, you don't know what will happen to you tomorrow. But if you have enough knowledge, if you are equipped with what you ought to do, I've been in situations where, if not for the much I know, I would have either been rough-handled by the police or maybe people intimidate me and what have you. But knowledge, like you rightly said, is power. It gives power, it gives confidence. When you know what you should know in every given situation, you're not perturbed. You're not part of the people that will start running around when things are happening. And it's one of the desires I have as a human being, that one day I will live in a society where the rights of the most less privileged, the minority, and the weak could be protected, not just maybe provision made for the rich.
So, where can we get advocacy in this sense now? Because if the rights of the weak, the less privileged, the vulnerable, you name it, can be protected, we need lots of advocacy so that laws can be made to protect this category of Nigerians. How good is the advocacy of the human rights community?
Okay, it's very unfortunate that around this place, some of the people that are doing so much are not receiving the support. You do not need so much. I've handled cases that the people were budgeting a whole lot of money to solve. Once it gets to my attention, some of them will need a few minutes of my time to go straight to maybe the establishment or agency that is involved and give directives and say, if this is not done, this is what I'm going to do. And then it gets solved. And like I get pained when such people, your money was saved, you were rescued from the situation, yet you will not say, I need to be part of this. I need to also know how I can become a problem solver to this extent. The human rights community, especially in the Southeast, not just in ENUGU, is, I think, I mean, in most cases, when I go I try to go with younger people. I tell them I will not always continue to be the only cock that crows. So once they come there, in some cases, you see the people trying to frustrate you. There are people who feel good that once they show up, people start shivering for them. So if you come and you want to take that away from them, they will go to any extent to fight you. There are people who know that once I come to a police station for a case, except if it's a person who has been arrested, there are some leading leading evidence or something that will show that this person is actually, but if it is all this random, arbitrarily arrest, once I come, the person is not paying anything. So most of the policemen that will know that this guy, once he comes here, he will not pay anything. They will go away. Some of them will disappear. They will switch off their phone and what have you. So if people who are not deeply determined get to that situation, where in some cases, before I got to the advanced level now, where I know that if the IPO, that's the person in charge of the case, is not responding, I'll speak to the DCO. If the DCO, I will speak to DPO. I'll go to area commander. I'll go to the state. Then I can even call federal. Before I got this level of knowledge, I will just be waiting. I'll say, where did you people say he go? You wait from maybe 10 or 11 a.m. till 5. Sometimes he will even dismiss from the shift where he is and take back exit door and disappear. You'll find out you're staying till the night. So there are processes where you get to. It's really very frustrating, but because you were asking why. A lot of people will not.
I was talking about the advocacy.
Yeah, a lot of people will not want to do this. It's not something that is widely celebrated. People want things that are attached with noise. That's why. If you are interested in followership of social media handle, you see it increasing. From ordinary 200 I have, I'm now more than 1,007. Tomorrow, they might even formulate a story. A woman has just been slapped by a junction. Nigerians, what are you people doing? At least we'll thought Nigerians will start, all these things. And if you really want to do advocacy, human rights intervention, and then in the course of leaving the cameras at home when you solve your problem, you need to be determined. You need to be driven by passion. If not, you do it halfway and you'll be asking yourself, man, does this really worth it? And again, you don't really get appreciated, even from the people you helped. There are cases where if somebody has said to me, are you not being paid for what you do? After his problem has been solved. And I was insisting that he should become part of the people who will now become the small guy. He said, no, who will now be paying me? I said, who paid me for the one I came and did for you? He asked me, are you not being paid? I said, by who? So, and it was even more discouraging for him. He said, wait, you're not being paid by anybody and you expect me to come and leave every other thing. But he didn't. He expected me and I did it for his own case. So I've not really been able to find a way. Who and who will you count in ENUGU now? As you can count it in the fingers of one hand. How many people I know that will come to do interventions for people, and these people are not, for me, they are not receiving the appreciation and support and recognition they need. Because if you're doing it for recognition, definitely you won't go past 2 to 3 interventions. You will stop. But it ought to be. This is, for me, the fundamental of every society. And if we are not having it, the few people who are doing the advocacy, even if you carry advocacy to some organizations and government agencies, or you come to talk about human rights. Very recently, I was with a group of, let me use the word, prominent people, and I was telling them, okay, everybody was saying we would like to do this. There's some sort of structure we're building. And when I said my interest will be in the cases of human rights in communities, the overall person there said, you and this your human right. It's like you were born the day of the human. Yeah, do I say to them, if people at your level have this type of thoughts, you can imagine what less knowledgeable people will be saying. So there'll be a whole lot of factors that militate against the advocacy and the advocates. But we will keep believing that one day more voices will rise to speak for.
Why I look at advocacy is this. At a point, after the end SARS, after the end SARS period, many things changed in the police structure, including human rights desk coming up. So I would have been thinking that the advocacy from the human rights community will be having a synergy with the police, so that once the human rights community appear there, they will understand that this matter can be resolved here and now, and not giving you the same police attitude. But not to take anything away from you, I think we will find another day to continue this conversation, because there is no way we can talk about human rights without going to the impact. So this is an open invitation. You said almost every 2 weeks you are tied up. So look for one of the 2 weeks that you'll be free and bring you back here.
It's all right.
Thank you very much, Onyedikachi.
It's my pleasure. Thank you
It's
very
my
much.
pleasure, actually. It's been great.
Thank you very much.
And I'm saying thank you again to Onyedikachi Agbo for coming on and for telling us that with knowledge, a lot of human rights problems will be a thing of the past. As I say, thank you for watching us today on Southeast News. Join us tomorrow. We'll be back. Barry Kumado was my name. Thank you again.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Did you give him order not to move out of the country? Because sometimes when they talk, they believe that we are all doubts and they are the only people that know.
Good evening, welcome to Top 5 Stories on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius, and of course you know the show will bring you the top trending stories of the day and give you the rare opportunity to share your thoughts live by calling into the studio. That's right, so you get to react to any of the stories trending right now. There are quite interesting stories that we have in store for you. They're quite interesting in terms of the fact that it is timely and it is one that everyone is talking about. The Joint Admission and Matriculation Board is in the news. I mean, sometimes when news come on board, we tend to know whether it is, you know, the exam starting off or the exam finishing. You know, whether the results have been released or the result hasn't been released. That's when you hear about JAM. But this time around, JAM is in the news for a totally different thing. They've been accused of a lot of things. Some are even putting some tribal bigotry right inside of it. But we'll delve straight into the top stories on the top 5 trending stories today. Remember also you can call the number 092 that's 0912-520-7370. That is +234 912-520-7370. In the headlines, Peter Obi proposes death sentence for corrupt leaders in Nigeria. UAE and US agree on the path for Abu Dhabi to buy most advanced AI chips from the United States. All the details shortly. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has called for more severe penalties, including a death sentence for corrupt leaders in Nigeria. He made this proposal during a courtesy visit to media personality and publisher Dele Momodu at his residence on Thursday. Obi emphasized the urgent need to address Nigeria's leadership crisis, attributing the country's long-standing challenges to a lack of quality, citizens-focused governance. He lamented the erosion of values such as hard work and productivity, stating that corruption has become deeply entrenched in public service. The former Anambra State governor also advocated for significant investment in key sectors of national development and stressed the importance of compassionate and accountable leadership. Obi's remarks come in a wake of an international watchdog's damning ranking in which Nigerian President Bola Tinubu was listed among the world's most corrupt leaders.
Africa has no reason to be hungry. All we need to do is to do the right, and all these things are being affected by corruption. Because people no longer find value in hard work, in productivity, in entrepreneurship. You started your own business. You are working hard to earn a living. Today, people who have no daytime job live better than you live by far. People who have no office live like stars. So it is a crisis. So we must deal with the issue of corruption aggressively. Maybe what the Chinese people are doing. Make sure that the amount you steal is death sentence. The amount you steal is life imprisonment. The amount you steal is not less than 10 years imprisonment. So when you deal with it strictly, then you start investing in critical area of development which you can achieve organically by ensuring that those who we elect, one, are competent, two, have the capacity. Because you cannot be competent but you have passed the age where you have the capacity to walk. You must have the capacity to be able to move around and do the right thing. 3, have a compassion. And leadership without compassion is not a leadership. A leader must be somebody who feels that, listen, we have to do things to the people. Citizens-led leadership. You must work 24 hours be thinking about the people. Anything short of that, you're wasting your time. And all these things come with your character, with this and everything. So it's a critical thing.
The Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, which gathers inputs from investigative journalists and activists globally, placed ENUGU third in the vote-driven list spotlighting leaders accused of fostering corruption and worsening poverty. Kenyan President William Ruto topped the list, followed by former Indonesian President Joko Widodo. Wow, stunning, really stunning update. I'd need to react to that though. Let's see where that takes us to. All right. The House of Representatives has opened an investigation into a technical error that allegedly compromised the 2025 UTME following widespread complaints from candidates. The motion, sponsored by Osun lawmaker Adewale Adebayo, called for urgent reforms and the establishment of a CBT centers in all local government areas. Lawmakers also urged JAMB to release withheld results of candidates under 16. Meanwhile, former Anambra Governor Peter Obi commended JAMB Registrar Professor Ishak Oloyede for openly acknowledging the glitches, describing it as a rare act of accountability. Obi, however, emphasized the need to prevent future failures, citing their heavy cost to the nation. JAMB had announced that 379,997 candidates will retake the exam due to the disruptions. At a press briefing in Abuja, a visibly emotional Professor Oloyede accepted full responsibility and confirmed that 157 CBT centers, 65 in Lagos and 92 in the southeast, will be involved in the rescheduled exams. Meanwhile, the Lagos state government has expressed concern over the rising number of civil servants who failed to return to Nigeria after being sponsored for training abroad. According to the Commissioner for Establishments and Training, Afolabi Ayatoyo, nearly 30% of government-sponsored trainees have absconded, leaving their post open upon completing their international programs. Ayatoyo made this known during a press briefing held to mark the second anniversary of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's second term in office. He attributed the growing trend to the popular Japa movement, a term widely used to describe the wave of Nigerians immigrating in search of better opportunities overseas. The Commissioner disclosed that between May 2022 and December 2024, a total of 23,420 civil servants had benefited from various training programs aimed at improving the efficiency of public service delivery. These included more than 185 capacity-building initiatives focusing on leadership, development, regulatory compliance, and sector-specific skills enhancements. Ayatoyo emphasized the government's commitment to upscaling the workforce, but noted that the alarming rate of non-returning trainees poses a challenge to manpower development and governance continuity. Wow, it's an interesting development, really. What I was going to say about this is it's stunning how this is, because it almost seems as if the government allowed it to happen. Because I know that if you are training for such kinds of training, some of them you don't have to go with your spouses. All right, you are supposed to also sign some sort of document showing that you are going to return after the training. Okay. And beyond that, you are going to get somebody like a third party who is within Nigeria, who is going to sign to provide you or to produce you if you eventually get there and not come back. Yes, this is how it works, because we know how the situation is in the country, because everybody is looking for a greener pasture. And if there is opportunity, fine, take it. But again, do not use the guise of going for training after being trained to use that expertise and leave the country. I mean, if the government is paying that heavy for you, and sometimes even for a spouse, it is not a good thing to go with that route. you know, I'm just thinking to myself, because I feel that there's some sort of lapse that the government has left as the reasons why, you know, the people are leaving it, to the tune of up to 30% of 24,000 people. I mean, that is stunning. Between 2022 and the end of 2024, but we're talking 30% of 24. It's around maybe around 5,000 or so, 5 to 6,000. Or even more, really. So I'm just thinking, it means that the processes that they have signed, the documents that they have signed, really didn't contain some aspects of making sure that, you know, somebody is held accountable for you if you don't return. That's what it means. Because I really don't understand why, you know, people would travel and they wouldn't return in the guise of going for training. Anybody can leave at any point in time, but when it becomes through a government-sponsored programs, then it smacks of some sort of criminality, you know, that is, you know, infused in that. All right, but again, the government should try to also focus on keeping its citizens here and making work life a little bit better, because I can't imagine, you know, going to work and earning 70,000 naira minimum wage. For South Africa. South Africa is, for the Nigerian currency, in South African currency, it's around over 350,000 naira minimum wage. That's what it is. You know, so you can imagine the number. So an average Nigerian would even prefer to work in South Africa, you know, than even working in Nigeria. So we're still not there yet, but I think that's about time that we'll address workers' welfare, because this is only when workers are appreciated more or appreciated better that they will stay back in their country and build what is of it. But if there is nothing of that nature, if nothing of that standing is happening, you don't expect a worker, you know, to stay back to build the country. It's not just possible. All right, it's almost smacks as if we're not catering to our workforce, and because we're not catering to our workforce, and any opportunity that they see in training like trainings like this, they use it as a pipe to, you know, leave the country and never to return. So it's important that these things are clarified, these things are streamlined. While I frown at the fact that people are leaving the country using government trainings, it's also important that the government also does its own part in making sure that they don't go. And I believe that this country can pay minimum wage of at least, the very least, 200,000 naira. Yes, the government of this country can. And that's the only time we can start talking about, you know, having Nigerians stay back in their country. I mean, take a look at the statistics. I did one statistics, I think from 2 years ago, you know, and 2 years ago, I was seeing 6 over 10 of Nigerians asked, this is used between ages of 18 and 30. I went around doing that statistics, and, you know, I was stunned with what I saw. Well, even though not really stunned, but I mean, everybody wants a better life. 6 over 10. And guess what? I repeated that same stats, trying to check, asking Nigerians, out of every 10 Nigerian, as of last year, 2024, it was between 8 and 9.5 over 10 that would tell you that if they see opportunity, they would just have to go. And quite largely, the only reason why most people are still back is because maybe they really don't have what it takes to, you know, go over there, because it takes a lot of money in terms of visa procurements, you know, where to stay when you get there and all whatnot. But if that opportunity is provided, I'm not sure that it would have Nigerian youth still staying back with what we're going through today. Anyway, we'll get to that a little later. But US President Donald Trump said on Friday that the United Arab Emirates and the United States have agreed to create a path for the Gulf country to buy some of the most advanced artificial intelligence semiconductors from US companies. The deal, which was finalized on Thursday during Trump's visit to Abu Dhabi, is a major win for the UAE, which has been trying to balance its relations with its longtime ally, the US, and its largest trading partner, China. It reflects the Trump administration's confidence that the chips can be managed securely, in part by requiring data centers to be managed by US companies. The UAE in March committed to a 10-year, that's $1.4 trillion investments framework in the United States in sectors including energy, AI, and manufacturing. Well, there is no country in the world that would want to commit that amount of money to your country that you will never be looking to visit. Apparently, Trump is visiting, it's the first time he is traveling out of the United States. And the only place he could, pay the visit to is UAE, because of course they are bringing in some billions of dollars into his country. We're talking trillions of dollars. And you don't blame him. I mean, you go where the money is. And since he actually took over office, he has been doing things directly speaking to the fact that it's going to be America first. All of its policies have changed towards America first. Whether it's working, it's left to be seen. He's just over 100 days in office, so fingers crossed. With all of the tariffs, I know the negotiations are still ongoing across board with Canada, China, Mexico, all on the table, asking for some sort of negotiations regarding tariffs. But anyway, who knows? It might work for him in the long run. Maybe in the short run, we might have a bit of an issues. Ukraine's delegation and upcoming Istanbul talks with Russia will be led by its defense minister, Rostem Umerov, and include the deputy heads of its intelligence services, the deputy chief of military general staff, and the deputy foreign minister, according to the presidential decree published online. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said the failure of his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, to meet him face-to-face showed Moscow did not want peace, but he nevertheless authorized the delegation to go to Istanbul. There will be the first direct talks between the sides since March 2022, but hopes of a major breakthrough were further dented by US President Donald Trump, who said there would be no movement without a meeting between himself and Putin. We'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll have your say. Of course, the phone lines will be open for you to have your say. So do stay with us. We'll be back after this.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken this move by before.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
So you can now call into the studio to react to any of the stories so far. +234 912 520 7370. That is +234 912 520 7370. So Peter Obi is saying something along the lines of making sure that corruption basically is stamped out. And the only way out basically would be to find a way to introduce what China did. Killing anyone who is found wanting. Well, he broke it down though. He was saying something around the lines of, you know, there's a certain amount of monies you will steal and, you know, you are going to be killed. Your life will be taken away from you. A certain amount of money you will steal to be life imprisonment. There are also some amount of money you will be 10 years in prison and all of those things. But I'm just thinking though, if you say that there's a certain amount of monies that you will steal and it will be death sentence, and then there's a certain amount of monies you will steal and then it will be life imprisonment, some people will still not, you know, find it, you know, they will not take it seriously, frankly speaking, because I would just rather not steal the amount of money that I would steal and then so that I will not in any way be killed. I'll probably just steal the one that will make me go to life imprisonment, because at the end of the day, we're still in Nigeria. And the thing with these kinds of things is because certain people are not ready to give up that thought of stealing, especially amongst the elite, you would not, that is the reason why most of them are not supporting Peter Obi. Will I advocate for, you know, killing somebody because of stealing? At that level, maybe not. I mean, you have to convince me further about that, because has it really worked? Would you say China is without corruption? Yes, you could say to some extent it will reduce the number of people who go into public office, you know, in order to pilfer. But then it wouldn't really stop everything completely. There is still corruption that exists in China. So it's not entirely, you know, a panacea for this whole thing. I don't know if it is possible to digitize our systems. I mean, everything. We've seen even how digital way of doing things can also be compromised. We thought we digitized our elections in 2023, and on the day of the elections, the institution, you know, came and announced that there was glitch, and up until this moment, the glitch is still glitching, as the case may be. I was wondering, and I was also stating that maybe if we had taken care of the glitch in INEC, it wouldn't spread into JAMB. Who knows where would get the next glitch? Somebody was saying maybe it's going to be CBN. When a certain amount of money misses from the CBN coffers, or maybe in some banks, we'll start crying, oh, you remember the glitch that happened with INEC? Oh yeah, that's the one. Oh, well, did you remember the glitch that happened with JAMB? Oh yes, probably that's the one that is causing this thing, because again, we just have to take care of these things. And there hasn't been any consequences for bad behavior. The only time we had a situation under the dispensation to jail 2 governors. The next person came and pardoned them. Yeah, there was opportunity. There was a jail sentence for Joshua Darie. There was another governor that was jailed, but those guys came out and it's just a pat in the back, you know, continue, and nothing happened. So there hasn't been any consequences for bad behavior. Somebody does something, who is appointed to oversee something, and it goes wrong, and then instead of being held accountable, they start crying. Instead of being held accountable, you know, they tell it to your face, go to court, because they know what they have done, because they know.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Our citizens really will not stop the corruption, frankly speaking. But whether you advocate for a death sentence for corrupt public offenders, I'm not sure it would be in any way solve the problem of corruption. But again, there are other types of corruption that we are living out. Is it only a corruption in the public sector? What about corruption in our religious institutions? I mean, it's widespread. Every now and then we hear and see these things. Let's see if we can take this call. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Charles. My name is Chinagoram.
Chinagoram, how do you do?
I'm good. I'm calling you from Port Harcourt.
Okay, you're welcome. You're a regular caller.
Yes, I'm a regular caller. Mr. Charles, I heard about. I was following the program and I heard you call P2B statement he made that corrupt leaders should be sentenced to death.
Yeah.
I am so interested and fascinated about that call by P2B. I think this is the first time a Nigerian citizen will be saying what is right.
How so, though?
We have leaders in Nigeria who are so interested in winning election because of the national cake that they share at the federal level, the state and the local government. We don't more have leaders who are willing to lead Nigeria the way it's supposed to be. And I think with the way we are going, the Nigerian leaders have made the young ones believe that there is no more dignity in labor. It is now dignity in stealing public fund to enrich themselves. That's why you see young people going to Yahoo, do rituals, all in the name of they want to be big. Because when you have one politician, somebody who has never worked in his entire miserable life, wake up tomorrow, goes into politics, and the next thing you see him is flying here and there, living in mansions, driving luxury cars. Then you begin to wonder as a young person, whom was told, you were told when you were in primary school that the future belongs to the young people. And today you are discovering that the future is no more in your hand, it's in the hands of 80 years old men, 70 years old men. You would want to help yourself by doing things that will help you. And what are those things? I don't blame the Yahoo boys who are doing Yahoo, because they are all trying to make ends meet based on what they have seen their leaders do. So if Nigeria citizens will come up together and we decide that enough is enough. Ghana did it and it worked. It was done somewhere, I think, in Kenya or one other country. It worked. It worked. So if it is possible, let death sentence be placed on anybody who is corrupt in this country. Let death sentence be placed on anybody who steals from Nigeria. Because enough is enough, Mr. Charles. And talking about the jam scandal that is going on, Mr. Charles, if I draw your attention back to some time last year when one young woman came out by name Mesoma, and she said that JAMB gave her a result, and that result was that she was the highest, she had the highest score in JAMB. And JAMB came out and refuted that information, and somehow it went under the carpet. That is the Nigeria we find ourselves. Now, 1 year later, JAMB is also out again with another scandal, similar scandal, that students wrote exams and the result they gave was not the right result. So you begin to look at Nigeria. Are we really in a country? Because Chinua Achebe once said that there was a country, I think Nigeria died some years back. Nigeria died even before 1960. Because what we have now in Nigeria is something that I don't know. You can't find it anywhere in the world. The next thing you will hear now, Python swallowed money, monkey stole money. This happened all in Nigeria. All in Nigeria. So, Mr. Charles, you see that what Peter B is saying is the right thing. Corrupt people should die. Not just in the government sector. JAMB is also corrupt. Everybody in JAMB is corrupt. I know how JAMB punished me. I wrote JAMB to the point that JAMB almost sold a t-shirt for me to say that, thanks for coming. Because it's not easy. You go to write JAMB, you suffer, prepare as a student, and at the end of the day, JAMB will mess you up. I think Nigeria should scrap whatever is called JAMB. We need to scrap it out. We don't need it.
But
we don't really need JAMB.
Do you
This
think...
is my candid opinion. Thank you very much, Mr. Charles.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Do you think that Peter Obi's comment might make him become unpopular among the political elites? Because again, you remember this political elite.
You know, when you speak the truth, you become an enemy of the people. Peter Obi has said the obvious. Peter Obi has said what Nigeria needs. Because I believe that, okay, for example, the House of Assembly, the National House of Assembly. Do you know that the amount of money those men take away from Nigeria, if it is being put into Nigerian society, definitely there will be job employment for people. One person, just one person, is taking almost 36 million naira per month. For what? What are they discussing there? Mr. Charles, have you bothered to wonder why these men always struggle, fight, kill just to get to that position? Is it they are going there to share the national cake? Let's assume that one day will come when sitting allowance for every House of Representatives or Senate will that be 5,000 naira. Mr. Charles, you will know that that day everybody is entitled to that position. You will know that that day it will get to your turn when you have to go and sit down there. We will start doing it turn by turn. But because this time around there is so much money in the National House of Assembly, that's why they can kill, they can maim, they can do all sorts of things just to get to that position. So, Mr. Charles, Peter Obi has said it all. To have death sentence for corrupt leaders, I don't think anybody will kill, will steal. But the problem is, who is going to implement it? Who is going to pass it into law? Is it not the same thieves, the same corrupt people? It is not possible. So we are held on the jugular. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. But we just pray that a better Nigeria will come someday.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. Nearly impossible really on what he has mentioned. If you're advocating for, corrupt leaders to be jailed or to be killed, it means you're going to change the constitution to some extent to inculcate that. But I'm just thinking, even if Peter Obi becomes president, are we sure that he can even implement that? Because he is just one man out of so many persons around him. The president can only be in one place at a time, so it's nearly impossible to implement that kind of thing, because you don't know who and who is around you because of, the position that you are in. Whether they would love to even implement those things, they would love your words or maybe whatever you're planning to do. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name and location?
My name is Meso.
Meso?
Yes.
From where? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from ENUGU.
Okay, go ahead, Meso.
Okay, so I want to talk about the JAN issue and the registrar Adewale coming on social media and every other platform to shed tears that they are sorry. Seriously, I don't understand this country. They are sorry. Yes, it's quite commendable that somebody in power can actually come out and say, okay, I'm sorry, we're sorry. I can't remember how many leaders in Nigeria has actually owned up to their mistake and, come out publicly to say, we are sorry, technical glitch, this happened, that happened. My question is, what do we do from here? How do we go forward? What is the way out? it's not just politics that Nigeria is being affected with. It's not just insecurity. It's not just poverty. It's not just corruption. It has now entered the educational sector. It doesn't make any sense to me. And at some point, I feel like the crying and all the tears is being staged. That's what they call PR. I feel like it is staged to get public empathy so that, nobody will slander them or talk about it or say something against them. But what about that girl that lost her life? Somebody actually committed suicide because of this. Are they going to go to the family of that girl and say, oh, we heard what happened. Take 5 million, take 2 million, take 1 million for compensation? That's what Nigeria is known for. Very soon now you will see convoys driving to the girl's family, and then they will pay her off, and that's it. All her hope squandered, her life gone because of a single mistake of our supposed capable leaders. Do you get? It doesn't make any sense to me. We have to do better. Nigeria has to come up. It shouldn't affect our educational sector. Whatever is happening in Nigeria should stop right there. Not our youth, not our growing people. We have to do better. Honestly. Seriously, if they say, okay, they are going to put another, exam, there are, every other center that was affected, they would, write exam, rewrite. How about that girl that died? That's the part that is actually paining me. I don't get talk. I don't finish school. But that is the part that is paining me. Like coming to the jackpot syndrome. I call it jackpot syndrome. Everybody's running away. You cannot put a sugar inside somebody's mouth and you expect the person to spill it and take bitter cola. Where does it happen? It doesn't happen anywhere. If federal government will, sponsor people, government workers to go abroad, have skills, acquisitions, and all that, and what have you, it's not a bad thing. If the person says, okay, I want to stay back, but I feel bad that Nigerians are, going away from their country. They should ask themselves questions. Why are they doing this? Because I heard it's 30% or 40% of federal government workers. Why are they doing this? How do we make Nigeria better? How do we keep up to our manifestos and all the promises of change to curb these things? Meanwhile, I heard Donald Trump saying something about deporting, immigrants or something like that of that sort. Deporting them. If they are willing to go, they will give them money. Support them. But if you're not willing to go, they will give you penalty. You pay this or give you how many months imprisonment. I'm not sure. It's more of speculation. But jackpot syndrome is real, and their life is getting better. You will not tell me that when I travel there, my dollar is much better than this naira. And then I go there, I work for 1 hour. Somebody gives me like $500. You tell me to come back to Nigeria, where in a month they are paying me 30 to 45,000 naira. Minimum wage is how much? After all the promises, it took almost 10 years before they were able to, come up with it. Look at NYSC. When did they start saying that we will increase NYSC? We will increase NYSC allowance. Since 19,500. It took them almost 10 to 15 years before they could, speed it up with 7,000 naira. And 7,000 is not even all the states that are getting it now. Some coppers are complaining. Some will say it has not entered. All those glitch, complaint, problem upon problem. Instead of them to focus on the problem of Nigeria, they are talking of jackpot syndrome. Can you imagine? Please, my dear, that's all I have to say. I really, really love this show. It opens my eyes, broadens my mind, mentality and all that.
Thank you so much, Meso. Thank you. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. So that's the plight of a Nigerian there, stating their own truths. It's sad, really. It's sad that every now and then we come up with these kinds of discussions. And when we come up with these kinds of discussions, things are supposed to get better by the day when you speak to these issues, but it almost seems as if it doesn't. It's almost seems as if it gets worse. It's as if the discussions lead to, the chaos that we're facing. But I would enjoin you not to relent. Use every means possible, your social media platforms, and every platforms that you belong to make sure that you are able to speak truth to power. And speaking of NYSC, by the way, the lady who even triggered the reasons why the federal government started implementing the 77,000 naira minimum wage is actually a core member who lamented how difficult things were. For the first time, she had gone out of her parents' abode, and she was living alone, earning her money and spending it. And in a month, she's tilted, she's peltering, like she's angry that she's spending this kind of money, and yet they're not paying her what is commissioned. Good day. Good afternoon.
Okay. Ebuka calling from Uyegun.
You're welcome, Ebuka.
Okay, I want to comment on this jam issue.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. I saw a meme about talking about Nigeria, and it was saying that Nigeria is a comedy channel. I feel like a lot this country, a lot has been going on in this country that we ourselves, we don't understand. Was it not the same jam that came out that the reason people had mass failure was that because they were too tense with their question and there was no room for malpractice. Now I heard in the news that the administration that someone from the administration was crying out that it's concerning the error. I feel like we don't talk about this country that much. A lot is going on in this country that we feel very, very comfortable talking about. Judging from the particular government till date, the drama has been playing. It's not worth discussing. But we've been bringing it up as topic, and we'll be seeing, okay, House of Reps involving themselves in they are saying that they are going. How many of them are even qualified to know what is involved in the exam collection, result collection, and otherwise? They don't fit in anybody inside there. That's how we end up getting results like this. You know, if something like this happens in the US or any other country apart from Nigeria, even in any part of Africa, that this will be a very serious case. But I heard on the news that the administration, the jam themselves, they were crying, was crying, and I never saw any tears from anybody, from any. But I went through the social media to know if I could see any video of any of them crying, but I couldn't see the tears itself from any of them. I think that tears, which you expect that tears. I saw another meme from the same social media that someone that failed jam was lost their life. But I don't know, they can't verify that particular story. But this particular issue is something that can cost someone their life, and we are talking about it as if it's something preventable. It's saddening that we are already in this country, and I don't think there's any solution for us continue accommodating this rubbish.
But what do you think, though? Do you think that the JAMB registrar should have been asked to leave? Do you feel so?
First of all, this JAMB registrar should have left. Secondly, so judging from the way this collation is goes on, both the ICT members should also leave. Because I don't see reasons for people writing exam. You tell me that this is the way the exam is going. At the end of the day, they are getting mass failure, and we will be clapping for them. Imagine Peter being himself applauding JAMB for admitting that there was an error. We shouldn't celebrate these guys for making those errors. This is the same way they make the same errors with INEC, and we end up with anybody as the president. We don't need these errors at all. And this country is already tiring. And
I can imagine.
I don't know. I don't have much to say again.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. I can imagine. Yeah, Peter B reacted to that particular story and saying that, well, we don't want it to be a country of glitches, because even in his election, we understand that INEC had announced that there was a glitch in the presidential election, but there was no glitch in the senatorial. There was no glitch in the House of Reps, but there was just a glitch in the presidential. So it almost seemed as if that it was deliberate glitch so as to manually collect the results so someone can be announced the winner. So that was exactly what many persons thought. And now we are seeing this glitch extend to JAMB. Then you think whether it is the right thing. You know, if you as someone who has been on the receiving end of glitch, is it also possible that, you know, excusing the glitch with this one, you most likely may have excused the glitch with the stuff or with what has happened in the in INEC. I would have thought that since we had a glitch, there hasn't been any advocacy for INEC chairman to resign his position because he failed, because he told everyone that it was going to be an electronic voting, and that voting primarily would be announced and announced fairly too. So I'm just thinking to myself, if you excuse JAM's glitch and you went to court for INEC's glitch, where is your standing? You know, where is your uprightness? I mean, I would expect that if you do the same for this person, why you to do the same thing for this person? Yes, Peter B is not actually involved in that elections directly. I mean, in the exams directly, but we have Nigerians who look up to him, and so sometimes condemning the acts and sticking with condemnation with the act would be okay, rather than going overboard to say it's excusable because someone has cried. If you cry and admitting that there's an error, you take responsibility. I thought that people who take responsibility, you know, decide to leave their positions. But no, people take responsibility and stay put. That is the country that we live in. People take responsibility and stay back, which is exactly what the problem is. Well, I want to really appreciate everyone for being part of the broadcast today. It's been one interesting program. So we're back with the same next week, Monday. So next week, Monday, we'll bring you another top 5 stories for to also react to some of the stories. Of course, this particular broadcast will be on our social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, and of course on YouTube. Charles Pius is my name. Have yourselves a beautiful weekend. Cheers.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barikumo Ado. In the headlines, fire razed shops at Ogbeta Main Market, ENUGU. Federal government declares June 6 and 9 public holidays to mark Eid al-Adha celebrations. UK to expand submarine fleet as defense review calls for war-fighting readiness. And Carlson slams table in defeat to Gotchkek at Norway Chest. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the view by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala is making a strong case for increased manpower to help boost the efforts to curb oil theft in the country's maritime space. Ogala, who stated this on Monday during activities marking the celebrations of the 69th anniversary of the Nigerian Navy, noted that the entire personnel of the Nigerian Navy, which is about 30,000, is not sufficient to man Nigeria's coastal maritime area, which is 1/3 of the country's landmass. Said the naval authorities have increased their annual enlistment of fresh minds to fill the vacuum on an annual basis, saying the organization has become a continental force and a global reference. The naval chief said the Nigerian Navy, which started with very few boats given to it by the Royal Navy, has now become the 3rd largest navy in Africa and hopes to become the largest in Africa that can contribute effectively to global force. Ogala noted that curbing oil theft demands a collective approach among the security agencies, including the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Army, and the Nigerian Air Force, noting that the country has recorded a drastic reduction in the activities of oil thieves in the last couple of years. Communities around the Army Detention Facility in Maiduguri, the Borno State capital, have demanded the immediate relocation of the barracks out of the community. This came after an explosion that rocked the Army Armory at Giwa Barracks a month ago, leading to the destruction of the armory and other buildings within the area. According to the chairman of Galtimari Consultative Forum, Zana Boguma, Giwa Barracks has been a target for Boko Haram terrorists who have continually attacked the facility in an attempt to free their members. He said the call was not political, but driven by the need to protect lives, reduce civilian exposure to insurgent attacks, and allow the military to operate in a more controlled and secure environment. About 15 parishes under the Makudi Catholic Diocese in Benue State have been shut down due to repeated attacks by suspected armed headers on host communities. This was disclosed by the chairman of the Nigerian Catholic Diocesan Priest Association, Makudi Diocese, Reverend Father Joseph Beba, during a press briefing at the Catholic Cathedral in Makudi. Father Beba said the affected communities, including Ser Obiang, Ahume, Jimba, Nagi Camp, Andoana, Yelewata, and Abegana, have witnessed coordinated violence in the past 2 weeks, resulting in the deaths of over 50 residents, including women and children. He added that both priests and parishioners have fled from places like Jimba, Mbalom, Yelwata, and Andoana following the escalation in violence, particularly in Gwe West local government area. Meanwhile, youths of Owukba in Ogbadigbo local government area of Benue State on Monday stormed the streets to protest the recent abduction of traders in the area by armed men during the weekend. The angry youths who blocked the Orokam Owukba Ukboga road, demanding action from the government to rescue the victims. Those traveling from ENUGU and neighboring communities are stranded as the youths insisted nobody should go out or come into the community. Situation has not changed at the time of this report, leaving traders around the corridor frustrated and stranded. The Federal Road Safety Corps has blamed fatigue and excessive speed for the tragic road crash that claimed the lives of 21 Kano State athletes and officials returning from a just concluded National Sports Festival in Abeokuta. The accident occurred on a Kano-Kaduna highway at Gada Yankefe Garun Malam local government area when a Toyota coaster bus owned by the Kano State government plunged into a bridge at Kura local government area. The vehicle was carrying 24 to 35 passengers, including athletes, journalists, medical personnel, and team administrators, out of which about 22 people were confirmed dead at the scene, including the driver, with 5 others injured and rushed to Kura General Hospital for treatment. In a condolence message through his media aide, Bayo Onanuga, President Bola Tinubu expressed deep sorrow, calling the accident a devastating blow to the nation. He directed the activation of a National Emergency Response Center and mobilization of federal agencies, including NEMA, for relief and rescue efforts. A high-powered delegation from Ogun State, led by the Deputy Governor, Noimot Salako Oyedele, was in Kano State on Monday to commiserate with the state government and the grieving families of 22 athletes who died in a road accident. Salako Oyedele conveyed the condolences of Governor Dakbo Abiodun and announced a donation of 1 million naira to each of the families of the victims as initial support. Said the visit is a way of showing the support of the Ogun State government to the people of Kano State in these trying times, describing the incident as a devastating loss for Kano State, the athletics community, and especially for the families and friends of individuals who were affected by the incident. The Ogun State delegation, including the Secretary to the State Government, Tokumbo Talabi, Commissioner for Sports Development, Wasiu Isiaka, Executive Secretary of the Local Organizing Committee for the Gateway Games, Kweku Tando, and other officials and athletes. The delegation was received at the Government House in Kano by the Deputy Governor Aminu Gwazo, who thanked the Ogun State government for the visit and solidarity. The death toll from heavy floods in Mokwa, Niger State, surged from 115 to 153, with President Bola Tinubu ordering urgent action to manage the crisis. The flood, which struck late Wednesday through Thursday, displaced about 3,000 residents, destroyed over 250 homes, and swept away 2 bridges. Bodies have been recovered up to 10 kilometers downstream, complicating efforts to determine an accurate death toll, according to NEMA spokesman Ibrahim Husseini.
There are so many people in their houses sleeping. Some are still in the morning sleeping. So many people. In fact, we cannot count them unless we're able to see the body to count. If not, they are uncountable as at now. Even myself, I lost a brother.
According to our records and the number of bodies so far, we have about 111. But now talking to the head of the district, he's telling me that they're estimating over 200. But to our own records, we have 111 bodies.
My house, I have about 11 rooms. All were destroyed. No food, everything. With, although it did not the life was escaped, nothing happened, but my properties all were being gone.
Will they count? Directed security agencies and federal bodies to work with NEMA and the Niger State government to provide relief materials and temporary shelters. The Nobi community in the Dembele South local government area has drawn the attention of the Anambra State government to the havoc being caused by erosion and flooding following the ongoing dualization of the ENUGU Agolo Nobi Nnewi Okija Road. Community is appealing to the government to take drastic action to save the impending loss of lives and the ongoing monumental loss of property already being recorded in the area. In a statement made available to Signature TV, spokesman and community leader in the area, Ebubechukwu Etudo, said the prompt action by the government would avert impending mass displacement of more residents at the famous Afo Nobi market. Etudo said that he had about 6 months ago alerted the government on the possible impact of the project after agents of the state government marked most property on the Nobi axis of a said road for demolition in order to pave the way for the dualization project. He noted that the project did not follow due process such as Environmental Impact Assessment EIA as prescribed by law, and that the landowners were not notified that their land was required for public purposes. Etudo said there was neither a prior survey of the road, which according to him is a breach of the Federal Highway Act, nor a proper enumeration and valuation of affected property in breach of the Land Use Act. Community leader appealed to the state government to suspend the project, evaluate it for compliance with extant laws, and complete the Nobi Ring Road, which appears to have been truncated. A community member, Christian Maduka, who spoke to Signature TV, called for decisive action from government to immediately address the issue by finding lasting solution to flooding in the area.
The way out is that the people, that's what tell you, the people supported at the great pains, despite the community leaders who had made written statements to the governor, even when the work was started. He said, do a thorough environmental impact assessment of what this will, let the people see. It was not done. If government did it, they felt they can do it without letting the people know. The community leader talked about it in your news, and it was quoted. Then the second time these erosions came, he said, I called the attention of the government that if this thing is not done, it will lead to what we have seen now. Now it has come. Nobody resisted the government from doing the road. They did the markings, marked out the places and gave people the short notice to evacuate, and they disposed and accumulated the properties of the people. And then because they are government, people allowed them to. Now, how do you count the pains? If you get to a point in Nobi where you have Nobi Welfare Organization Hall, very near the man who represented the Dembele North and South at the federal outside by Odedo, near his house, there are a family in those places, in quarters of Nobi, as you are coming down from Nokwa. The whole entire area was devastated.
Up ahead, Nigerian Catholic bishops get scheduled to meet with new Pope. Resident doctors demand payment of specialist allowance and arrears. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Anglican Bishop of Oji River Diocese, Right Reverend Ike Chukwuegbono, has stressed the need to elect persons with high moral standards into leadership positions in the country. Bishop Egbono gave the charge at the third session of the Ninth Synod of the Anglican Diocese of Oji River, held at St. John's Church, Agbada Alachi, in Oji River local government area. Correspondent Ugone Owalu reports that one of the high points of the Synod was the conferment of knighthood on 4 persons, including Dr. Kingsley Eze, Group Chief Executive Officer of Tennessee Holdings Limited, which took place at St. Paul's Cathedral, Oji River.
Right Reverend Ebon, who is holding his second synod since he assumed office as Bishop of Oji River, anchored his sermon on the theme of the synod, which is Occupy Till I Come. He stressed the need for integrity, wisdom, and spiritual guardians in leadership.
We came to have synod here in the spiritual rate that we programmed the synod will come here today. If not, it will not come.
From St. John's Abada Alachi, the event shifted to St. Paul's Cathedral, Oji River, where the bishop performed the investiture of 4 outstanding personalities, including Dr. Kingsley Eze, Rear Admiral Kennedy Ezete, Ifeoma Igboonu, and Eunice Uzoigwe into the Order of the Knight of St. Paul. The bishop administered the oath on the new knights, highlighting the spiritual importance of their calling.
Dr. Kingsley Eze, I admit you as member and hereby invest you into the order of the Knight of St. Paul. The same is true as a token of authority and pledges, and these are the spirits. And the Lord be with you, and yours, your going out and your coming in, from this time forth and forevermore.
Among those that were conferred with the knighthood was Dr. Kingsley Eze, the Group Chief Executive Officer of Tennessee Holdings Limited, a reputable conglomerate with interest in information, technology, real estate, manufacturing, and agriculture. Dr. Eze said he was humbled and honored to be made a knight in the Anglican Church, where he was brought up with a sound Christian principles.
The history of knighthood is a chronicle of ordinary men over the years who dedicated their life for the defense and promotion and development of the gospel of Jesus Christ. So for me, it's an honor for the recognition, but most importantly, it's also a burden. It's a burden understanding what is expected of me, and I can only pray that God helps me.
He pledged to continue using all he has in serving God and humanity to justify his new calling.
My promise to the church is that I will continue to be myself. I will continue to be a defender and a supporter of the gospel of Jesus Christ. I'll continue to do anything I can in my powers to make sure that the gospel of Jesus Christ is propagated and that the church is established the way Christ desired it. That's my commitment, and I can only pray that God helps me.
Mrs. Ifeoma Igboonu, wife of the bishop who was made a dame, the title for female knight, said her investiture will embolden her the more in her work of evangelism. She said that no sacrifice or effort is ever enough in spreading the gospel of salvation.
I feel taking a responsibility to God's call. And as I said earlier on, it's not about the title, it's all about the responsibility. If God has called you to be a partner with him in his vineyard, it is an honor. So I feel honored and I feel privileged. So I'm not taking it for granted. It's like God trusting you to entrust something into your hands.
The president of the Council of Knights of the Oji River Diocese, Amos Nwokoro, expressed joy at the investiture of the new knights and expressed the hope that they will help in pushing the various projects being initiated by Bishop Ebonu in Oji River.
And we as council members, we are his backbone. There is no way we can go back. So we must follow him. He is actually in a 100 meters dash, and we are equal to the task as Council of Knights.
The work set by the diocese under the new bishop is no doubt numerous, and the pledge by the knights reflects their devotion and commitment to fostering spiritual growth and contributing to the church's mission. This is in line with the ancient order of knighthood rooted in the rich traditions of the Anglican Church, which requires members to embody the values of courage, compassion, and humility as they strive to serve Christ and their community with unwavering dedication. From Oji River, Ugonne Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
Catholic bishops in Nigeria have obtained a schedule to travel to Rome and officially meet with the new Pope. The Catholic Bishop of Yola Diocese, Most Reverend Stephen Mamza, told newsmen in Yola that a scheduled visit termed Ad Limina would afford the Nigerian bishops a chance to speak one after the other with the Pope. He explained that Ad Limina means a visit of bishops from many parts of the world to the Pope, which he said has been approved to take place in March next year. He added that during the visit, each bishop would have one-on-one interaction with the Holy Father for between 10 and 15 minutes, noting that Nigeria is privileged to be one of the first countries that the Pope has approved for the Ad Limina visit. Speaking on the commemoration of this year's World Communications Week, Mamza said the special week's message shared with gentleness a hope that is in your heart is a call Nigerians who have hope in the face of a widespread hopelessness that the austere economy has foisted on the country. The federal government has declared Friday, June 6 and Monday, June 9, 2025 as public holidays to mark this year's Eid al-Adha celebrations. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, made the declaration in a statement on Monday, congratulated all Muslim Ummah both at home and in diaspora on the occasion, called on the Muslim Ummah to continue to imbibe the spirit of sacrifice and faith as exemplified by Prophet Ibrahim, to also use the period to pray for a peaceful and prosperous Nigeria. Assured Nigerians that the people-oriented reforms and initiatives embarked upon by the present administration are designed to return Nigeria to the path of progress. The minister urged all Nigerians to join hands with the present administration in its efforts to restore the glory of Nigeria as a great nation. The member representing Igboeze South State constituency at the ENUGU State House of Assembly, Harrison Ogara, wants the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to hand over all forfeited and seized assets recovered from former governor of the state, Chimaroke Namani, to the ENUGU State government. In a letter to the EFCC chairman, Ogara faulted the handing over of the assets to the Asset Management Company of Nigeria, AMCON, telling the Commission to reverse the action within 7 days or will be forced to seek legal action to force compliance. He said that as a concerned citizen of Enugu State and a member of the Enugu State House of Assembly, he had no option than to write the EFCC to correct the wrong immediately and do the needful. The EFCC had handed over some forfeited property belonging to the former governor of Enugu State, Chimaroke Namani, to Asset Management Company of Nigeria, AMCON. The property, according to the commission, include 1 bungalow, 1 warehouse, and 3 duplexes, all located at number 3 and 4 Pocket Estate, Independence Layout, Enugu. 12 rooms of 1-story semi-detached building located at number 35B, Abakaliki Road, Enugu. 1 duplex of 6 rooms located at number 3A, Mount Street, Park Avenue, Enugu. And 1 duplex of 6 rooms located at 3C Mount Street, Park Avenue, Enugu. A human rights lawyer and senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, has accused African leaders who make up the authority of heads of state and government and the Economic Community of West African State, ECOWAS, of failing to promote the rule of law. Falana also accused them of treating the decisions of a Community Court of Justice, ECOWAS Court, with disdain. A lawyer, in a statement titled "End Disobedience of ECOWAS Courts," said that the record of the court showed that 154 judgments had not been enforced by member states of ECOWAS as of December 2024, with Nigeria having the highest with 44 judgments, followed by Togo and Guinea, which have 27 and 15. SAN said that under Article 24 of ECOWAS Court, each member state is required to designate a competent national authority to handle the receipt and processing of execution of the court's judgments, called on President Bola Tinubu to direct the Attorney General and Minister of Justice to ensure that Nigeria complies with the decisions of a court without any further delay to end what he described as an unwarranted embarrassment. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors has condemned the continued exclusion of its members from receiving specialist allowances despite performing specialist functions in various health institutions across the country. The association also strongly criticized the persistent casualization and poor remuneration of its members by the chief executives of tertiary hospitals. President of the association, Dr. Osundara Tokpe, raised the concerns during a press conference where read a communique issued at the conclusion of its ordinary general meeting scientific conference held in Rio. Dr. Tokpe also lamented the failure of the federal government to pay the 2024 accoutrement allowance arrears and the persistent short-changing of members over the past 16 years due to the absence of consequential adjustments to the commerce structure, which he noted breaches the 2009 collective bargaining agreement. A 600mm standard cubic feet gas pipeline from Agbo in Delta State to Awka, the Anambra State capital, is an offing. The project is a joint venture between the Nigeria Gas Infrastructure Company, the Anambra State government, and some private investors. Speaking at a stakeholder engagement on the project, the Anambra State Commissioner for Commerce and Industry, Christian Odechukwu, said the state government will provide a conducive atmosphere for the project and put in place some health and safety measures for all affected communities.
The master plan for Anambra State Industrial City. We have not only completed the master plan for that, we have a business plan in place, and we have a project implementation plan in place. We know what is going to cost us to have a square meter of that place, rented out, sold out, or other when it is ready. So everything is in place. And we want those entities, those companies that will come into the Anambra State Industrial City Trade Zone to do business, we want them to have a price point that is effectively competitive to what obtains in China and all the other economies, right? Well, because things that are produced there are competing with our own, not just nationally but globally. And so we must have a price point for power that is factored into production, that enables what is produced in Anambra to be globally competitive. And it is for that reason that when we set up a regulatory market, the government has just signed a bill, and at the last Executive Council meeting, my colleague here, the Commissioner for Power, made a presentation of the next steps, which includes the appointment of a regulator, the establishment of a board, a regulatory board, and all the other structures that will follow. Now, the primary mandate that they will have is to ensure that we have effective competition. That effective competition will come from a multiplicity of suppliers of all forms of energy. And it will also be effective competition in the pricing models that exist.
For Petroleum and Mineral Resources, Tony Ifeanya revealed that the project represents a significant milestone in the state's energy development.
Our ministry is also poised to partner with investors in the upstream used to enhance the cost of the hydrocarbon value chain through our SPV, Anambra State Petroleum and Resources Limited. So it's a company that will run.
One of the participants, Kunle Rabbit, described the project as a trailblazer and testament of a commitment to the development of gas infrastructure in Nigeria.
CNG plant that start to commission the next 2 months. So we start from Agbo through the bridge, which are available on the bridge ATV. They come out and the terminate as plant gas.
Participants were drawn from the Chambers of Commerce in Anambra State, the industrial sector, and other stakeholders. Former Minister of Environment Mohammed Abdullahi extended his resignation from the All Progressives Congress APC. Abdullahi, who served under President Muhammadu Buhari, submitted his resignation letter on June 1 to the APC chairman in his Uke ward of Karu, local government area in Nasarawa State. The letter, which was also copied to other party officials, cited personal reasons for his departure. A source close to the former minister, Samuel Akala, who confirmed the decision to reporters in Lafia, suggested that Abdullahi may announce a new party affiliation soon, with a view to contesting for the governorship of Nasarawa State in 2027. Abdullahi has previously served as secretary to the state government under former governor Tanko Almakura. President of Dangote Refinery, Aliko Dangote, says the price cuts announced by his refinery has brought the price of petrol to 55% below what it sold in other West African states. Dangote disclosed this in a statement after a high-level delegation led by the President of the Economic Community of West African States Commission, Dr. Omar Toure, visited his refinery, said Nigerians are now enjoying the benefits of local refining because of a price reduction compared to neighboring countries, and stressed the need for the region to drift away from fuel imports to embrace local production. Toure lauded Dangote for the trust reposed on the continent by building a refinery and his vision for Africa, which he said encouraged him to undertake the investment. The latest price reduction by Dangote Refinery in May 2025 brought down retail prices to 875 naira and 895 naira per litre in Lagos and Abuja. In U.S. position on sanction. South Korea hosts World Environment Day 2025 targeting plastic pollution. This and more after the break. Nationalist opposition candidate Karol Nawrocki narrowly won Poland's presidential election results showed on Monday, delivering a major blow to the centrist government's efforts to cement Warsaw's pro-European orientation. In a victory for European conservatives inspired by US President Donald Trump, Nawrocki secured 50.89% of the vote. Election Commission data showed an outcome that presages more political gridlock, as likely to use his presidential veto to thwart Prime Minister Donald Tusk's liberal policy agenda. Tusk's government had been seeking to reverse judicial reforms made by the previous Nationalist Law and Justice (PIS) government, but current President Andrzej Duda, a PIS ally, has blocked its efforts, a pattern Nawrocki is likely to continue. Nawrocki's rival, Rafał Trzaskowski, the liberal Warsaw mayor who was standing for Tusk's ruling Civic Coalition, got 49.11%, the data showed. Both candidates had declared victory immediately after the publication of an exit poll late on Sunday that showed the result would be very close. Turnout was 71.31%. The Electoral Commission said a record for the second round of a presidential election. Hungary's foreign minister congratulated Poland's president-elect Karol Nawrocki on a great patriotic victory on Monday after the Eurosceptic nationalist candidate won Poland's tightly fought presidential race. Foreign Minister Peter Szijjarto said the win offered an opportunity to restore Polish-Hungarian relations. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán is a close ally of Poland's Law and Justice Party, which backs Nawrocki. Orbán earlier hailed a fantastic victory. The result could lend momentum to the Czech Republic's Eurosceptic opposition leader, former Prime Minister Andrej Babiš, would lead opinion polls ahead of an October election. Babiš offered warm congratulations on X. Szijjarto said a Babiš win on the heels of Nawrocki's victory could bolster the Visegrad group of the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia.
First of all, there was a great patriotic victory in the presidential election in Poland. This victory provides a new opportunity to return the Hungarian-Polish interstate relations, which were deliberately destroyed by the Polish government, to their old course. However, with this Polish presidential election result, we get hope to revive Visegrad cooperation, which I believe brings benefits to all the countries, and if ex-Czech President, Babiš can also win in the Czech Republic in September or during the autumn, then I hope to revive the Visegrad cooperation into one of the closest and best functioning internal alliances of the European Union. So congratulations to the patriotic candidate who won the Polish election.
Also, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky congratulated the newly elected Polish President Karol Nawrocki during a meeting of Nordic, Baltic and Eastern European leaders in the capital of Lithuania on Monday. Alongside Zelensky, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte also said he was looking forward to working with the new president. The final results confirmed Nawrocki's win on Monday, delivering a major blow to the centrist government's efforts to cement Warsaw's pro-European orientation.
My congratulations to the president, new president of Poland, and I already congratulated by messaging. But I think that I hope that in the closest time we will have opportunity to speak. And Poland is our big friend and strong neighbor, and we respect the voting and of course voting of Polish people. And my congratulations to the new president and to all the Polish people. Thank you so much.
Outgoing Polish President Andrzej Duda said that the election of Nawrocki reflected Polish support for continuous policies of strengthening ties with the US, enhancing national security and promoting regional development.
Of course, I followed the presidential elections. It seems there is now a result, an official result, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, I want to congratulate the winner. And I look very much forward to working together on all these issues and making sure that with Poland, NATO becomes even stronger than it is today.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Monday that a meeting with his Russian and US counterparts could resolve key issues of the ongoing war. Zelensky made his remarks in Vilnius as Russian and Ukrainian officials are due to sit down on Istanbul for their second round of direct peace talks since 2022, with no sign they are any closer to an agreement. One day after Kyiv struck some of Moscow's nuclear-capable bombers, Zelensky said that the attack will push Russia towards diplomacy.
The starting point should be a ceasefire and humanitarian actions, the release of prisoners and the return of abducted children. And all key issues can be resolved at the level of leaders. And if Russia undermines even this initial agenda, and if the Istanbul meeting brings nothing, that clearly means strong new sanctions are urgently needed. Specifically, the strongest sanctions President Trump promised. Sanctions should hit Russian energy, especially oil and tankers, price caps, of course, and also Russian banks and the financial sector overall. This is a special moment. On the one hand, Russia has launched its summer offensive, but on the other hand, they are being forced to engage in diplomacy. And this is both a challenge and a real opportunity for us all.
The two sides are expected to discuss their respective ideas for what a full ceasefire and a longer-term path to peace should look like, amid stark disagreements and pressure from US President Donald Trump, who was threatened to walk away from the talks. Britain would increase the size of its nuclear-powered attack submarine fleet, the government announced on Monday, ahead of a defense review expected to say the country must invest billions to be ready and equipped to fight a modern war. Prime Minister Keir Starmer, like other leaders across Europe, is racing to rebuild its country's defense capabilities after US President Donald Trump told the continent it needed to take more responsibility for its own security. Strategic Defense Review will call for Britain's armed forces to move to a state of war-fighting readiness, spelling out changing security threats, which defense technologies are needed to counter them. The new submarines will be a model jointly developed by the US, UK, US, and Australia under the security partnership known as AUKUS. Iran's foreign ministry said on Monday it would have to see if there are changes in the US position on sanctions as the two countries negotiate a deal to resolve a decades-long dispute over Iran's nuclear ambitions.
We have stated that we are prepared to take confidence-building and transparency measures under the supervision of the relevant international institution, namely the International Atomic Energy Agency. What is important for us in this equation is ensuring the termination of the sanctions that have been imposed on the Iranian nation for decades and, unfortunately, I must say that the American side has not yet been willing to provide clarity on this matter.
Oman's Foreign Minister Saeed Bar Abdulsaidi, who has been mediating between Iran and the Trump administration, presented elements of a U.S. proposal for a nuclear deal between Tehran and Washington during a short visit to Tehran on Saturday. Iranian and U.S. delegations wrapped up a fifth round of talks in Rome last month, and while signs of some limited progress emerge, there are many points of disagreement that are hard to breach, notably the issue of Iran's uranium enrichment. The Philippines and the European Union agreed on Monday to start a dialogue on security and defense in order to tackle emerging threats like cyber attacks and foreign interference. Philippine Foreign Minister Enrique Manalo made the announcement at a joint news conference with EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas on Monday. Kallas is in Manila for meetings with Manalo as well as a courtesy call with Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Kallas said a new dialogue will be a dedicated platform in which the regional bloc and the Philippines can deepen defense cooperation, share expertise on security matters, and explore joint initiatives.
The European Union is a firm believer in international law, and in the international law we have agreed certain principles. We have the UNCLOS, we have the maritime security arrangements and the rules there. So we reject any unilateral changes to the status quo, including use of coercion.
We hope that through the security and defense dialogue, we will remain proactive and united in addressing emerging security threats and challenges that transcend borders, cyber attacks, and foreign interference and manipulation of information.
China claims sovereignty over nearly all the South China Sea, including parts of exclusive economic zones of Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. Around 1,000 people participated in a silent march across Budapest's Liberty Bridge on Sunday, many with their mouths taped up in protest against a proposed bill aimed at restricting foreign-funded media and rights groups. Demonstrators were seen taping their mouths shut to protest against the proposed legislation, except critics say is meant to stifle criticism of the government. Legislation expected to be voted on by June 10 is backed by Prime Minister Viktor Orban's Nationalist Federalist Party and drafts a list of entities that get foreign funding and curb or even shut them down if the government decides to threaten Hungary and its culture. Legislation has been widely criticized by Hungarian news outlets, think tanks and right groups, saying it appears aimed at muffling political dissent. Several street protests have also taken place in recent weeks. Orban pledged to crack down on foreign funding of independent media, opposition politicians, and NGOs back in March, stepping up his campaign ahead of elections due in 2026, was expected to face an unprecedented challenge from a new opposition party.
This law is part of a process. Since March, a process has been going on which gradually makes us leave the Western type of constitutional state and makes us enter an Eastern type autocratic world order. This means that they will start to limit our basic democratic rights such as the right of assembly, freedom of speech, electoral rights, and so on. It is our duty and responsibility to stand up against it.
We are seeing that the aim of the law to intimidate or scare us, and the problem is that some civil groups are already considering closing down, because without foreign funding and the 1% tax support from civilians, they will not be able to survive.
This law will push us into a corner, taking away our freedoms, and it will try to control us. It is like Orwell's 1984, we are seeing it becoming a reality in 2025.
Orban's Fascist Party currently holds the absolute majority in the Hungarian parliament. An environmental activist on Monday climbed a tree near the National Assembly in Paris and put up banners to express his opposition to a controversial highway construction in the southwest of France, which some groups say will destroy forests in the region. French lawmakers are set to discuss on Monday a bill that, if voted, would allow the government to push through with the construction of an A69 highway linking Castres and Toulouse. The project has drawn protests in recent years, with environmental groups saying it would destroy 2,500 trees and surrounding humid habitats in the area.
This morning, we took over trees in front of the National Assembly to put up banners in relation to this project, to say that we are against this validation bill, and that we are against the state forcing a bill through, by politicians who are pro-highways. This highway will destroy 400 hectares of agricultural land and forests, in a context in which we currently have a massive loss of biodiversity, a destruction of biodiversity and ecology in general, and an increase in temperatures and natural disaster and climate change. We can no longer afford to cut down trees, which are our sources of oxygen, which maintains the soil, prevents flooding, and other things, to destroy all that and put up more asphalt.
With a length of 57 kilometers, the highway would save between 20 and 40 minutes of travel, according to estimates, and reduce traffic on a national road which crosses villages. Work has begun to implement the plans. It dates back to 2006. Police in Boulder, Colorado detained one person on Sunday after an attack in which 8 people were injured when a man yelled, "Free Palestine," and threw incendiary devices into a crowd. Still photographs from an eyewitness showed a shirtless person being detained by police. Eyewitness also captured video that showed security personnel carrying a stretcher away. Authorities named the suspect as Mohammed Suleiman, who was hospitalized shortly after the attack. Displaced Palestinian and father of 5, Ayad Adwan, laments his inability to travel outside the enclave to perform Hajj, as millions of Muslims around the world arrive to the holy city of Mecca in Saudi Arabia for the 2025 season. Having successfully registered for 2024, his hopes of making a pilgrimage were shattered due to the war.
We have been destined for displacement, closure, siege, and the tragedy that we are in. Of course, our psychological state is bad because we are not used to the situation that we are in. God has decreed, and whatever He wills, He does. What can we do? We are helpless. I had hoped to engage in these spiritual practices and these virtuous days that every Muslim wishes for. We registered like other citizens to go on Hajj to the sacred house of God, me and my wife, in 2022 and 2023, but unfortunately, because of the war, we did not get the chance. As the war continues, the circumstances continue to be bad, and we could not go to Hajj because of the closure of the border crossing and the circumstances that we are living in. Instead of engaging in the spiritual practices and fulfilling a pillar of the pillars of Islam, which is Hajj, it was replaced with rockets, firing, the presence of bodies, those killed, martyrs everywhere, in the streets. There is horror, there are situations which we are not used to and which we have not lived through before. We live in the middle of a very bad atmosphere, situation, due to the ongoing war and ongoing siege. The tragedy that we are living in, from famine and the difficult atmosphere, situation, we hope from everyone who can work on this.
Hajj is an annual pilgrimage that draws millions of Muslims to the holy city of Mecca, where they carry out a series of sacred rituals first practiced by the Prophet Muhammad over 1,400 years ago. As a fifth pillar of Islam, Hajj is a religious duty required once in a lifetime for every physically and financially able Muslim. It represents the highest expression of Islamic faith, devotion, and global unity. And that's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching. Up next is Signature Evening. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The country is gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country,
Evening and welcome to Signature Evening. Happy New Month, everybody. Welcome to the month of June. And on Signature Evening, we want to welcome you for our weekday programs where we are here Mondays to Friday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. And we are always glad to have you with us. And first in the highlights, we have Women in Politics since 2023 and the progress report. And afterwards, we'll have a conversation around the issues with opposition parties in Nigeria. And also we have a regulars, fashionista, chat box. As always, don't forget to follow us on all the social media platforms. We're always live on YouTube 247 and on SLTV channel 265. Go on short break, and when we return, bring you Signature Business. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigeria, local government administration serves as a crucial tier of governance, intricately woven into the nation's political fabric. It functions as a grassroots level of governance, ensuring effective service and delivering and fostering community development. Local government, often referred to as the third tier of government, plays a pivotal role in decentralized governance. It is the closest form of government structure to the people, responsible for implementing policies and programs that directly impact communities. It acts as a catalyst for rural development, addressing the unique needs and challenges of diverse localities. Through its presence, the government can bridge the gap between the national leadership and the citizens, fostering a sense of inclusivity and participation. Although some school of thought still believe that the local government administration has been stagnant in its statutory functions, hence the need for effective local government administration in Nigeria. And to have the conversation on effective local government administration, we'll have our in-house guest, who is Chief ENUGU, a journalist and public commentator. Good evening, sir, and welcome.
Good evening. It's Sir Abuchi ENUGU.
Okay, Sir Abuchi.
Sir Abuchi ENUGU. Yes, that's the correct way to say it, the correct pronunciation. Sir Abuchi ENUGU.
Okay,
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening and welcome. How effective, since we're talking about effective local government administration, how effective do you think the local government has been so far in terms of administration and carrying out certain responsibilities, especially now that they have become autonomous in nature?
Okay, thank you so much. While you were introducing the program, I just listened to your description or explanation of what local government administration is all about. And you captured it very well, encapsulated very, very well. It's a government very close to the people. And it is what one might call the micro type of government, micro system of government, in the sense that it is a government that is easily, or that ought to be easily accessible to the people. That is why it is always said that local government is a government nearer
to the people.
To the people. And it has its functions, its responsibilities. One, the local government is there to implement policies for the common good, for the good governance of the people, of the local people. The word local simply implies that it is local to the people. It is closer to the people. The people are there seeing the government. They know who is their chairman. The chairman of a local government is supposed to be known by all the communities comprising the particular local government. And the local government is like a county. It is like a city council, an area, a specific geographic area where it is in charge of. And it is in charge of implementing policies. It is in charge of carrying out regulations, laws, and things that will be beneficial to the people. And what are these things? You have the market, for instance, the marketplaces, the open marketplaces. That is why they are made the responsibilities of the local government, not that of state government. Forget the fact that you go to some states, the state governors will usurp the functions of the powers of the local government in terms of management and administration of motor parks, administration of the markets, the local markets, like you have here in Enugu. It is the local government where the main market, Ogbete main market, is situated, that is responsible for the administration of Ogbete market, for instance, the area market, the one they call new market. All these markets, and even the motor spare parts market at Coal Camp, they are within the purview of the local government. So is the motor park. Like you have the old park and all that, they come under the supervision, the administration of the local government. Now to the question, I just took time to explain these things. And then the local government administration, they are in charge of the primary health care. Primary, it is called primary health care. Primary, that is where you find things like health center, dispensaries, what one may call the cottage hospitals and things like that. They come within primary health care system, and it is the responsibility of the local government. Even customary laws, and some other things. Education, primary schools, they are basically the responsibilities of the local government. In the past in Nigeria, it was the local governments that were paying for teachers, primary school teachers' salaries until there was a problem. When the local government council chairman, during the time of the era of Abacha, they were making claims because they were owing teachers, primary school teachers, many months of salary arrears. They were not paying them, and when you asked them, they said that they had no allocation. They were having, that was when this issue of zero allocation, that they were having zero allocation from federal government. If zero allocation means zero allocation of funds from federal government, that they were not getting anything. So now Abacha decided to stop that false claim by the local government council chairman. And that was when the federal government now created this SPEB, Primary School Management Board, the Universal Basic Education Board or something like that. The one they call, like in Enugu State here, they call them ENSUBEB or something like that. In Ebonyi it is ESUBEB. In Anambra it is ANSUBEB and things like that. So that was when that board was created, specifically to handle the issues of primary school teachers' remuneration. So whatever is the allocation per month accruable to a local government from the federation allocation account, it will be deducted from source. The salaries of teachers, the emoluments, the remunerations of teachers will be deducted from source. And then the NSUBEB will be in charge of the administration of these, the management of these funds, ensuring that the teachers are promptly paid and all that. Now, is the local government having effective and perhaps efficient administration in Nigeria? And I will say the answer is no, in the sense that the governors usurp to the functions of the local governments. They made them to be the extension of government house. In many states, the governors are appendages of the local government council chairmen are appendages. Like somebody will say, they are the boys of the governors. They don't have a say. They cannot decide what to do unless they get directives from the governor. No local government, as it is today in Nigeria, no local government council chairman operates in isolation of the governor of the state. It is not done. Even with the Supreme Court pronouncement, declaration that local governments have been granted autonomy and all that, it's still something just a mere paper work, mere paper issue. But they are not implementing it. They are not implementing it. They do a semblance of election to say that they have conducted election. And how did the candidates for that election emerge? We have seen cases where even a governor was having problem with his political party. He asked the local government chairman candidates to go to a particular party. They went to that particular party, and eventually they became elected. They became elected on the platform of that particular party that is not the governor's party. But it is the body language of the governor that made it possible for them to go there, and then they were declared the winners of that election. It has happened. So, and you see in so many states, virtually in all the states, where it is the party to which the governor belongs, or to which the body language of the governor inclines, that will sweep off all the local government positions, both chairmanship and councillorship positions in the states. So there is no effective local government administration in Nigeria, because the local government councils, they still depend on the dictations, on the whims and caprices of the governors before they can do anything. Till today, despite the fact that they say that local government they have been granted autonomy in terms of management of their financial resources, the governors are still pulling the strings. They are still deciding what will happen, what will be done. And that is why the local government administration is not yet free in Nigeria. It is not yet free. It's as simple as that. So forget about the smoke screen that they are bandying about. No local government chairman is free, is independent of the state government. Anybody that claims that is telling lies, is not telling the truth.
If we're supposed to look at some of the key characteristics that actually denotes that the local governments are really effective in the administration, what would be those key characteristics you highlight?
The key characteristics, you will see them there. One, the local government chairman will be taking decisions, meeting with his cabinet, and they will take decisions, and they will be embarking on projects. They will be carrying out projects that that will be beneficial to the people. You will see them doing things that the people would want. They will be meeting with the people, the community leaders. The community leaders will come together, and then they will decide, look, community A, their primary need is water, pipe-borne water. And the local government will do their budget and factor that into consideration. Then community B will say their own problem is health. They are having health. They don't have good health facilities in their community. That what they need is a kind of a well-equipped health center, So, and then that will be it. So every community will come together. Every community will come together and present what is their primary need, what is their area of priority, their interest of priority. Every community will do that, and then the local government council will meet and decide based on the resources available to that particular local government council, and they will begin to disburse, and they will begin to take up these challenges for the common good, for the benefit of the local communities that comprise that particular local government. So these things are not there. We are not seeing them. A local government chairman cannot embark on any project now without obtaining the consent of the governor. And by the way, would he have the resources to execute such project? The answer is no. It is what the government decides that the local government council chairman will implement. So there are characteristics, and you will see it by the way things will be evolving. By the way things will be happening, you will know that yes, there is an effective local government administration in a particular local government area. Like I said earlier, you will see the local government chairman, he will be so bold to make pronouncements, to say things the way they ought to be. And he will owe his allegiance to the communities that make up the local government area, and not to the governor. But in this particular case, it is the governor. If not at the instance of the governor, he wouldn't have become local government council chairman, whether it's by election or by so-called election or whatever. So they are not free, and that is why they are not effective. They are not carrying out projects that the people really want. They are not doing that. So the signs are there, and they cannot talk. None of them. Have you seen any local government chairman? One, the characteristics you talked about. Is there any local government chairman in Nigeria today that is challenging a sitting governor? If not, maybe those that were elected before the governor became before the assumption of office of that governor, like what we saw in Rivers State. And what we saw in Rivers State, did it last? That is the group that were brought by Nyesom Wike. They didn't last in that state, in Rivers State, because the governor then, who is now on suspension, had to make sure that he wouldn't work with them. And they conducted the election, and his own people won the election, became the council chairman, and the other people were aged out. Those that will be subordinate, really subordinate to the governor. The governor cannot have somebody who is against him, who is rubbing shoulders with him as a local government council chairman. So the characteristics, the attributes are there that they are not really free. They are not really effective. Because when they are effective, you will see things happening. Even here, coming to your station here, is a terrible situation because of the bad road, because of the bad road condition. But if the local government is really in charge, maybe the attention of the local government chairman, the station, the TV station, could draw the attention of the local government chairman, and even the communities, the people living within this neighborhood. They can organize themselves and approach the local government council chairman and tell the local government council chairman, look, oh, this is the only road leading, giving access to this locale. Please come and help us. Come and put it in good shape so that we can have a easy movement, vehicular movement within among us. So they are not, the signs are there that they are not.
Let's look at decentralization of the local governments. Is it really an effective step to aid in local government administration? Looking at the fact that irrespective of the situation with the local governments now, that even the state governments still have a hand in what they are doing, though they are being pronounced autonomous in nature. Does it still, take away the fact that they have personal purposes or personal pursuits in the business, in politics generally?
You mean, come again, sorry.
In decentralization of the local government.
Decentralization of local government.
Is it really an effective step in aiding the administration of the local government?
Of course. Of course. I would say that the local governments, they are already decentralized. And that is why you have separate local governments. But now, talking about the administration, the governors came in using the provisions of the Constitution to hijack the responsibilities, the powers of the local government councils, the powers of the local government council chairman. Yes, if the local government councils are really, their functions, their powers are released to them by way of the decentralization that you talked about, you will see meaningful development. You will see things will really change. And you will see people who have genuine intentions with genuine interest for development of their areas coming in to go into local government administration to help to improve, to alleviate the problems, the burdens of their people. But now, those who are independent-minded people and who would mean well for their communities, they are not the ones coming out to vie for local government positions. Because in the first instance, they will not that they won't win, but they will not be made to win. Or they may contest on the platform of another party, but in the end, they will not be declared the winner. So decentralization, as you talked about, if actually it is done, it is carried out, it will go a long way to help in improving the conditions of the local government areas. It will help to bring about positive changes in these local government areas. That's the way I look at it.
Okay, so in what ways can poor leadership also affect local government performance?
There are so many ways. We are already witnessing poor leadership by the hijack of the local government administration by state governors. They are not allowing the council chairman to breathe. They are not allowing them to take decisions on their own, take decisions that will be beneficial to the people. So, and that is why you keep having poor management, you keep having recycling. At the end of every 2 years, they will just move a set of people and then bring another set of people. They will just continue in that manner. Whether they are performing or not performing, they are there, provided that they are not giving the governor any trouble. They are not causing him, provided that they are acting according to the whims and caprices of the governor. They don't mind about good governance, good performance or poor performance. It is not, because their allegiance is not to the people. Their allegiance is to the person that made them local government council chairman, or even that made them councillors too. So they are not, their primary responsibility is to the governor, to do his biddings, to do what he wants them to do. So otherwise, that one will not be there. And that is why you keep having poor performance. They are performing poorly because of the encumbrances of being appendages to the government houses of various states. So you keep having poor performance, among the local government council chairman. Before even they do anything, they go and obtain the permission from the governor to embark on one project or the other. And at the end of the day, they will begin to applaud themselves and go into self-adulation and self-glorification as if they are doing anything when they are not doing any. They are doing nothing.
Okay, let's take a look at transparency. We understand that the local government chairman is the person that is closer to the people. They have access to the people more, and therefore they can actually meet up with the demands of the people as well. Looking at transparency, what role does it play in local governance, and how can it really be improved?
Transparency is something that ought to be in place in every facet of governance, whether at the local government level or state or national level, or even at the communal level, like you have in many communities in the southeast. You have what is called town unions or development associations being headed by elected people to run the affairs of their various communities. if there is no transparency in what they are doing, especially in terms of management of financial resources of any government, of any administration, there will be problem. There will be problem of trust. There will be problem of confidence. There are so many problems that are associated with lack of transparency. They will be there. And presently, there is no transparency now. There is no transparent government in Nigeria, anywhere, at any level in Nigeria, whether local government, state, or federal. There is nothing like transparency. Transparency is just something that you mention, and then, of course, in practice, it is alien. It is still alien to the people because they are not seeing that transparency. They are not seeing that accountability. It is not there. How many local government council chairmen come up every month to tell people, to tell the communities that are within the local government area that this is how much we are giving? This is how much. During Obasanjo time, Obasanjo, the Minister of Finance then, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, because of all these non-transparent things, the federal government, the Federal Ministry of Finance, would, at the end of every month, release the information about the allocation of funds to local governments, local government councils, and state governments. So, by so doing, people, it was through the federal government that people got to know how much, for instance, their particular local government was received in a particular month. And then you ask, how much was disbursed? How was it disbursed? To which projects were the funds allocated or used? And they are not there. So there is nothing like transparency, not just in local government administration in Nigeria, but at every level of government, state, local government, and federal. There is nothing like transparency. They are not transparent. As far as the people are concerned, they are not transparent. They are not telling the people how much they are. Even apart from federation allocation, there is also internally generated revenue. Like the motor parks that I mentioned, the markets that I mentioned, they are all sources of revenue for a local government. So how much? In Enugu North, for instance, now, has the local government chairman has the local government council chairman at any point in time informed or told the people of Enugu North local government area how much they raised from tax collections or from tariff collections or from levy collections in all the markets in Enugu North local government council? No, local government area. You won't hear that. Maybe in Olu or Nkwere local government, they have markets. They have motor parks. How much are they generating from these motor parks and markets in those local governments? Are they letting the people know how much they are generating every month from these sources of revenue? They are not telling them. They won't tell them. And even if they tell you, would they have they in any way informed the people that they received so amount of money from the markets in a particular local government, and this is how the money was spent? So that's why when you talk about transparency, you will know by the time you do the critical analysis, you find out that the transparency is not there. They are not practicing transparency in governance.
We understand that politics is a game of interest, irrespective of whoever it is. So how can local governments balance political interests as well as looking at long-term community development without having to displace the order?
You have already said it, that politics is all about interest, and further to that is all about who gets what and who becomes what at any given point in time. So the interest, the vested interest, comes into consideration first before any other thing. And that is why it is because of this interest that the local government responsibilities, the local government functions are being eroded, are being hijacked, are being usurped by superior powers, superior beings in a state. You know, and you know who that I am talking about. It's because of that interest. That is the interest. That is why a governor will look at those who will be loyal. The world is loyal. Who will be loyal to the governor? These are the kind of people that he will deploy to the local government areas to become local government council chairman, so that loyalty is absolutely guaranteed, and to them it is not negotiable. Anybody that they look at and they consider that this person will be a very difficult character, that is not going to be loyal, he's not going to be obedient, they won't allow him to smell even a local government councillorship, let alone chairmanship. So the interest of the issue of interest, the issue of partisan politics, it is there, and it will always be there until the local governments are free. So it is not a matter of the only time the local government administration might be free and perhaps you begin to have effective local government administration will be when the election, the body that conducts elections into the local government councils becomes truly independent. All these state electoral commissions, they are just annexes of the government houses, the state government houses. Who appoints the local government? Who appoints the state electoral commission? It is the state governor. He decides who becomes what, who becomes the chairman and who becomes an ordinary commissioner in the commission. So by the time they are conducting election, already everybody knows what is going to happen. It's just to pick the script written somewhere and then announce the people that have been, and declare winners for the election. So the issue of politics will always be there. Political interest, rather, will always be there. As far as the process of producing local government council chairman or local government councils, as long as the process of producing them remains as they are today, it will continue to be so until the local government electoral bodies become truly independent, truly free. And it is by legislation, by national legislation, that they can become free. Just like the Supreme Court has made pronouncement granting financial autonomy to the local governments. So the governors, until there is that provision where election will be conducted under a free and fair atmosphere, free and fair condition, without interruption, without interference by the state governors. Until that is done, we will still continue to see the politics of local government administration the way it had always been since 1999.
Okay, many citizens really feel disconnected from their local government chairman from the local government, actually, irrespective of this is supposed to be the government that is closest to them and responsible for their welfare as well. So what practical strategies do you think should be put in place in order to put a bridge in this gap that is happening now?
There is nothing anybody can do, because even the local communities are manipulated. The local communities, the administration of the local communities, they are at the mercy of the governors. Remember the issue of the traditional ruler. The traditional ruler, every traditional ruler, no matter his stature, even the so-called powerful traditional rulers or eminent traditional rulers in Nigeria, we have seen what happened in such areas like maybe Kano, where you say the Emir of Kano is a very powerful traditional ruler. But we have seen situations where and how a state governor dealt with a sitting Emir of Kano and got him removed and what is it called, and banished, or deposed and banished outside his kingdom. So we have seen such things because the laws made it in such a way that it is only somebody that the governor or the state government recognizes that becomes the traditional ruler of his people. So a popular candidate might come, and if the governor is not sure of the loyalty of that particular candidate who is being presented by his community to be their traditional ruler, the governor will, through his agents, wade in and scuttle it and make sure that they have crisis. And by the time they have crisis, they have factions. Somebody from an unpopular side will be made to emerge, and the next thing you hear is that he has been given staff of office and recognition by the governor as the authentic traditional ruler of his community. We are still having problem in Kano State today, where the emirship is still under contention. It's still under contention. So, my dear sister, the issue of having all these things going well, moving well, until the encumbrances, the constitutional encumbrances, until they are completely dismantled, we still continue to have this situation. We keep having what the experience, the nasty, the ugly experience that we have been having about local government administration in Nigeria. It's quite unfortunate.
Looking forward, what's the way out? What's the solution to this problem we have?
The solution, as I said earlier, is a legislation. Making legislation that will actually bring about freedom of the local government administration system in Nigeria. A situation where you maybe the election of a local government, the election into local government councils will be free and fair, without any manipulations, without any interference of any external body. The electoral bodies in charge of organizing local government council elections will be free to conduct the elections without fear or favor. Without fear or favor. That is the time we begin to have, things better. And then the communities too, being able to organize themselves and to resist any external influence. How can somebody who is from one local government far away from yours, but because he is governor, he is now deciding how your own local government area will be governed? will be administered. It doesn't go that way. It is like telling a country, somebody sitting somewhere and telling a country how the country will be governed without its own citizens. It's not done. So the solution will be dismantling all those constitutional issues that have been making local government administration not to be free and not to be effective. You dismantle them, you remove them, make the local government election process to be truly free and fair, fair. That is the time, because it is only then that whoever that is showing interest in local government administration will know that he owes his allegiance actually to the people, to the local communities that comprise that particular local government. Because he knows that once he goes against their interests, they will remove him. And they know they have an easy process of removal and not a rigorous and very difficult process, to remove an erring local government chairman. Once the local government chairmen are no longer, their functionality is no longer attached to the apron strings of a state governor, you will see that things will be better in terms of local government administration.
Thank you so much, sir, for your input on this subject matter. If you're just joining us, we had a conversation around effective local government administration. And this conversation was with our in-house guest who gave us his own inputs. And his name is Sir Abuchi Anuenyago, who is a journalist and public commentator. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring politicals. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. We are going to replay you an interview we had a few days ago on Signature Evening here in the studio, where we talked about the retirement for veterans in active politics in Nigeria. And our conversation was really insightful. Our guest for that day was Wordshot Amechi Ugwele, who is an author, journalist, and public affairs analyst. To have a good watch. Welcome back. The National Vice Chairman Northwest of All Progressive Congress, APC, Garba Dati Mohammed, has advised former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Kaduna Governor Nasir Ahmed El-Rufai to consider their political path ahead of the 2027 general elections. Dati, a former member House of Representatives, specifically urged Atiku to forego another presidential bid, stating, "As we approach the next general elections, you are at it again. Having sensed that your party, the PDP, may not cede the presidential ticket to you, you are now considering joining forces with some aggrieved politicians to form a coalition to challenge President Bola Ahmed Tinubu come 2027. He further advised Atiku, saying, "In your best interest and in the interest of Nigerians, it is better you drop the idea of contesting for president in 2027, by which time you would have already turned 80. The worrisome Adamawa, you should rather remain the elder statesman that you currently are." In Nigeria, many political veterans and some who are formerly military officers along serving politicians continue to play a dominant role in politics after long-term retirement from public service or the military. This has led to various of debates around whether there should be a structured retirement age or not for individuals in active politics. And to have this conversation, we have our in-house guest, Wordshot Amechi Ugwele, author and a journalist, to talk about the retirement for veterans in active politics in Nigeria. Good evening, sir, and welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Okay, well, without further ado, let's dive right into today's discussion. Should there be a mandatory retirement age for politicians in Nigeria?
I think anybody who should, whatsoever, for whatsoever reason, consider this or even try to make any move towards actualizing this and then maybe institutionalizing it, either by law or by convention, I think would be going too far. In the first place, what is politics? Politics, everybody, man naturally is a political animal. Everybody, once you are born and you begin to understand your environment, you begin to understand that yourself is just a component of the whole within your environment, and that you need, there are some interests, that everybody has to defend, and that you too must defend, push your interest, and then ensure that what is due to you comes to you and is kept by you, defended by you, and all that. From the smallest unit of the society, which is the family, you begin to play the politics of survival. And you play this politics within your siblings and your parents, trying to curry favor, trying to position yourself to be favored in the family and all of that. Then from there you get to school, you begin to position yourself to also be in a vintage position, to be favored. And so on and so forth. You continue until you get to that stage where you may want to take a shot at the formal political activities around you, of which, if you're interested in governance, in participating in the process of governance, then you throw your hats into the rings by either choosing to play any of the numerous parts one could play in politics. You may want to be a kingmaker, or you may also want to be a king. You may want to be those who play around the corridors of power. You may like to be those who try to peddle influence. You may like to be, a power broker or a lobbyist. So there are so many things to do in politics. But of course, it depends on the clout and stature you have. On your own, you might just not even be naturally interested in direct politics, but because of the position you have occupied or you occupy, or the influence you wield in the society or within your environment, you just find it that that it's inevitable that people will come to you to consult you, to ask for your intervention, on their behalf on certain issues. And the moment you begin to do all of this, somehow, whether you like it or not, you are already active. Yes, you are already playing some sort of political roles. But if it is now party politics, which is the formal political process, then you can now choose to, even within the party politics, there are some who are never members of any party, but they are very, very, very politically active. There are some who are just elder statesmen, like some of these retired people, retired civil servants, retired military officers, retired diplomats and all that. So, like I said, depending on who you are, the influence that you have, then people, your relevance and the roles you play in those issues around you. So if you happen to know those who are in power, because politics is always a continuous process. It's a system that is continuously ongoing. So there's always a beginning, but that beginning is relative. As per, it could be located within the individual participation. But what we always have is politics as per what is happening now and what is going to happen tomorrow. So if you are today active, then somebody who wants to begin to play politics may consult you. Say, okay, guide me. Where do I go? Which power block do I belong to? Which party do I join? So a lot of things to consider before you get into politics. So, and people will continue to be relevant until, for one reason or the other, they choose not to participate. Even when people tell you they are not politicians, they are not playing politics anymore, they are no longer interested in politics, one way or the other, they are still contributing in the political process. So it's not actually possible to totally stop people from being political. Okay. I
mean, compared to civil service.
Yes, one thing is that why civil service is like that is because every other profession that is tied to the system, okay, the civil authorities, that they are like, if you are a civil servant, of course, you know that the law is very specific on that. You start at your prime and you continue to work until that time that it is you are considered to have given in your best, that you should go and rest. You retire formally from service and then you enjoy your rest as a retiree. But you are being paid for your services. Okay, you are being paid. It's a structured activity. You are being paid. But in politics, nobody is paying you. There are some perks, of course, you enjoy, but these perks are structured into the system. For instance, maybe nobody will come and tell you that the reason why I want to be a politician is because I want to get some money from politics. But they do get money all the time. In fact,
is that not the major?
Yeah, that is actually one of the primary motivations. Some are there for more altruistic reasons. Maybe they want to change the system. They want to add value to the system. They believe that they have ideas that could move the society, progressively forward, But most people go there, especially in the Nigerian background politics, most people go there to survive, to make it. And the political culture we have today, has groomed a set of people who can no longer do any other thing apart from politics. And they locate all of their fortunes, all their successes, all the material positions they ever dream of having within their political opportunities, or the opportunities of playing that politics. So, and that is why we are seeing these politics of do or die. We are seeing corruption in politics. We are seeing people never wanting to leave offices, never wanting to go, never wanting to retire.
That leads me to my next question. Does the continuous dominance of veteran politicians in politics actually hinder youth from active participation in politics?
Yes, it does, because I remember people have always campaigned for special groups, vulnerable groups, to have more access to the playing field of politics. But it doesn't happen like that. You find out that some of these people who are there have been there for a very long time. They keep recycling themselves. How old is the president? How old was the last president? In fact, I can say that the average of the age of Nigerian presidents, as we have had, let's take it from when Obasanjo came in 1999 to, the current president. I should say the average age is 65, 70. And of course, if somebody tells you in Nigeria that he is 70,
he's older than
it's obvious that that person could be at least 75. Do you understand?
Yes.
Even the age of the former president was seriously contested. It was controversial. Even the current president, is still controversial. Many people will readily tell you that the official age that is there is not what it is and all that. For instance, people will say, how could he have a 60-year-old daughter, 61, 62-year-old daughter, and he's 70? It's not. It's illogical. The incongruity of it all is absurd. But this is where we are. So, the elderly ones, they don't agree that they should give way for the younger ones, because these are career politicians. They have made career out of politics. They enjoy the attention they get from occupying these positions. And much more than that, they enjoy the patronage that comes with power and occupation of political offices. And it is because corruption is endemic. And with the complicity of those who were supposed to even check the corruption, you see that they keep getting away with it. Or they will say, okay, if I get into the office and I make ₦1 billion and they take 500 million from me, well, I can go and rest with 500 million naira. And we find out that you keep having overinflated contracts, you keep having white elephant jobs that is not meant to serve any purpose beyond just awarding them. And then people creaming off a huge amount of money for themselves and all that. You see people executing all sorts of projects, policies and all that truly doesn't add any real value to the system. But because of pecuniary gains, those behind them start to get. That's why they push them. So they don't want to go. If it is possible for them to have a third term, they will want to stay back. And as they continue to stay, they continue to, because we don't have 2 offices of the governor. We don't have 2 offices of the president. We don't have 2 offices of the local government chairman, just 1. And 1 person will want to be there 8 years. And to tell you how determined they are not to shift, when somebody is elected for the first time, even when he has not done anything, he will already begin to scheme for his second term. President ENUGU is already, everything he's doing now is geared towards his re-election. The governor of ENUGU State, the same thing. Everybody, even the chairman that I'm literally appointed, everything they are doing, they want to be in the good books of the people that brought them, the governor, and then the people. But I can tell you that what is their principal interest is to satisfy the man that brought them so that they could retain the offices. They will do what the governor wants more than even what the people want. Okay, so that is the way it is. And because of this, we keep seeing a choked up system. People are not letting go. Even it's part of the corruption we are talking about, that is pervasive in Nigeria today. Like you go to the universities, some some lecturers will retire and they retain them under contract. They retain them. They keep renewing every month. I mean every year. Okay. But even when we can say, okay, this is mostly intellectual work, but then some of them will have been too old to actually do much. But you see, they want to stay back. So, but in politics, it is difficult to say that this person is too old to play politics. He could be there for people to consult him, to stay at the background, to pull the strings. Okay? But of course, I believe that, yes, we shouldn't have somebody who is too old as a president. Somebody whose memory is failing, somebody who doesn't have the physical strength, you know, somebody who is no longer at his prime. Because that office is very demanding.
It is.
It's not easy to be a governor. It's not easy to be a local government chairman, to oversee to the welfare needs and problems of millions of people. You have millions of thousands of complaints. You have hundreds and hundreds of files that you must see. You know, so how possible? They are just there.
I totally understand. You mentioned having statesmen still in politics, maybe not really holding specific offices. And how can Nigeria balance the veteran politicians, right, and with the need for fresh ideas from, you know, innovation in politics? This is where you now have the statesmen and younger people in politics. How can this be balanced out?
You see, let me tell you, whether you are young or you are old, what is important is the value you bring. What is important is the role you play, either as a kingmaker, either as a godfather, either as a king, either as a godson. The role you play, what does it contribute to the well-being of the society? What does it, you know, what value does it add? Are you actually there for self or for the community? Are you there to take the society to the next level or to continue to feather your nest? We've had some old men, elderly people, who have been very honest, with impeccable integrity. But it appears that even in our own climate, the more some people are getting older, people who shouldn't still be thinking about hedonism, pleasure, you see them spending billions of public funds to buy cars, aircraft for the president, cars for the president, building houses for, you know, themselves. And you find out that their take-home pay and other perks of office, that the reason why they are there is just for their lifestyle, the luxury they enjoy, to be subscribed by the state, for the state to, you know, pick their bills. Otherwise, what actually are the quality of leadership that we've had from these people? Morality zero, conscience non-existent, progressive ideas nil. How to, you know, groom and inspire the younger generation into leadership, absent. What do they care for? My structure, my interest. Look at what is happening in River State. Look at what is happening in the political parties. So, would you say that these people, that we have politicians that are actually behaving in ways and manners that is worthy of emulation, or that are worthy of emulation? Hardly. And people will say that is the nature of politics. But then, is that nature desirable? Is that nature the best we could have? Where is patriotism? Where is public spirit in us? Where is that conscience as individuals who consider others? Where is that sense of justice, fairness, and equity? As somebody who is managing the resources of the state, that you are there to make sure that these are equitably made available to everybody. Look at the security challenges that we are having in this country. Some people, everybody knows the source of the major source of these problems. And because maybe somebody is pandering to certain sentiments, you won't speak the truth pertaining to, what we are going through because of your political interest. So is politics meant to serve the individual or to serve the state or to serve the people? In any case, the Constitution is the superior document and the final document that should guide everything we do, as a people of a country. But you find out that the kind of leaders we have continued to kind of nurture and groom that system of self-glorification that leads to strong individuals, strong personalities, strong power people, more than strong institutions and states. To the extent that people who are sworn to the Constitution to uphold the tenets of the Constitution will be abusing it for their self-interest and for the interest of other people. For instance, Mr. President is only president because he is so recognized by the Constitution and he assumed office to be there and act in trust for the people. And the Constitution is very specific on how a president should emerge. Do we adhere to that system? The abuses that we witness and we see every day in the electoral system, is there any efforts being made to address them? Is anybody interested in giving us a credible electoral system? Is anybody interested in making sure that the will of the people prevail during the polls? Is anybody there ensuring that even when elections are held and people are elected and they assume office, that they are going to govern and rule by the tenets and principles of the Constitution, and which is to represent the interests of the people? No. The truth is that the power class, the power elites, have already hijacked the state. So politics is now self-serving. Politics is now to serve the interests of those who have muzzled their way through the system to assume the various roles they are playing. At the base level, people of Nigeria see themselves as Igbos, Hausa, Yoruba, this and that. But at that level, they are united in their common goal of grabbing power, holding power for themselves. The only time they disagree is when they are contending for the control of the levers of power in the state, just as we are seeing now. So they are all disagreeing. El-Rufai collaborated with Buhari and Tinubu to bring Buhari. Now, somehow, they are disagreeing, and El-Rufai is out of the system, and is trying to form a coalition. You told us what one other politician told Atiku. Atiku. Don't support this man. Don't go and begin to form your coalition. The person who is talking is trying to protect his own interest. Exactly. Atiku, who is also maneuvering, is trying to also push his interest. And they will tell you it's all for the people. But it's not for the people. It's for themselves. They told us that democracy is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But in Nigeria, it has been turned to the government of a few selfish individuals for themselves, by themselves, and their own people. So what are we doing? If you're interested, you struggle to see if they could make a way for you to get into their fold.
So how do you think the Nigerian public perceives veterans in active politics, and how has this shaped their mindset towards Nigerian politics?
Well, the truth is that Nigerians don't have very good opinions of our politicians, whether veteran, whether active, or whatsoever. The reason is simple. Nigerians have not had it rosy from their politicians.
True.
Successive governments have continued to deepen their misery, worsen the situation. You know, nothing is improving. There is hunger everywhere. No jobs for the young people. You suffer to train your kids, your children in school. They come out and they roam the streets. No job, no hope, no nothing. And these are all caused by failure in leadership. And who are these leaders? They are the politicians. So how would anybody have positive impression of people who they believe have not only failed them, but have deliberately inflicted pains on them? So they don't have good opinion of them. And because of that, many people don't believe that politics is a noble profession or a noble career. It's not a good thing to go into. But people are going into it. People have been forced to go into it because that is where somebody can turn a millionaire overnight. That is where a man who is probably an illiterate, who doesn't have any known handwork, nor any known business, will overnight become, unimaginably wealthy. Wealth, riches that cannot be, the source cannot be explained overnight. With the kind of pleasurable things around him that, is out of this world. So, and people know that they are stealing their money. People know that they are lying to them. People know that they are cheating them. People know that they are being selfish. These are hardly virtues. These are hardly qualities that are admirable. But do they have any choice?
At all.
Nigerians are practically trapped, helplessly trapped in this morass. No going forward, no going backwards, because of poor leadership. We hardly have leaders that will come and you see them from day one working for the good of the citizens. Even if they try to do some good things, by the time you look at other things that they are doing that are more or less like infliction of pains on the people, it will make a mess of the pretenses of performing that you are seeing from them. But that is not to say that they are not those who are doing well. They are not those who are working. But I can tell you that most of our politicians are not patriotically motivated.
So in what way can these veterans leverage their experiences to promote civic engagement with the younger generation to participate in politics?
They are not even interested in doing that. But I would recommend that they create openings for the people. And the young people should not also sit down and wait for this to come. The problem I have with our young people is that those of them who show interest in politics, they only go there and bog themselves down in sycophancy. They just remain there to blow the trumpet of these other people. None of them shows any spark of innovation. None of them shows any spark of leadership. They are content with, following people for the crumbs they are getting to their tables, for the little patronage that, does not keep them alive and doesn't, that does not kill them nor keep them alive. So they find themselves in that limbo. And many have forgone even some other talents, some other qualities they had that would have actually propelled them higher in life to follow politicians to nowhere. And instead of, okay, look at, as we are seeing the president, we are seeing the son. Currently, being very visible. And look at what happened in America about Biden and his son, Hunter. So, and it's everywhere. None of these politicians' children, they never knew suffering. From the beginning, they are provided and well catered for by the state. What their parents, they will tell you that I don't want my kids to suffer as I did. So, because it's your kid, he doesn't have to work anymore. So everything, the parents will fix it up for them. They already have There are already bank accounts with fat deposits that will take care of them. So, what kind of life is that? So, the veterans have not actually behaved like they want the younger ones to grow in politics. And even the younger ones that have managed to be selected and given the opportunity, how well have they even exercised that chance? How well? We saw some governors that were young. They never did anything to show that they had wonderful ideas. They never did anything to show that they are interested in changing the narrative. Rather, they are providing themselves or providing the veterans with more opportunities to continue to perpetrate what they are. So, when we say not too young to run, what does it mean? Are we now saying that the veterans should make way, or are we now saying that the younger ones should force themselves into it? Yeah, they need to be more forceful. They need to be more relevant. But the way Nigerian politics is structured, the prebendal tendencies, whatever opportunity you have, you are reserving it for your people. Whatever that comes up, it is not for the best brain. It's not on merit. It is, here we are talking about clannish behaviors. You are going to give it to your own brother. You are going to give it to a friend. You are going to give it to a crony. You don't even hire based on merit. You don't appoint based on merit. So these are the cultures that are prevalent, that have made the whole thing a mess that it is today.
So are there particular skills that you believe veterans bring into political positions that can actually enhance governance?
Oh yes, there's some people. When you say somebody is a veteran, probably a retired general, who has, been exposed to matters of security at the highest level. If you bring the person into governance, if the person has to truly apply his experience, we're supposed to see it manifest. But sadly enough, Buhari was a general. He was a total failure in terms of security. Total failure, total write-off. Why? Because whatever knowledge of security he had, he dumped them for, which word do I use now? He dumped them for his selfish and bigoted motives. He wanted a man who would come to where hundreds of people were massacred as a security, a military general, retired general. You should be talking about protecting those people. And what you are saying is accommodate your neighbors. So to Buhari, those killers should be a neighbor to the people they were killing. And then his aide, Femi Adesina, would also go on to tell the Benue people that we are killed in their numbers, being butchered, as it's still happening now. It is either you give up your life or you give your land, or you give up your life. Either your life or your land. Who would say that? Is that what an expert should say? So you find out that Nigerians who are in positions of authority will not act in accordance with what every situation naturally desires or deserves, but in a way to suit his primordial tendencies. If something will hurt Igbo people, as an Igbo man, I will not want to implement it. Even when it will happen in the overall interest of the country, I will not. Because I'm an Igbo man and it will hurt my people. At the end of the day, it will end up hurting the whole country. I'm a Fulani man. Fulani herdsmen are killing people all over Nigeria. They want to chase everybody away and take over their land. And I'm the president. I will not do anything to stop them. Rather, what we saw them doing was to say, yes, anybody can come into Nigeria and then demand for visa at the point of entry. Not that you stay in your country and ask for visa, but come into Nigeria and ask for visa and they'll give you. You know why? The people they want to benefit doesn't have any country from where they would have initiated the visa. Like if you want to travel to America, you go to the American embassy, right? You want to go to the UK, you go to the UK High Commission, right? From Nigeria. Or here in ENUGU, the consulates or wherever, you go there to seek, you know, for these things. But they know that these people are in the bushes. They are in the bushes in the Central Africa. They are roaming around, so and they want to come to Nigeria. So what they now said is, yeah, you can come into Nigeria, go to the relevant offices, and they will issue you. How are you even supposed to cross the border undocumented? Nobody knows anything about you. So why are we not going to be overwhelmed by this security issue that you're having today? So that is the problem. People do not approach governance with objectivity. What guides them in their political activities, and even when they win these positions and get into the offices, is selfishness, either personal selfishness or group selfishness. That is it.
Do you see a growing trend, and what might that mean for governance?
Well, it's not actually ending. Rather, it's getting worse. When Obasanjo came, I was doing my youth service. You know, I was serving the country very conscientiously, dedicatedly. I was in Kebbi State. As an Igbo man, I tried to blend into the community without prejudice. I tried to eat their food.
And that works.
I tried to wear their clothes. I tried to listen to their music, enjoy whatever gives them joy. Feel to be assimilated into their society. So that was what this thing meant to be. To the extent that I could play the Fulani flute very proficiently. I played very well. I was attending their marriage ceremonies, you know, those things.
And you were accepted?
Yes. You don't have problem with the ordinary people. You don't have problem with the common people, the commoners. No. Where we have issues are the big men who want to control everybody and everything, all the resources. They are the ones who are poisoning their minds. They are the ones who set the agenda. It's the leaders. Our leaders are the ones who are actually bringing the people, you know, in this continuous head-on collision that we're having. Okay? When one people will attack these other people and you will not, there won't be any justice. Then the other people may attack in retaliation and you come heavily against them. You're already creating enmity between them. But if I attack you and the rule applies to me and I'm punished for the offense I committed, and you did him, and you know the same thing applies to you, you'll find out that others will learn from our experience that this is a just society. So I was there when Obasanjo came in. Obasanjo came in and he tried to balance things a bit. These people in the north, we are very furious. You know what Obasanjo did? We were going to the barracks, to Duku barracks in Birnin Kebbi. The soldiers there, the troops there, were moved to the south, to other parts of Nigeria. In fact, those who met us there, who left, some people came from Port Harcourt to, meet us there. I went to school in Port Harcourt.
Okay.
They were complaining where they were brought. Those who left Kebbi were happy that they were leaving. And some military formations were touched. The armory was kind of, redistributed. Before, you had all the things concentrating in the north. All the sensitive military equipment and hardware, they were all located in the north. For the first time, when I was in Port Harcourt going to school, I never saw any military helicopter flying with, except they just came and the ENUGU used to have, active Air Force, flight school and all that. Before then, it was like everything, it doesn't come beyond Makodi. So when Obasanjo came, he changed all that. Some people were not happy that, some things were going there. And he tried to retire politically exposed officers. But because a particular group from a particular section of the country were dominating those who were in this, they were not happy. It's natural. Now, Obasanjo left, was succeeded by Yaradua. You find out that, Yaradua was plagued by ill health. But, when Jonathan came, he continued. Jonathan gave some section of the country first sense of belonging by appointing, for the first time, some members of the service chiefs from these people. Some part of the country who still believe that they should have this, they were not happy. Do you know, somebody told me that they were not happy that Victor Malo was the chief of army staff. I asked him why. He said that that they are not happy about it. I said, well, you're expressing the opinion, but it was typical.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is still Signature Evening, and on to our next discussion. Emerging political developments have continued to cast doubt on the ability of opposition parties to present a formidable challenge to President Bola Tinubu and the ruling All Progressive Congress (APC) in the 2027 general election. Most major opposition parties, such as the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Labour Party (LP), New Nigeria People's Party (NNPP), and Social Democratic Party (SDP), are entangled in deep-seated internal crises and protracted legal battles that threaten their cohesion, credibility, and electoral readiness. Even the coalition forces that once boasted of unseating President Bola Tinubu and the ruling APC now appearing uncertain, struggling to agree on a viable political platform. The earlier excitement surrounding the Social Democratic Party SDP, which former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai once hinted could serve as a launch pad for the opposition, is steadily fading, replacing by confusion and a lack of coordination. And to have the conversation on the issue with opposition parties in Nigeria, we have our guest who is on Zoom, connecting on Zoom with us, Vincent Ogenekewe Okoro. He is a political commentator. Good evening, Vincent. Vincent, can you hear me? Okay, let's go on a short break, and when we're back, we'll reconnect with Vincent. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Good evening, Vincent. Can you hear me now?
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Right Reverend Ebon, who is holding his second synod since he assumed office as Bishop of Oji River, anchored his sermon on the theme of the synod, which is Occupy Till I Come. He stressed the need for integrity, wisdom, and spiritual guardians in leadership.
We came to have synod here in the spiritual realm that we programmed the synod to come here today. If not, it will not come.
From St. John's Abada Alachi, the event shifted to St. Paul's Cathedral, Oji River, where the bishop performed the investiture of 4 outstanding personalities, including Dr. Kingsley Eze, Rear Admiral Kennedy Ezete, Ifeoma Egbeonu, Eunice Uzoigwe, into the Order of the Knight of St. Paul. The bishop administered the oath on the new knights, highlighting the spiritual importance of their calling.
Dr. Kingsley Eze, I admit as member and hereby invest you into the order of the Knight of St. Paul. The same is true of the token of authority and blessings, and this sort of experience. And the Lord be with you, and yours, they are going out and you are coming from this time forth and forevermore.
Among those that were conferred with the knighthood was Dr. Kingsley Eze, the Group Chief Executive Officer of Tennessee Holdings Limited, a reputable conglomerate with interest in information, technology, real estate, manufacturing, and agriculture. Dr. Eze said he was humbled and honored to be made a knight in the Anglican Church, where he was brought up with a sound Christian principles.
The history of knighthood is a chronicle of ordinary men over the years who dedicated their life for the defense and promotion and development of the gospel of Jesus Christ. So for me, it's an honor for the recognition, but most importantly, it's also a burden. It's a burden understanding what is expected of me, and I can only pray that God helps me.
He pled to continue using all he has in serving God and humanity to justify his new calling.
My promise to the church is that I will continue to be myself. I will continue to be a defender and a supporter of the gospel of Jesus Christ. I'll continue to do anything I can in my powers to make sure that the gospel of Jesus Christ is propagated and that the church is established the way Christ desired it. That's my commitment, and I can only pray that God helps me.
Mrs. Ifeoma Egbeonu, wife of the bishop who was made a dame, the title for female knight, said her investiture will embolden her the more in her work of evangelism. She said that no sacrifice or effort is ever enough in spreading the gospel of salvation.
I feel taking a responsibility to God's call. And as I said earlier on, it's not about the title, it's all about the responsibility. If God has called you to be a partner with Him in His vineyard, it is an honor. So I feel honored and I feel privileged. So I'm not taking it for granted. It's like God trusting you to entrust something into your hands.
The president of the Council of Knights of the Oji River Diocese, Amos Nwokoro, expressed joy at the investiture of the new knights and expressed the hope that they will help in pushing the various projects being initiated by Bishop Ebono in Oji River.
And we as council members, we are his backbone. There is no way we can go back. So we must follow him. He is actually in a 100 meters dash, and we are equal to the task as Council of Knights.
The work set by the diocese under the new bishop is no doubt numerous, and the pledge by the knights reflects their devotion and commitment to fostering spiritual growth and contributing to the church's mission. This is in line with the ancient order of knighthood rooted in the rich traditions of the Anglican Church, which requires members to embody the values of courage, compassion, and humility as they strive to serve Christ and their community with unwavering dedication. From Oji River, Ugonne Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. We've reconnected with Vincent Ogeneke-Okoro, who is a political commentator, to give us an insight on the issue with opposition parties in Nigeria. Good evening, Vincent.
Yes, good evening.
Okay, Vincent, what would you say are the major structural weaknesses within the opposition parties in Nigeria, and how have these weaknesses affected their effectiveness?
Okay, talking about the major structural weaknesses of opposition party, first and foremost, I will not say that I will not narrow it down rather to just the opposition party. We should be looking at all the political parties in Nigeria generally, just a situation where because a particular party is in power, and then there tends to be focus as to whether that particular political party is having internal issues or not. Otherwise, almost all the parties as situated in Nigeria all have their inherent weaknesses. And I want to say that the reason for that can be traced to, lack of ideology, a political party being made up of people who don't actually have, certain vision that align with one another as far as being member of that particular party is concerned. So that's one of the reasons that I can say as to why we have a lot of shortcomings among opposition political parties in Nigeria. Like, for instance, we have the Labour Party, in which up till now, from when we started hearing of Labour Party, when their presidential aspirant in the last election, in person of Peter Obi, defected to that party, when they came to fall as the Labour Party, championed by the obedient movement, it's difficult for us to say if they have stable leadership. And when we look at it critically, you see that the leadership structure as it were is factionalized, led by Abure on one hand and then Papa on the other hand, and the reason why they are factionalized is not far from each person not having, or all of them collectively, not having something that we can refer to as ideology that we can identify them with. Each person have his own, a drive as to why they are members, and in this case, leaders of that political party, of Labour Party in this case. So since there is no ideology binding them, it will be difficult for them to align. And once they don't align, what we are going to see is all the structural imbalances that we are talking about today. Just as I said earlier, it's not down to just the opposition party. It's not down to Labour Party. It cut across all parties. Now, by the time a particular party is in power at whatever level of government, it will be easy for them to look up to a leader that will say, okay, you people should shut your sword. Whatever it is, take, and then let us move forward. That's why it looks as if what we are talking about right now is just down to the political parties alone. So if you ask me, it's not just the opposition political parties alone. It's not down to just them. It cut across all parties in Nigeria. Even APC as it were, being the party at the center, you can see some wranglings that were coming up, in recent months, where there were issues as to whether the national chairman should continue as the party leader, should continue as the chairman of the party, with different issues that took him to court and what have you. So it's just a characteristics of our political system in which our political parties, and cannot be looked at as having ideology, whereby when you see any of their member, you can say, okay, this is what we can say about this particular member of this political party. So they are lacking in ideology. That's why we have the continuous wrangling that continue to characterize them.
Okay, Vincent, can you hear me? Why do most opposition parties currently struggle to present their own candidates currently, even knowing the fact that the people are really, really not they are really not satisfied with the current ruling government, which is a bigger platform, and it's a better, it's a situation that is to their own advantage. And still, they are still having their own internal party crisis, and the election is just 2 years away from now.
Okay, so when our people say that the way a man lays his bed, that is how he's going to lie on it. Now, how many of these political parties have been able to put their own house in order before we talk about fronting a particular candidate that will represent them in an election, especially with regards to taking advantage of the current situation of governance as led by the APC? So the issue is that they have not been able to put their house in order. Now, in the last election, Nigerians were expecting that going to 2027, the Labour Party, for instance, is going to, even the PDP, to some extent, are going to put themselves to their house in order and consolidate on their successes in 2023. But we are not seeing this. We are not seeing that. Nigerians are not seeing that. Now the failures of the APC, the failures of the current government at the center is well documented. Now the failures of various governments at state level are well documented. The failures of various governments at local government level are well documented. Then you will now begin to ask yourself, why, just as you asked me, why is it that the opposition political parties are up to now, we cannot tend to see the direction they are heading as 2027 ever draw close? And the simple reason is still what we are talking about. have failed woefully to put their house in order. And then we have seen, all across the major opposition political party, I mean the APC, the PDP and the Labour Party, they are nothing but a house divided against itself. Now, one of the challenges they are having is that we see those who we can see as the front runners or the stakeholders, the main stakeholders and the leaders of the party having individual interests that tend to becloud their collective interests. Now, just like just a fortnight ago, we saw one of the big wings in the PDP, challenging the leadership of the party that they cannot remove him. Now, you can imagine where apparently a single individual in a political party, tend to have grown so large that he can, utter such statements. Then look at the Labour Party, for instance. One of the factional chairman came on air to tell Nigerians that what some of the leaders of the party used the campaign fund of that party to do in the last election, that if he open his mouth to speak, the kind of wave, the revelation is going to generate is going to be out of this world. Now I can imagine that how can such party be expected to, have a front as far presenting a candidate for elective positions are concerned. So the basic issues that these parties are having is that they are lacking ideology. They are led by, so-called leaders who put their own individual interest, against what should be the collective interest of the party. So that is why we continue to see a situation where, where we cannot really, see them forging a way forward as far mounting credible opposition, to the current ruling party is concerned, as far the forthcoming election. So now you can see they are talking about a coalition, and then why are we talking about coalition? It's still the same thing, because if, for instance, the P is able to put its house in order, then ordinarily we should be having other big wins from other parties or other neutral persons that have political interest identifying with them. But because they've not been able to put their house in order, this is why we are talking about coalition today. And you can see that for even the coalition to have a headway is becoming a challenge still because of lack of ideology. We are seeing politicians coming together, each of them having their personal interest ahead of what we can look at as national interest. So if politicians continue to see a personal interest as against national interest or the interest of the political party at large, what we are seeing now will continue to be the bane of political parties in Nigeria.
Okay, Vincent, can I have your attention? So it's what you're trying to say is that the Nigerian political parties, the opposition parties rather, are built around individuals rather than ideology, if I get you right. And doesn't this weaken the concept of democracy, which is the government we practice here in Nigeria?
Of course, it weakens the concept of democracy to a large extent. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And that's what we are talking about. A political party is supposed to have ideology. And the ideology we are talking about is driven by what the people want, what the people need. It's just like we were trying to see now. You can see the reason why the obedient movement and the Labour Party had the success they recorded in the last election. Now you saw the candidate of that party coming up with the idea of moving the economy from a consumption-based economy to production-based. Now, if you ask me, that is an ideology. Then you see, the candidate of that party talking about how we can reduce borrowing, how we can run the economy independent of this continuous mounting debts, that the government of the day, both present and past, are more or less mortgaging the future of generation unborn. Now, that is an ideology. How we can move away from that style of leadership? That's an ideology. But how many of our political party can we identify with a particular, ideology? For instance, the PDP, they will tell you power to the people. Ordinarily, that's supposed to be an ideology. But so far, so good since 1998, in the absence of free and fair election, even in their own internal election, in the primaries, and then trying to get people elected from the unit to the ward to local government to state and then to the national leadership of the party. How have they demonstrated that government PDP power to the people is the idea of PDP as a political party? Because, for instance, if PDP is a party that sees the people as their source of their power, then we should not be having an individual coming to tell us that there's no way the party, the members of the party or the stakeholders of PDP can remove him. So you can see that the ideology of these parties as situated are not beyond what we see on the pages of newspaper. Practically, they have not been able to show that they represent, something that the citizenry can hold on to as an ideology. Now you can see the African National Congress, the AAC, championed by Sowore, Sowore, now telling us that, revolution now, revolution now, revolution now. Then there's something that I keep on asking myself. We have a lot of youth, a lot of body, NGO, and all the rest of them, talking about how things can really change in Nigeria. But why is it that it has been difficult so far for all these individuals and all these NGOs and what have you to come together and form a common front? Now, once the election comes, then the only person you'll be seeing in AAC, for instance, is just the presidential aspirant. You will not hear of the name of any other person. Now, how can such a political party have a headway as far trying to, convince the public that they actually have something different to offer, amidst the failing of the present government, starting from when the APC came to power in 2015. So everything boils down to the fact that the political parties and their leaders have not been able to convince Nigeria that they are ready for leadership. So, and as long as
okay, Vincent. So far, how would you assess the effects of the dominance of the ruling party currently? What effects does it have on the opposition parties? I'm looking at the growth and the performance of these opposition parties. Vincent, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm with you. Yes, I can hear you very well. So you are talking about the effect that the opposition party, the ruling party being the APC, has on the other political parties. Now, automatically, we are talking about the positive effect and the negative effect. Okay, now I want to start on the positive note. Now, the positive note, we can just say that every opposition party in Nigeria, we begin to see that they have a lot of tasks ahead of them. By the time politicking and election climate by 2027, they have a lot of tasks. So the opposition party, the ruling party, given their success in the last election, where the elected position on the part of the opposition continue to narrow down. Now, the opposition will begin to say that, okay, we actually have a lot of work to do. So that was on a positive note. Now, on a negative note, my dear, it's not rosy at all, to say the least. Now you can see every day we are seeing defection from the opposition parties to the ruling party across board, from the state level, in place of the governors, to House of Assembly, House of Representatives, to the Senate, and then down to the almost all politicians are weighing their options in trying to see how they can actually leave, the party where they are right now to the ruling party. And to me, that actually spells doom, to the opposition. Now you can see what is happening right now. We are 30 big wins across the country.